All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome to the North America Challenger Tournament Day 2. I'm your host, Assassin Dave. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. Today, we got a jam-packed events, 4 best out of 3s coming at you. So get your popcorns, get your soda, get yourself comfortable because it's going to be an incredible show. Today, we're also going to have some incredible casters, some one and only sexy and charming. We also invited the king of potatoes to be on the caster desk as well. So you can have a lot of fun listening to this incredible casters, aka Stephweezy, aka Private Dancer. They will have their name tag in the chat in a little bit, so make sure to follow their social media so you can follow their incredible live stream, follow their content, for their future events in Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. That is correct. Our first game is about to get underway, but before that, we have question of the day showing on stream right now. If you're watching the stream, make sure to answer the questions in the chat, and our moderators will be choosing the people who answer the questions correctly or just answer the questions randomly. And 10 lucky winners will be selected and given, sent out to emails and given some random magic dust, incredible prizes you can get in the game. So what you're waiting for, participate in those questions of the day, answer them in the chat right now, interact with our community. With that being said, our first game is already in preparation and get ready to get started. So I'm going to quickly send over to our amazing casters desk to bring you some on-point analysis, exciting game by game, play by play. That's right. Let's go.
What is going on, MLBB NA? The summer season is here and things are getting hot. We have 8 amazing teams trying to fight their way up through the top 32 teams to get a potential M4 qualifier position. So today's going to be insane. My name is Stephweezy. Glad to be here. But to my side, I have the world's sexiest potato, the king of the potatoes, Private Dancer.
What is going on? Thank you for that lovely intro, Wheezy. And like he said, this weekend, 32 teams is gonna be reduced down to 16. 4 amazing series and 8 teams here tonight are gonna be clashing to get that top 16 spot. And man, I can't tell you how excited I am.
We are going to get into the Mobile Legends North America Challenger Tournament bracket. You see all these amazing teams competing their way up to that #1 spot. Today's going to be insane. You know, like Private said, 8 teams are going to be competing in a best of 3. The first match will be Deus Night versus Superior Esports, then followed by Team First Blood and KOS, Insomniacs, the Donkeys, and then to finish it up for the day, 9 o'clock versus Rebelszinparadise.
Yeah, and as we know, that prize pool gonna be $25,000 worth of prizes there. It's gonna be $10,500, 730,000 diamonds, and then the winner, Wheezy.
Man, I don't know if that's a lot of diamonds on the line and then a lot of money as well. So super excited. A lot of stuff is on the line for these teams, but the path will not be easy as it is going to be an intense match. Now, like we said,
Yeah,
what would you do? What would you do with the 730,000 diamonds, Private?
Yeah, I mean, we would be we would be doing tons of giveaways, maybe buying all the skins that I wanted. But man, we're gonna get right into it here soon. Like I said, what's the final thing that's going to be coming out here too, not just the money, not just the diamonds, but the winner here, the last man standing is going to get himself a ticket to the qualifiers for M4. And I can tell you, and that's probably worth more than the money and diamonds combined.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. We are going to get into the first draft of the day. We do have Deus Knights over on the left side as Superior Esports will be over on the right. We do see that Terizla ban for the first ban of the day. We do know he's been a solid XP laner, but then we do see an answer over there by Superior Esports with the Masha.
Yeah, and honestly, yesterday, what I saw from the matches is that it's not just about some of these strong picks, not just these strong junglers that are kind of making their way up, but like I want to say that taking center stage for me was the roaming, the sets that you can get there, and the teams that were able to provide that best were able to come away with the victory. So that's something that I am really interested in seeing from both of these teams.
You know, it's a good point you brought up. The winner of the North American Challenger Tournament for this hot summer season will have a ticket to the M4 qualifier tournament. You know, and that's one of the most exciting things. I think a lot of people want to see who is the team that can go toe-to-toe with BTK and possibly surpass them, as this is history in the making. Definitely a big move over from Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. So going into the draft, we do see that Franco being banned. Been such a solid tank this season. Just the capability of those iron hooks, being able to take anybody out of position and have a tide change in the battlefield.
Yeah, basically along the same lines of that, Masha, the amount of offense in your enemy's jungle, the amount of harassment that these two characters provide is probably just, it's easier to just ban them out so you don't have to deal with it. You don't have to flex around your composition to kind of, to have to cope with those two characters. And then we do see the Eve being taken out. I'm wondering if we're going to maybe answer that with an Xavier, or if we have something else in mind for this final band on the side of Superior Esports. Oh, the Valentina.
There goes that Valentina. But as stated, Xavier is answered over there by Deus Knights for the first pick of the day.
Yeah, Xavier being such a menace in that mid lane, that dawning, that global dawning light, being able to pick off enemy opponents. There's nowhere safe on the map to be able to teleport home, to get low when you have an Xavier on the enemy team. And Fleur has been known for that Xavier right now. It's been one of his favorites to be picking.
Oh my goodness, do we see it? Do we see the Faramis pick? It has been picked up with a Ling as well. This will possibly be that Faramis roam. I think everybody's wanted to see it, especially after that revamp. So what an exciting time to pull it in the hot summer season for NACT over on the side of Superior Esports.
Yeah, Faramis, now his newest update, basically makes that cult altar, that ultimate from him, basically a roaming immortality. So you're going to start seeing the tide of fights start to change over if they're not able to focus down Faramis first. So it's going to be really interesting to see how well Deus Knights can answer and deal with that pick.
Speaking of picks, we do see the Claude being picked up over on Deus Knights side, and then an Akai as well. Now, I don't know. You do see the Claude pick. I'm not sure if that's too early, as we don't really know, who he's going to be going into. They don't really have the beefiest lineup yet over on Superior Esports, but they do have another pick before they go to the second phase for bans. And do we see the potential Yu Zhong?
Yeah, Yu Zhong kind of being danced around here, not sure. Yu Zhong hasn't had the best luck this season as of yet. We do know last season he was used as an initiator to be able to get into that back line against the mages and the marksmen. But this season, it's just the teams are too well at kind of coordinating and folding around that Black Dragon to be able to take down Yu Zhong fairly quickly. So I mean, it's kind of been an iffy pick for a lot of teams now, but we do see that Superior Esports is going to be answering with the Clint, and I do like the damage on the Clint, especially as we start moving into late game. And like you said, the Claude, an interesting pickup here at the beginning, maybe trying to take it away from somebody on Superior.
Now we do see the second phase ban going on. Karina being picked off over here on the side of Superior Esports. Now we have seen the Mage Karina just wreaking havoc in the Land of Dawn. So I do think that's a pretty solid ban over on their side. But an answer with the Lilia by Deus Knights.
Yeah, wanting to take away a lot of that, this slowing and CC that Lilia provides there. Maybe because of that cult altar that Faramis does execute there. It does kind of leave your team open because they are going to be standing still as that as they come back to life through that cult altar. So maybe kind of like trying to play into that. But we do see a Natalia ban here, and she's kind of been sneaking into that roam position, being able to take on some of those squishier laners, the mage and the marksman, and has become like a pretty well known for the harassment and just basically what she can provide to a team.
Now, I do like the Natalia ban. It makes sense, right? They do have the Akai over there who can be flexed into the tank position, or when using as a jungler, he still has the capability with that heavy spin for zonage. So, taking that Natalia out, taking out that assassin that can kind of go for those squishier heroes, especially over on, the side of Superior Esports with the Ling, the Faramis, and also that Clint. But we are going to go into the next picks over on Superior Esports. There are some options. They are going to need a mage and XP lane fighter for sure.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what we're going to be picking up. And it looks like we're going to go with the old, reliable Esmeralda here. Interesting pickup, too, because I do feel like Esmeralda at this point, you have to be great. You have to be excellent on her because currently I feel like there's a lot more counters in the Dairoth, the Thamus. Even Uranus can kind of stick around with her. But, like, I mean, like I said, if there's anything that can pull it off, it'll be Superior Esports to kind of go in there blind when we don't have an XP lane.
Always on the way.
Ooh, and there goes that Mathilda pick over on Deus Knights. We are seeing that as the roam. But what will be the answer to the Esmeralda? There are some solid picks. There goes the Uranus to be able to force that sustainability back onto Esmeralda. So we'll see a little bit of a stalemate going on inside of that XP lane. But we are moving on to the last pick over by Superior Esports. You know, they do currently still need a mage, and they have a lot to go into. I've seen a lot of sustainability over on the side of Deus Knights right now.
Yeah, a lot of sustainability, but also a lot of engage and disengage. If that called alter comes out from Trix, then you have Hendrix who will be able to peel back the team to kind of wait and bait out that ability.
Now, I am wanting to see possibly a mage that can kind of get into, you know, the beefier heroes, as they do have Clint, you know, they have the Esmeralda, but they need somewhat of a more heavy hitter. But do we see a Selena mid lane as well? But no, they go with the Eurodora, probably trying to get a little bit of that Thunder's Wrath. This is a kind of a wild card pick in my opinion. I haven't really seen it too much, but I'm really excited to see how that is going to play going forward with the first match of day 2 for the NACT.
Yeah, maybe looking for a little bit of a stun as Dawn would be able to come in with that Claude, with that Blazing Duet. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not a favorite pick of mine just because of her mobility. She leaves herself open to be ganked, and I feel like that could become a big problem in the mid lane, especially when it starts coming to rotations.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, it's like that wild card pick. It can either go really well or on the opposite side, really bad. But it just depends over on that micro of that player. But we are going to be getting into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be Deus Knights taking on Superior Esports, and I am hyped for this one because I do know Deus Knights have been making waves right now in NA. I mean, they can have these outside picks, and it's basically one of these teams that you do not want to underestimate, as many of the NA teams have learned when facing them.
Yeah, we do see that Ling being picked up as well. Even though people say he got a little bit of a nerf, he still has been a very popular pick. So, but answered over there by that Akai, you know, over there on the side of Deus Knights. It's going to be an exciting match, but I don't know. I really want to see what this Eurodora is going to do, but I think everybody really wants to see the Theramis, especially after that revamp, how he's going to play in that roam position.
Yeah, we are seeing just a little bit of kind of like a tag team duo laning down here. We've been seeing this has been more and more common as we move into the season, and with both of these lanes trying to protect that gold lane, make sure that their marksmen are getting farmed up. So there's always been a lot of attention there. Unfortunately, you do have to play both sides, as you're going to have to play the gold lane and then into the turtle eventually, as that only has about 45 seconds left.
Now, we do see a lot of protection over there in the gold lane side, as both of the roamers are there to protect their marksmen, trying to get them as much farm as possible going into the early game. We do have Turtle currently spawning in 30 seconds. Right now, it's just a little bit of poke, but a clash possibly going on with multi-rows, getting out with barely any HP, forced to have the recall right before a Turtle play.
Yeah, a decent amount of macro by the side of Superior Esports. They're going to go ahead, maybe force out Uranus to have to go back. And we do see a little bit of a problem up here at top.
Oh my goodness, Lorenza taking out the Eurodora. Everybody wanted to know what was going to happen. We do got to see a little bit more of protection around her, or just a little bit not, you know, over in the enemy side. But the clash is completed. That is first blood over on the side of Deus Knights as Turtle is spawning in.
Yeah, and that does even it out a little bit. The Music Kings here trying to engage. This Turtle is right now at half health.
Oh my goodness, but the clash is about to go on. We see Ana taking the Turtle. Dawn and Light raining down the mid from Florentin. We see a Tempest of Blade going down. Akai with the zoners of the heavy spin, but they are able to take the first objective, taking that first Turtle to start the goal lead.
Yeah, this is a very good start for Deus Knights. Able to go ahead, pick off Eudora, get that turtle, and unfortunately Superior Esports didn't really connect on their gank up at top lane. It kind of failed a bit. Multirose was still able to kind of farm up, get that health back, and even kind of go back to base at a nice time for his team to be able to get the turtle. So a great job by Deus Knights thus far.
Now, I do see over on the side of Deus Knights, they do have more of a heavy presence in terms of zonage, having that Akai, especially having that Uranus as well. But we gotta see Superior Esports get in there, especially for those early objectives. But it's not too late. You know, the game has just started. It can kind of float to anybody's side. But we'll see. Like I said, I want to see how this Faramis is going to play into the game, especially more toward that mid to late game as well.
And we do see the Clock of Destiny on floor, so he is going to start leveling up with the damage there. So as soon as I want to say about 3 more minutes, we're going to start seeing a little bit more damage come out of him, maybe a little bit more danger for the side of Superior Esports. We have yet to see, we're still kind of eking in the lane phase, so we're not going to see too much of this Cult Ultra come out, but we do see an engagement at bottom.
Oh my goodness, you do see the Blazing Duet raining down. Isn't enough damage? Ana coming in with the heavy spin. The fight continues. Sequence of plays. Landing, connecting, LNZ taking out the Matilda as well. What a clash in the gold lane as Darwin is able to get the kill as well. But we do have a pause.
Yeah, unfortunately, man, that fight down at bottom, still able to get out the Cult Altar, still able to kind of revive, Clint able to, and then we see that the Tempest of Blades come down, and it did kind of look bad for Deus Knights at the beginning, but they were able to position correctly, able to zone out a bit to kind of negate some of that damage and come by, and that fight went a lot more in their favor than I had originally suspected once that Cult Altar came out.
Yeah, I think that's what we were looking for. How is the Cult Altar gonna play effect inside of these clashes? And I do agree that was definitely the spot to place it at, and it did work in their favor. You know, currently 2-2, both teams pretty much even, and that kind of balanced out the gold for them, not allowing the early snowballs. We've seen a lot of these teams just focusing on these priorities, but we are back to the caster's desk, as we do have a temporary pause for now to get a little things fixed, little issues over there. But it's interesting. I mean, how do you feel about this Faramis?
It's interesting. This is the word we use when we don't like it. Just hasn't been played often enough. I'm not sure how well. It's something fairly new with these new revamps that have been coming in. I'm not sure how many teams have really kind of come around to making it an integral part of their comps. But right now, I mean, Superior Esports seems to be doing all right there. But let me tell you, if any type of team is going to be able to adjust, it's going to be Deus Knights. They've been known in NA for kind of their weird comps and being able to like adjust on the fly. So to kind of counter this and answer this right now, but we are getting back into this game 3-3 with 4 minutes up on the map.
We do see a little bit of a clash as King is trying to go on multi-rose, forced to push back, but continue to have a little bit of zoners with that Uranus. You know, that's a fight we kind of expect to see. The little dance between the Esmeralda and the Uranus with the sustainability. Second turtle has spawned in. We did see Deus Knights actually taking the first, but gold is pretty much even. It's still working on anybody's favor. I want to say even in terms of gold and kills as well.
Yeah, we do see Multirose doing his best to try to zone him out, and Turtle is down to half.
Oh my goodness, there goes the second turtle play over on Deus Knights' side, giving them a slight advantage as well. I think if we gotta say what Superior Esports needs to do going forward, they gotta find a way to kind of secure these objectives. And if they can't, that's okay. Maybe just focus on ganking the opposite or the opposing side of where the turtle is.
Agree, there needs to be some value during these objective pushes. We do have Trix in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh my goodness, can he get away? But Dawn and Light raining down over on Trix, able to escape with 1 HP. But Ling, he's not done. El Cinzi does see the 3 situation, but he is going to dive on it, not really able to do any damage.
Yeah, like we were saying, and then Ana right now, you see that Tempest of Blades coming out, and he is able to use it to escape there. But both teams here, I mean, probably testing the water, not too heavy on the engages. They're not really fully committing yet. Probably trying to get their items a little bit more gold before they want to start kind of grouping and like really pushing into each other.
Now we are getting to that 5-minute mark. You know, this is where you're going to kind of see which team is going to kind of take the more aggressive hand and lead the battle. Right now, I want to say it's a little bit even, but the aggressor leaning toward Deus Knights, just having that Akai for the zoners, but a clash potentially about to go down. Hendrix able to get away, avoiding that Thunder's Wrath by the Eurodora.
Yeah, we do see that Demon Hunter sword has been picked up by Darwin and answered by the endless battle for Kira right now. Right now, I do feel like Claude is in a little better position. He does need a few, I want to say one more item here, probably that golden staff to be able to really start sinking his teeth into the enemy. But we're about to see, we do see an engagement here at bottom lane.
Oh my goodness, heavy spin by Ana, trying to get some zoners, but Blazing Duet going down as well. Darwin focusing on the objectives, going for that first tower in the goal lane, able to secure it as well as the clash is going down. Tips of Blaze landing on Ana. Will they be able to get a kill? Dawn and Light with a little bit of protection, but not enough to really do much. The sustainability, also the stun over on Superior Esports. We do not see anybody fall though, but they did take a huge objective, able to take that first tower in the gold lane.
That's what I wanted to say. It didn't even look like they were looking for the kills. They zoned out Superior Esports. They knew that they had that Cult Altar, so they just zoned them out while Darwin was able to take that tower. So they're macroing up, and they're not really winning the clashes. They're just trying to macro up. And another engagement here at mid.
Oh my goodness, Dawn and Light hitting, and then we do see Ana trying to get the zoners, chasing down Tricks, but certainly Eagle connecting and taking him out. Down goes Faramis, Tempest of Blades, trying to catch up on Hendrik, trying to get the revenge. Will he be able to catch up and get the kill? He does take out Hendrik as well.
Yeah, a big play there, able to kind of keep up with the gold and the kind of kills here is Cinzy. So it did kind of look like Hendrix kind of bit off a little bit more than he chewed. I'm not really sure there was much value in kind of going so deep into the enemy lines. Kind of want to tighten it up because they were ahead, but now you're starting to kind of even it out. Whatever leads you got, and now we only have like about an 800 gold difference.
You know, and that's what we wanted to see kind of after that 5-minute mark, which team was going to kind of take the upper hand. I'm still going to lean more on the side of Deus Knights as they did get that first tower in the gold lane. So, you know, we are going to be seeing a Lord come up here soon. Potentially the zonage over by the Akais. Deus Knights has had the heavier zonage, but a heavy spin in the mid lane, not really able to connect. Do we see a clash going in? Dawn and Light raining down the mid lane, but unable to get a kill as we see Cult Altar activated by Faramis. But the clash continues. There goes the heavy spin. Can he pin him on the wall? Tricks escaping with 1 HP, but Kings will not be able to get away. He is getting chased down by the Akai, and he does land. That is a kill over by Ana, but Kiramoto trying to have some answers. Going in. Will he be able to take him out? Grenade bombardment taking out Ana. Then we got a 2v1 situation. We do see the Bethilda with the Circling Eagle connecting and taking out Kiramoto.
It's interesting. I do like the plan here for this Cult Altar. They are activating it. They are kind of sustaining a little bit more, but with the help of this Akai, Ana on the Akai to get in there as soon as they come back from that Cult Altar, he's using that heavy spin to kind of push them back into a bad position for his team to be able to pick up there. Unfortunately, after the fights are over, I feel like we're kind of missing the mark on trying to collapse around your team and help assist with the disengage, as we do see some people getting picked off there.
There goes the instant replay, that heavy spin over by Ana, getting that zonage, man. That was a crazy clash inside the mid lane. A nice and early clash as well, right before the Lord was spawning in. But like we said, not really seeing too much on either side. It's kind of about even. Just one tower has been pushed in over on the gold side. Deus Knights did get that additional gold from it as well. But we do have the first Lord spawned in. Really excited to see which team is going to kind of get that zonage. Looks like, speaking of zonage, with possible clash inside of the mid lane, as Ana going in with the heavy spin, Downing Light raining down, hitting Tricks and Kiramoto. Oh my goodness, but the Cult Altar giving the additional HP. Tempest of Blades landing down as well, but Blazing Duet going in. We do see Uranus able to get the kill. El Cindy taking out the Fluorescent, and the clash continues. Double kill over by El Cindy. Are they finished? Oh my goodness, Kings taking out Multi-Rose as well. What a play over on the side of Superior Esports, still having their jungler in there as well. Looks like they are going to get a little bit of zonage on the Lord. Will they be able to take it, as Ana is going to go in? We do see Mathilda as well, but a little bit of zonage, and the clash continues possibly as they are going to be going for this objective. We want to see which team is going to take this Lord play. Anything can happen. Dawn and Light raining down, but not connecting. Heavy spin over by the Akai. Tempest of Blades dropping down, but El Cindy able to take the Lord. and take out Ana as well.
Oh, such an early Lord and such a lost value for trying to go in there. I don't really agree with trying to take it so early, or at least trying to counter it for the side of Deus Knights. I mean, they weren't in too bad a position. Yes, they lost the fight, and yes, they did see that Superior Esports was going for the turtle, but I mean, it's not even a luminous turtle. You could have stopped it. You could have just regrouped, but now you are down your main jungler while this Lord is pushing up at top, and they are trying to sync up the lanes. Our Superior Esports.
And that's kind of what Superior Esports wanted. You know, they needed to get an answer, especially to push up one of the lanes. You see that Lord pushing in over on the top side, able to take out that first tower. And then over on the opposite side, they have lost 2 towers as well. So leaning more in the favor of Superior Esports going into the second half after 10-minute mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did lose 2 towers there for that. So a decent value for the Lord, for the side of Superior Esports. Now look at his mid tower is actually a little low as they are putting more damage on there. And Kira able to kind of wrap it up with that heavy damage of that Clint.
Speaking about heavy, man, what a presence over there by Superior Esports right now. You know, we saw more of the aggressor leaning toward Deus Knights, but over in the second half, going in Superior Esports' favor, able to take out the second tower over in the EXP lane as well. They are continuing to kind of pile up in this gold advantage, up by 5K as well, up in kills. They're just leading right now, but we have to see, you know, Deus Knights have an answer. They got to go more on the defensive side, regroup, focus the objectives, and try and get a little bit of pushback on Superior Esports as they are trying to get that snowball.
I feel like it is important. We are starting to get to that late game. Most of these players are starting to pick up their items. We do see that golden staff and the demon hunter sword on the side of Claude there. Clint has already picked up that malefic roar and the wind of nature. So I mean, it's both of these marksmen are online, ready to start joining these fights. But we need to see if Deus Knights want to hang in there. They're gonna need an answer for Ramus. They need to know that when they engage, they have to expect that cult altar to come out, and there needs to be a plan for it.
Looking at El Sinji right now, 5-1-2 on the Ling, you know, very, very good Ling player, especially in the second half. Being able to have that mobility, going and cutting the lanes, taking the towers when nobody is there. You know, he's getting the job done. Over on the side of Superior Esports, though, they do got that sustainability, especially going into that late game. Those beefier heroes have a Mathilda as well to give an additional shield and mobility to the full team. We do see Luminous Lord spawning in 15 seconds, a possible prep for zonage on the side of Superior Esports.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a toying around here up at top. Multi-Rose going to go ahead and play around there with King's Tricks and Satoru. But this Lord has spawned, and it does look like Superior Esports is going to go ahead and set up for it. And I don't know if Deus Knights, if this is something that they're going to be able to counter.
You see Esmeralda kind of keeping Multi-Rose busy as they are trying to get that Luminous Lord. But we do see a clash going on. A little bit of protection. Will they be able to take it on? Taking the Lord with the heavy spin as well. But the fight is going on. El City taking out the Mathilda. A little bit of a trade, but it did work over in the favor of Deus Knights. You see the fight continuing, pushing back on Deus Knights' side. They did get that Luminous Lord, though. What a play. And that's exactly what they needed to kind of turn the tide on the battle.
Yeah, Anna being able to come into that Lord with the heavy spin and being able to separate the rest of Superior Esports and then landing that retribution on the Lord. At the most, it has bought Deus Knights some breathing room to kind of gather their wits about them, reset on the map, and be able to kind of take this game now, group up, and without having to worry about being on their back foot.
Now you do see that Luminous Lord pushing in on the bottom side, but a heavy presence inside of the mid lane. Looks like Superior Esports trying to protect it, but a little bit of a focus on the Luminous Lord as it is trying to crash into that second tower bottom side. But you see full Deus Knights rushing up to the top, trying to take out Kings. Will they be able to get him? Blazing Duet connecting, doing a little bit of damage, but the mobility over on Kings, trying to escape. Man, this is a chase, but he is able to get away.
Unfortunately, King's on this Esmeralda right now. Hit that Nas, was able to get away. We do see a Tempest of Planets coming out here, though.
Oh my goodness. But escapes with 1 HP. Down in Light, barely missing. Oh my goodness, but Multi-Rose taking out the Eurodora, able to get that kill. We do see the clash continuing. Faramis with the Cold Altar for the additional help. Is it enough to be able to sustain himself and get away? Oh my goodness, he is able to escape, but the fight is not over as King takes out Fluorescent. Oh man, then you see El City taking out Multi-Rose. LCD with 1 HP. Heavy spin by a guy trying to pin him on the wall. Oh my goodness! The escape! Can he get away from Kings? He's chasing them back. He said, you all want to chase me? Now it's my turn on the opposite end to chase you guys down, but unable to get him. Blaze Duet going in on Kiramoto. Busy a little bit too far in enemy line. Circling Eagle, able to connect and take him out.
Unfortunately, there are a pair of ankles back there that Kings dropped as Anna was able to leap over that wall and get away to safety. A big crossover there, but man, what an escape by them. Unfortunately, we do know that Cult Altar becoming a prime problem for some of these more extended chases, these more extended fights. It feels like as soon as that comes out, we should probably be planning an escape, a disengagement from it, because continuing the fight seems like it's going to be a problem after that activates.
Speaking of problems, you currently see Superior Esports just having the heavy hand right now, going into the 16-minute mark for this game. You do see currently all towers have been pushed in on the bottom side for Deus Knights. They are hanging on the threat with that one inhibitor turret over on top side, but we do see Luminous Lord back in play. Will we see a potential zonage over by Superior Esports to kind of maintain that lead? Looks like that maybe Deus Knights might be able to get the zonage here, as they can't really afford for them to get that Luminous Lord. And we do see the heavy spin by Ana, able to get away, but Cincy trying to go in for some damage. Look at the clash. It continues in this mid lane. Tempest of Blades dropping down. El Cincy getting away. You do see that Cut Altar activated, but King's able to take out Ana. No jungler for the side of Deus Knights. What a play, but do we see more of a clash? Looks like they are going to try and push back, go for that objective, go for that Luminous Lord, as there is no jungler on the side of Deus Knights right now.
Yeah, and I like the plan. They did have multi-rose going ahead and zoning out. Oh, we do see a little bit more of an engagement here.
Oh my goodness.
Multi-rose is getting a little knocked around.
What a fight. It's like, as soon as you think they're going to run off, they go right back in. You know, the Speed will go back in. Satoru taking out the Uranus, but a 1-for-1 trade as he takes her out as well. But Kiramoto securing the Lord and the Blazing Duet by Donwin. You see the fight going on. El City taking out Claude as well. We see currently 3 down on the side of Deus Knights. What a play over there on Superior Esports, securing that Luminous Lord.
Yeah, and we did see a little bit of an excerpt of those mechanics on that Ling from El Cinzy right there, as he was able to take down Darwin pretty easily through that Blazing Duet. These fights, unfortunately, with that the Cult Altar coming out, we even saw a great plan by the side of Deus Knights. Multi-Rose dove in deep, was able to zone out Satoru on that Eudora, but the rest of the team in the front was not able to withstand the combination of the Ling and the Cult Altar pushing towards them.
Wow, we do see Deus Knights on the defensive side now, as that Luminous is trying to crash down on the bottom side. Looks like maybe a little plan on Superior Esports to try and get the early finish, try and get some kills, but will they be able to take it with that Luminous Lord on their side? Cult Altar activated by Kings, but Ana taking out Kings as well. You do see the clash continuing. Oh my goodness, what a fight. Multi-Rose forced on the escape. Can he get away? But look, El Cincy unable to escape by Multi-Rose. What a play. They are now down only to Kiramoto and Satoru Goju, as Bathilda is able to take out their Theramis. What Xavier answering on Kiramoto, taking him out. What classes are we seeing today? Satoru getting the kill. Darwin going in, back on the Eudora as well, and clearing those minions, but they have lost every single inhibitor turret on the side of Deus Knights.
Yeah, Deus Knights in a bad way here. No more inhibitors right now. The base is wide open. Fortunately for them, Superior Esports might have lingered just a little too long after they got those towers and got cleaned up, except for Tricks here on this Faramis. And man, let me tell you, right now, this is the time when you guys need to figure something out. There needs to be a plan, maybe even a disengage. You have that Matilda to be able to kind of pull your team back from these engagements. You know that Cult Altar is going to be coming out. There needs to be a plan, because right now they are losing these fights. And honestly, right now, we can't even tell. Would they even win the fights without Faramis? It looks like they do have the damage, the ability to come back, but it's just too much with that Cult Altar.
Yeah, that Cult Alter. I think that's what everybody wanted to see. How is the Faramis going to play into this match? And he's doing a good job. Trick's sitting at 0-3 and 15 right now, kind of paving the way across the board for his team. You know, it helps them inside of those clashes, having that Cold Alter for the additional HP, kind of giving their team a second chance when they do get low. And that is what Deus Knights is going to have to watch out for. We do see that Luminous Lord spawning in 6 seconds. Is this a potential fight that Deus Knights wants to take, or are they going to play more on the defensive?
I mean, there needs to be an answer right now. They have to make the decision. With no turrets left, I think maybe you're going to want to go ahead and try to take this fight, because I don't think that you're going to be winning a Luminous Lord push from the side of Superior Esports. We do see both sides kind of dancing around it, jockeying for position. This is going to come down to how well the teams can maybe push the lanes and get back. We do know that that edge kind of does go to Superior Esports because of the mobility that Cinzy possesses on that lane. He can get to a lane, then use that Finch pose to be able to get right back into the action toward that Luminous Lord. But we do see Multi-Rose latching onto Synth here a little bit, maybe, but he is able to get away a bit.
What a play over there by Cinzy's, man. That was kind of risky, especially being the jungler. We do see a little bit of zonage now as both teams are trying to contest and take the Luminous Lord. A very high value play for both sides. You know, definitely needed for Deus Knights to be able to win this game. But if Superior Esports is able to steal it, it's going to be very hard to defend. They have no inhibitor turrets left.
Yeah, no inhibitor turrets left, and we do have Multi-Rose trying to answer this push by the minions. So it is essentially a 4v5, and we do see Kings going in now.
Oh my goodness, trying to get a little bit of pushback while his team is focusing on that Luminous Lord. Oh, but you do see Ling also with the Tempest of Blaze. Blaze and Duet popping down as well as Kings is chasing down Multi-Rose. Darwin able to take out the jungler for Superior Esports. That is a huge play, but the fight is not over. We do see that Cold Alter giving the additional HP, but Heavy Spin over there as well. Kings taking out Darwin. Man, this is crazy. A 1-for-1 trade on both sides, but Xavier with the Dawning Light connecting over on your door and taking her out. Double kill by Xavier. He is popping off. We see a potential sniper as the clash continues. Only leaving Faramis and Esmeralda. And Tricks and Kings hold him off. Triple kill by Xavier. Fluorescent is just great. Oh my goodness, a maniac. What a turnaround. This is the exact play that Deus Knights needed. You see a Kai over there going for that Luminous Lord. He is going to most likely be able to get that objective as only Faramis is left alive. Tricks to defend.
Yeah, we do see Tricks over here trying to defend, trying to come in here, maybe counter this a bit, as we do have minions pushing in on the base. What an incredible play by them, too. Able to kind of scoot back, kite the rest of Superior Esports back as that Cold Ultra came out. And then when it was on cooldown, they launched their attack. Led by Floor with that incredible damage from the Xavier. And now they are in a great position for this push. What I want to see, though, is I want to see these lanes synced up so that we can get the most value out of this Luminous Lord.
And just looking at the match, neck and neck, 20-20. You know, Superior Esports, it was looking like it was in their favor, but right now, you can't really tell as Luminous Lord is going to spawn in over on the top side. This is the chance for Deus Knights to kind of push those objectives, sync those lanes, and try and put Superior Esports on the defensive side. Man, what a play over there by them right now.
Yeah, just the way that they were able to set. We do see us falling Moonstar coming in here.
Oh my goodness, Sakai trying to get the zone is Dawn and Light by Fluorescent. Barely able to connect and do any damage though, but they are going to try and take that mid tower. They are able to secure it by Darwin. Tempest of Blaze procced by El Cinti to escape. Also the Cold Alter for the additional health, but Heavy Spin by Ana trying to push Tricks into enemy lines. It does work. Fluorescent able to connect and take Tricks out.
Yeah, able to use that Cold Alter, but then you saw Ana able to get in there, separate Faramis from the rest of the team, and now this is the time to push. You no longer have a Faramis in your way, and I feel like this fight is going to be going over into the side of Deus Knights.
Oh my goodness, there goes that mid inhibitor turret and top inhibitor turret working in Deus Knights' favor. They are going to try and get the end. Blaze Duet popping down. We also see the tips of Blaze, but Kiramoto taking out Darwin. Fluorescent taking out your door. Darwin taking out Kiramoto as well. We are down one player on Deus Knights' side. Oh my goodness, an ending on the side of Deus Knights. What a comeback. Who would have expected that? We saw a maniac with Xavier going into that final ending as well.
This is what I was talking about. That adjustment on the field, the ability to adapt to what you are seeing. The entire front of this game, from the moment Trix got that Cult Altar, it was downhill for the side of Deuce Knights. Even Fleur having a lot of trouble, especially on a hero that he has been so good on with that Xavier. As we started moving into the last game, or the end of the game, you saw that they were starting to back up more, starting to kite more, trying to play around that Cult Altar, and it was a godsend for them, because as soon as they were able to kind of time that, know when the Cult Altar was going to come up and be able to take out Trix, it was pretty much a swan song for the side of Deuce Knights.
Xavier just popping off, getting that MVP. He was definitely, the mastermind behind the end half of the game. Seeing that Maniac on Xavier as well is just insane. Over to the side of the caster's desk, man, that was just a match. Who would have thought that epic comeback would have came in? Man, what are your thoughts over on Fluorescent right now, though, with the Xavier pick?
Always, it's been no secret. I do enjoy Deuce Knights, how they pick, how they draft, and how they are able to adapt on the field. Fleur, absolutely amazing. 39% we saw there for damage for the side of Deuce Knights, just from him alone. And especially that last fight, able to find the positioning, able to kind of work around that Esmeralda coming in for him, and just got a Maniac there for it. Incredible game by Deuce Knights. Not to take anything away from Superior Esports. They had a plan going in, especially with a strong draft, and able to execute it very well for most of the game. It's just when that counter came up, like I said, it comes down to how well you can adapt to it. And unfortunately, when we saw those counters coming out, maybe not able to bait out or hold on, maybe a patience problem on the side of Superior Esports. But we are going to be going into our next game.
Oh my goodness, definitely a battle of patience at that end. It was a very close game, but that just shows you one clash can change everything, and that is what we saw on the side of Deuce Knights. They have won the first game, but we do know this is the best out of 3, so there is still a chance for Superior Esports to have more answers and try and come back and take the lead.
Yeah, and the biggest question for me right now is, what are you going to do about that if you are the side of Superior Esports? Are you going to be looking at banning the Xavier, or maybe kind of going with a different comp? Because they were leaning pretty heavily on the side of on that Faramis, which meant that they didn't have to engage. They could wait for the side of Deuce Knights to engage and then come back with that Cult Altar. But right now, if you're going to change up your roam, if you're going to go maybe for a tankier one, you're going to be looking for something with sets. We discussed it earlier. Roam's kind of took a big role yesterday with how they were able to set up these fights. So, and I feel like this is going to be like the biggest thing for both of these teams, and how we decide these compositions.
Yeah, and definitely, that Eudora pick as well, that was more of that wild card going into that match, but they did have the Faramis. I think that's what everybody kind of wanted to see. Not too much of a picked roamer in the NACT right now, so it was an interesting pick over by Superior Esports. I think they are very creative with their draft pick, but like you said, they didn't have really that much of zonage. They were more just waiting for the teams to go in and relying on that Cult Altar. So I'm not sure if Deuce Knights is going to really worry too much about the Faramis. Maybe they let it walk. Maybe they get the ban. But speaking of bans, we do see Masha being picked off, Xavier, Valentina, and also Julian.
Yeah, we do see that Xavier ban by the side of Superior Esports. Definitely going to try to take that away from Fleur, because I mean, the amount of damage and what he was able to do on that was just amazing. And all around, just as a mage, he has been so impressive through the first and second rounds leading up to here. So definitely a smart ban by the side of Superior Esports.
And we are going into the last bans for both teams in the first phase. There's still a lot of secret weapons out there, but it looks like they're going to skip a ban, letting one walk. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but that can be kind of risky, over on Superior Esports side.
Yeah, might have a problem with connectivity right now. Don't usually see an empty ban for the teams unless there's something that I mean, even then, yeah, I was about to say, if you let something through, or something that you're trying to let through, there's still bans that you can do. And we do see that Tarizla ban by the side of Deuce Knights. So now we're going to see, with the first pick, how is Superior Esports going to answer here?
Now, there are a lot of options out there, especially when you miss one of the bans. You know, they did take out Valentina. Xavier is taken out as well. And we do see, you know, when those two mages are out, another strong possible pick is that Eve. But over on Deus Knights, they do pick up the Ling as the jungler.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and answer this Eve with a jungle, especially since that Tempest of Blades will be able to kind of come onto Eve with when she goes ahead and lays down that real world manipulation. And right now, what I am seeing from the side of Deus Knights is mobility and an ability to be able to get into the back line. So what the answer is for Superior, what you're going to be looking for is some type of disengage, because right now I see two individuals on the enemy team who are going to be able to get to my back line without hesitation.
Yeah, you know, just having that Ling. They also took that Claude for that back line. But, you know, over on the side of Superior Esports, they do have some options. Now, we do see a lot of times, especially when you have the last pick in the first ban phase over on the side of Deus Knights, they can, you know, possibly pick up that Atlas, as it has not been banned. So maybe they will try that method out, as we do see the Beatrix picked up by Kiramoto and the Kufra.
Yeah, Beatrix being picked up there, and that Kufra, a nice answer to the side for that Ling. And we're going to wonder if he is going to be able to kind of lock down on him. It's all going to be coming down to execution and how these teams are going to be able to execute these compositions, because Kufra does take a little bit of a mechanical hand to be able to get right, especially with those heroes that start off mobile. Oh man, if we do see that Atlas, a very high ban rate on Atlas right now so far in the NACT. Not the greatest win rates. It is kind of a coin flip as to whether the team is going to be able to utilize him and how well they can. And it's going to come down to Hendrix and his mechanics with that Atlas and his ability to land those fatal links.
Speaking of Atlas, we do know normally, you know, typically when that is picked right there, we will expect possibly a Diggy ban over on their side to finish up their ban phase. But like I said, man, Atlas, he can be a problem, especially in the right hands. Same with the Kufra over on the side of Superior Esports. But I am liking the Beatrix pick. You know, she kind of can get the job done from beginning to finish, whereas it does take Claude a little bit of time to kind of get in there. He has to get that Demon Hunter sword to really be effective.
Yeah, right now it is a little bit of a mid to late game for the side of Deus Knights, and also kind of on the side of Superior Esports as well. So I mean, maybe you're going to be trying to round off your comps with a little bit of early game damage. We are still looking for an XP laner and the jungler on the side of Superior Esports. So maybe that's what both of these comps can do to kind of round out what they already have.
Now, it looks like for the side of Deus Knights, they are going to have to ban a XP lane and also a mage for them, as those are the only two picks left. Not too many mages, you know, in here that can, you know, be those heavy hitters anymore, as that Xavier has been taken out. Eve's been picked up, but there goes one heavy hitter, the Lunox, being taken away. We do see possibly a Ruby pickup by Multi-Rose, or maybe the Uranus. I think the Uranus is an okay pick. You know, he has the sustainability, especially when he's paired up against that Esmeralda.
Yeah, it was paired up with the Esmeralda, but you've also taken off Linux off the table. It's one of the biggest counters for Uranus. So not a bad pick for the side of Deus Knights, probably licking their lips after they saw that Linux get banned out. But now we are going to see what Superior Esports are going to be able to answer, especially for this XP lane. I mean, there are some good counters there. We are dancing over that Paquito. For the side lane, maybe a Dairoth. We have seen Dairoth come in very strong against their Uranus, but I mean, time's going to tell what we see here for the side of Superior Esports and what they can answer with.
Now, we do know Paquito has gotten a recent buff, getting a little bit more damage, and is very effective. It's always been a strong pick, and we are going to be seeing him as the jungler for the side of Superior Esports, and they lock in the Ruby.
Yeah, interesting pick here. We don't see too much Ruby anymore, just because I think with the changes, the tank changes, the item changes to those defensive abilities, there's a lot of people who can do what Ruby does with items and then have a whole kit as well to kind of support them. It's going to be interesting, especially when we have that I'm Offended. So we do have a good set on both teams.
And then we do see that Kagura pickup over there on the side of Deus Knights, man. This is going to be an interesting pick. I think both sides kind of have that strong draft. We don't see the Eurodora this time around, so this will be an interesting match. But, you know, having that Ruby inside of the EXP lane, I really want to see how that plays off.
Yeah, and what I do like about Superior Esports is they aren't afraid to kind of go outside the meta. The last game they did have the Eudora. This game they are picking up the Ruby. But man, it is going to be Superior Esports on the blue side, Deus Knights on the red. Game 2 for this best of 3.
Yeah, we did see, you know, both sides fighting their hearts out, but this is going to be a good match. I do like the lineups on both sides. You know, they did take that Atlas over on the side of Deus Knights. Trying to get those Fatal Links is going to be pivotal for them to be able to win this game.
Yeah, it's going to come down to sets and how well. On the side with the Kufra, I do like the set potential for the side of Superior Esports. You do have that Kufra with being able, with his sets and the I'm Offended from the side of Ruby. So it's definitely going to come down to how well we execute this. We do see Hendrix Loves All coming in a little bit, trying to show a little bit of force there, trying to back off Kuramoto's, showing a lot of offense here in the gold lane.
Yeah, you know, we do see that a lot. Basically, that protection over on their marksmans, especially this, you know, early in the game, as they do want to help them get that additional farm, get a potential set to kind of change the tide nice and early and start that snowball. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting match. There is a lot more frontline this time going around.
Yeah, a lot more frontline and not really banking, like I said, on that for Rammus anymore. So it's not going to be reactionary from the side of Superior Esports. We're going to be looking at them to kind of choose when they want to engage here or when they want to disengage. So definitely probably going to be a different matchup for these two.
Yeah, this is a good match even on both sides. Like I said, especially in this first half, it's more of a little bit of who can get the farm and try and take that first turtle, as we are going to see a possible gank over on the top. Will they be able to get the gank, though? Looks like they're not going to go for it. Kind of prep for that turtle pick to try and increase the gold lead.
Yeah, we do see the duo down at the bottom kind of baiting out, waiting for Multi-Rose to kind of get closer. There's only 3 seconds left, and it does look like Deus Knights are in a little bit of a better position to go ahead and try to start on this turtle. Both sides being very patient, though, not wanting to be the first one to make a mistake. El Cincy's going to go ahead and start the turtle. Anna's going to come in on that Ling. Only down 10%. Both teams being very careful about whether they want to start these types of fights. Both kind of poking in and out. We do see Multi-Rose here, and we do see a little bit of a pop-up there onto Multi-Rose. Hendrix Loves All is going to kind of go ahead and bait out that little stun, not able to really catch anybody there. And right now, both teams just kind of doing a little dance here toward the turtle.
Dance of the turtle. Dance of the turtle right now is what we're seeing. Who is going to get that first objective? But I do like the presence, the heavy presence on both sides. But we do see the clash over there, Private.
Yeah, Tempest Blaze does come down there, and Trix is taken down by Floor. Kings does get caught on those Fatal Links, and right now in a good position is Deus Knights to go ahead and take this turtle. We do see Anna going ahead and starting on it, and the rest of Superior Esports is going to go ahead and have to disengage here. Oh, Cincy is taken down very low. Multi-Rose going to go on the chase, but not able to go ahead and clean that up, but this is definitely going to give the space for Anna to go ahead and pick up that turtle.
And that's exactly the start that Deus Knights want. You know, they want to get these nice and early objectives, kind of increase that gold lead, not play too aggressive, and just kind of feed into what Superior Esports is working with. And it's looking really good for them right now, especially having that turtle. But it is super early in the game. Anything can happen. As we saw from last game, just one clash at the end can change everything.
Yeah, and especially right now, this coming into what played a pivotal role in the last game, patience. Both teams doing a little bit of a dance around that objective, neither side really wanting to kind of fully commit, but eventually it was Deus Knights able to capitalize on a mistake by Superior Esports, able to get the kill. We do see a real-world manipulation come down. Floor actually might be in trouble, is able to flicker away. We do see Anna coming in on that Ling, doesn't even need the Tempest of Blades, and is able to take down Satoru. And the Floor goes down at the hands of King. So now we do see Multi-Rose in a little bit of trouble here. We do see Hendrix coming in. Is he going to be able to secure a disengage? He is.
What a play. We are seeing a slight bloodbath going on in the first 5 minutes of the game, but leading in kills on the favor of Deus Knights right now. We got to give it to Anna, being able to see that E, being able to see Satoru low in HP and going and get the kill.
Ooh, Hendrix taken dangerously low. 3 players from Superior Esports down here looking for a gank. Might be in trouble down there. Hendrix is going to land that fatal links. Is it going to be enough, though? Darwin trying to put on the damage. Hendrix is going to try to get away. El Cinzy taking a bunch of damage, is trying to come in. Darwin takes down Trix. Campus the blades coming down from Anna and is able to get away. Kiramoto does go down as well. That is a 3-for-none trade.
This is exactly what Deus Knights want. It looks like they're being more the aggressor in this match. They're focusing on the objectives and they're getting everything that they need. You do see Clyde having 2 kills right now. He only really needs that Demon Hunter sword to kind of pop off, and he is going to be pushing in that top side as well as Anna is going in for that turtle, but she is very low in HP, forced to get a little bit of a push off.
Yeah, unfortunately, just with that fight up at the top, she didn't go back, so you're not going to be able to pick up that turtle with such low health, or absolutely put yourself in harm's way for a team fight for something that you wouldn't be able to participate in. So very smart move by Anna, not too greedy, playing it very safe. Up at the top, though, when that first engagement happened, maybe not the best play by the side of Superior Esports. Didn't look like they really had a plan for the tower dive, especially on somebody as mobile as Darwin. We do see this turtle started a little bit down to halfway. Hendrix is going to go ahead and try to zone out Trix onto this Kufra. They're doing a good job. This turtle's going to be going down soon. We do see Cincy trying to come in, but he's not going to be able to stop. Floor able to take down Kiramoto, and it looks like we might have ourselves a little bit of a push here at mid lane.
What a play over there by Deus Knights. You're currently trying to form that snowball, trying to get the lead as much as possible, but not being too aggressive is the key. And I think after that last game, playing that battle of patience is working in their favor, especially with Anna. With that low HP, she could have tried to commit to that turtle, but she decided to go back and recall and was able to get it when she came back.
Nice senses by El Cinzy there. Did know that Darwin was in that bush trying to teleport away. Definitely not making it easy for him. We do see that it is about a 5K gold lead at only about 7 minutes in the game right now. So a very commanding lead by Deus Knights right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what Deus Knights wants right now. And just seeing Darwin being able to take that top tower is what he wants. He wants to get those additional damage items. But the clash going in on the top side.
Yeah, multi-rose does go down there. Anna thinking twice about coming down off of that ledge for the engagement. We do see them setting up here at this purple buff. I'm not sure if it's something that they really want to take. Unfortunately, caught out of position was multi-rose for about 4 members of Superior Esports. They need to kind of keep it tighter. It's amazing right now, especially. Oh, we do see a little bit of engagement coming onto Cincy. Is he going to be able to get away? Oh, he tries to come back in there, and that was a mistake. Darwin actually able to clean it up. We do see a little bit of engagement up at mid right now. Darwin coming in there. Satoru gets taken down, fouled closely behind by Fleur. That tempts the blades, does come down. Anna not able to finish the job onto Trix, but does get and secure 2 kills at the mid lane.
What a play over there by Deus Knights, continuing to get the advantage, continuing to push the gap between them and Superior Esports right now. Not even 10 minutes in, they are able to take that first tower in the mid lane and also the tower up top. But you do see Superior Esports answering by taking the first tower as well in the XP lane.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a setup by Superior Esports here. Maybe going to look to counter it. We do see them all kind of come in. Kira coming down here. A real-world manipulation is set down. Turtle does go to the side of El Cinzy, and right there, Anna gets cleaned up. Hendrix Loves All goes down. Darwin is down. And this is the case. Floor trying his best to try to get away. I'm not sure he's going to be able to, using that umbrella, being able to teleport there, and Multi-Rose wants none of this team.
And that's kind of what we saw in the last game. A little bit of that battle of patience when you thought it was over on one team's side. Just one clash changing everything. Now Superior Esports answering back, taking that mid tower, and also able to take the second one as well. We currently see the gold kind of evened out now as well. 6-8 with Deus Knights leading in kills.
Yeah, unfortunately, now the gold has turned. You take a look at this fight right here, this engagement as the rest of the side of Superior Esports coming in with that real-world manipulation and able to take down 3 members and securing it for Cinzy there. A lot of CC there, and there was nothing. It wasn't expected by the side of Deus Knights.
You got to give it to that Kufra with that Tyrant's Rage as well. Just getting that massive set definitely helped out on the side of Superior Esports. But we do see a potential clash over there on Multi-Rose.
Yeah, once again, kind of pushing a little far on this. Might be taken down. Multi-Rose is taken down by Satoru. Caught out again. And Darwin with that blazing duet does go ahead and teleport out. So they do get a 1-for-1 trade here. But I feel like they kind of need to slow down, take a breath, and regather themselves on this map because they are being out macroed. And you do see Goju taken out there. But up at the top, we do see Beatrix about to take this next tower. Darwin is going to go try and answer, but I don't think he is going to make it. Anna coming down. He wants to make Kira pay for that tower. Is it going to be enough, though? He is able to escape. We do see that ult come out there, but he is cleaned up by the side with Darwin and Hendrix.
I feel like that was a really good trade over there by Superior Esports. Even though Kirimoto was taken out, he did take that second tower over on the top side. They're continuing to push these objectives as we do see Lord spawning in. It's leaning in the favor right now of you know, both sides are just kind of trying to clash out, being a little bit patient. But I want to see, you know, Darwin do a little bit more damage. He was popping off in the beginning, you know, that blazing duet trying to go in as well. But there is a clash trying to protect the Lord.
Yeah, we do see the tips of the blades coming down. Multi-Rose goes down, followed shortly behind by Kings, and he is trying, but El Cinzi gets taken down. Anna is on the chase, and the rest of Superior Esports zoned out here. This Lord might be going over to the side of Deuce Knights. What an engagement here. Cinzi and Kings taken out right away. We do see Fleur going down now too. An answer. Is this going to be enough? Kira goes down, and unfortunately taking that death and not able to go ahead and take this Lord. And it looks like Anna's going to go ahead and have to disengage. Both teams going to go ahead and try to reset before this Lord comes out.
What a play over there by Deuce Knights, you know, taking that Lord, you know, they needed some answers for Superior Esports as it was leaning in Superior Esports' favor, but taking that Lord, kind of getting them a little bit of a regroup, a little bit of a, you know, reset on the map.
Yeah, and right now, this is do or die time for Superior Esports. They cannot take another loss to Deuce Knights. This is not a best of 5, it's a best of 3, and we already have one victory on their side. So this is where they need to make things happen. We do see a little bit of an engagement trying to line up this top and mid lane. A little bit of an engagement with those Fatal Links coming down. Tempest of Blades up in the air, and down goes Trix. Multi-Rose has dove deep into the lines. I'm not sure. We do see a real-world manipulation coming down. The rest of Deuce Knight is going to go ahead and disengage. This Lord is going to be the first victim right there at that inhibitor tower.
What a play, man. But you are looking at Deuce Knights right now having a heavy hand. They're currently up by 7 kills and up by gold by 2,000, and also able to take that second tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and right now it does look like there is a little bit of a problem with the engagement of Superior Esports. I mean, last game we saw when they were being engaged on, they're masters of that, countering that engagement. But when it's up to them to land these sets and get in on that, I feel like we're having a problem. I really haven't seen too much coming from Kufra being able to set these up. The real world manipulation coming down very well. Both teams with their items here right now. If you go into an item check, full set here on Claude. So we already know that he's going to be shredding with that blazing duet.
Also having that wind of nature as well, you know, especially when he goes up against that Beatrix or even that Paquito, to have a little bit of insurance to be able to take additional damage without too much effect. But we are going into the second half of the game. It's kind of even right now. I feel like even like the last game, we were pretty much in the similar situation, but it's going to be in a battle of patience. You know, you do see that Luminous Lord is going to spawn in soon. Looks like a little bit from both sides of the teams are trying to get some clearance on the lanes. It is about even though, you know, even though Deuce Knights is up in kills, anything can happen, especially with that Atlas being on Deuce Knight's side. Being able to get that Fatal Links is going to be pivotal, but I really want to see what is going to happen when this Luminous Lord spawns in.
I do feel like Deuce Knights have a slight advantage when it comes to pushing and trying to get reducing a little bit of engagement here. And Floor caught out by Kira and does go down, and this is going to set up probably an engagement here at the Lord if Deuce Knights even want to take the fight, because they are 4v5. We do see that Trix does go a little bit wide with that pop-up. Lord has 4 seconds left. Is this the fight that Deuce Knights want? It is a 4v5. It looks like they are zoned out. They're going to go ahead, start up on this Lord.
Wow, and that's where Superior Esports needs to be right now. But we do see Atlas trying to go in for a little bit of zonage and vision. Oh my goodness, but they are able to spot out Anna.
Yeah, and he does waste that Tempest of Blades early, so he's not going to have it for this fight. When you see the Blazing Duet come, Akira does go down. Is this going to be enough damage up at the top tier? Krix goes down. Satura, that is...
Oh my goodness!
4 people on the side of Superior Esports. This is just what you want to be able to take the Lord here, but are they even going to go for it? Looks like they're going to go ahead, kind of latch onto Kings here. We do see that stun come down. Kings not able to do much here, and wisely, Anna's going to go ahead, turn her attention to this Lord, while the rest of Deus Knight's going to go ahead and zone out and hopefully put on some damage onto this tower.
Wow, just when you think the fight's going to go one way, it takes a complete 180. We do see Deus Knight's going for that Luminous Lord now, having a little bit of the aggression in that mid lane, but you do see Ruby Kings trying to go in.
Yeah, that I'm Offended comes in, but Hendrix answers with those fatal links. We just see real manipulation coming down. Flores trying his best to try to disengage there, but unfortunately not enough engage on the side of Superior Esports. They're trying desperately to make something happen here. Right now, we have the Luminous Lord marching down through the mid lane, and the side lanes looking like they're going to go ahead and try to macro it up, at least up at the top. They're going to go ahead and wisely push that as Superior Esports, so they have a little bit of time to go ahead and put some damage onto this Lord. And here we have a replay. We see what happened down there. Multi-Rose deep into enemy territory, trying to take him out as the Lord was reset, and then up at the top, that kill onto Trix, which started the damage there for the rest of the team. We do have that Luminous Lord in there. Doesn't get much value from it right now, as we do have the lanes kind of far back, so maybe a little bit of a misplay by the side of Deus Knights, not able to line up those lanes before that Luminous Lord came in.
We do see Superior Esports over on the defensive side right now, trying to hold on to everything they got, but we do see the clash going on. We have the real-world manipulation popping down as well, but the clash is not over. It looks like a little bit of a pushback. Like you said, there really wasn't much value in that play over on Deus Knights. Even with having that Luminous Lord, you know, they weren't able to kind of secure any inhibitor turrets for the most part, so we are going to see a little bit of a defensive stance from Superior Esports going into the 16-minute mark, but like we said, it's a battle of patience. You know, both teams were in this exact situation in the last game, and with a battle of what is going to happen in terms of clashes, as they have to be patient. You do know Luminous Lord is spawning in 70 seconds, maybe clearing a little bit of the lanes, but making sure not to be over aggressive, because just losing one player, especially this late in the game, is, you know, definitely a big move on both sides.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught out there. We do see Deus Knights trying to get a little bit of vision, does want to know when this purple buff is going down, but right now we do see the lanes being pushed there. Deus Knights trying their best to kind of push it in. I kind of question that, because I'd like to freeze the lanes. You want to make Superior Esports come out from this turtle position. Keep those lanes back, as far back as possible, so that they need to venture out into their jungle to try to get some type of gold, because right now they're just kind of allowing them to kind of gold up here, and Ling does possess the ability to kind of split push very well. So I mean, you can send him or send Anna out there to go ahead split push these, and still have Ling to be able to get back to the Lord in time for the fight.
We do see, you know, a little bit, like you said, of the battle of lanes right now, but leaning in the favor of Deus Knights, as Luminous is spawning in 15 seconds. Man, what a game by both sides, though. I feel like even though Deus Knights leads in kills, it's been pretty much neck and neck. As soon as, you know, one thing looks in the favor of one team, it does go the other way. So you never really know what to expect, but there goes that Luminous Lord spawning in.
Yeah, we do see both sides kind of jockeying for position, checking the bushes. Kings kind of going around there, baiting out this Lord, looking for a fight, especially since we do see that Paquito up at the top kind of split off from the rest of the team. I love that they see that, and they're going to go ahead and push on a little bit more, but taking a little bit too much time right now. And we do see Trix coming in a little bit wide there. Kira actually might be in trouble down there. Blades does come out there. Immortality activated. Real world manipulation is down, but Multi-Rose is on top of them as King gets taken down. Up at the top, we have a disengagement here. They are trying their best to get away. Anna is in pursuit. Is he going to be able to land? He does come down. That Immortality is activated on Anna, so she is going to go ahead and disengage. Are they going to go ahead and stick with this push, or maybe go back to this Lord, which would probably be the safer option?
Yeah, you never know, you know, I mean, in terms, they are down 3 players right now, only leaving Eve and El Sinji, but They are going for the tower as Sadaro is able to take him out, and Multi-Rose taking out El Sinji. Do we see an ending? A wipeout over there for the side of Superior Esports as Deus Knight does take the game.
Yeah, and what an ending there too. Deus Knights in a very commanding role. Maybe caught off guard a little bit last game. We do see Anna on this Ling 10, 1, and 7 right now. What a mechanically great game for Anna here, especially from these engagements. We did see a bit more offense from the side of Superior Esports, but maybe caught off guard, maybe not as well versed when it comes to offense rather than countering like we saw with the last game. Not so much success on their side with it, but just some great engagements on the side of Deus Knights for here. And just the damage alone on this side was remarkable.
Now, we do know this was a best of 3, and Deus Knights able to pull it out to the finish, winning 2-0 against Superior Esports. That will bump them up in terms of the top 32 4-8 going forward into day 2 of the NACT.
Yeah, and so Deus Knights move on, and we're going back to the caster's desk.
Man, what a clash.
Yeah, what an amazing game. I do love when I see a plan come out, do well, and I love seeing counters on the battlefield. I love seeing an adjustment made, and especially with that second game, Deus Knights able to take out the picks that they definitely did not, did not have the same problems that they did with the first game, and showing why they are such a dangerous team, especially when on the offense.
Man, I feel like for everybody watching, and even for me and Private Dancer, like, you just never knew where that match was gonna go. Every time there was a clash, you thought, maybe Deus Knights is gonna win this one, but then Superior Esports going out and winning that clash. It was a lot of back and forth, man, all over the place from start to finish. But just seeing those possibilities of what can happen inside of one clash is insane. But we are gonna pass over to the hostess, to the amazing, sexiest assassin on the planet, Dave.
Well, thank you for the introduction there, VZ. Thank you for the incredible game to our casters. Make sure to follow our social media, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not, follow Private Dancer and Stephweezy on their social medias so you can follow their future contents. But what an incredible game one. Big shout out to Deus Knights. I gotta say, both games are kind of like back and forth, both teams. Both teams definitely played it out and give their opponents run for their money. Nonetheless, big congrats to Deus Knights for proceeding to top 16. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have another best out of 3 upcoming with Team First Blood taking on Team KOS. Now, before we get into the match or getting into the break, you do want to answer the questions of the day. You do want to continue to participate in this conversations with the community. Answer all the questions in the chat right now, and our moderators will be picking the lucky winners and contacting you. So don't go anywhere after you answer those questions. Make sure to contact our moderators, and the winners will be sending out emails so you can get the prizes, the magic dust, all the in-game stuff that you can gain to get your sweaty stuff in the game. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. Get your soda, get your popcorn. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. They shout and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champions of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Red Esports are your M2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Teams. We got KOS trying to fight their hearts out against the one, the only Team First Blood. What are your thoughts about these two teams, Private?
Well, right now, First Blood is getting well known in the North American area right now, especially with their last matches, able to they won both of their first and second round matches. A lot of people kind of talking about Hunter and Kid kind of being like, I want to say, the stars of that team, helping the team kind of moving as a unit. But for the side of KOS, definitely promising from them, but we're gonna need to see more cohesion if they're gonna want to take on a team like First Blood.
And this is definitely one of my favorite matches going forward. KOS, I actually know these guys. These are players that I played with a lot, in my journey with Mobile Legends. So seeing them in the top 32 for NACT, this is going to be an interesting match. I know you said, over on the side of Team First Blood, definitely a heavy competitor. So we have to see them bring the competition and definitely. But looking at the bracket right now, we do see Team First Blood versus KOS. This will be a best out of 3. So whatever team wins out of this will be bumped up in NA's top 32 teams.
Yeah, we are fighting for that top 16 spots here. Team First Blood and KOS, we did see a very dominating performance by Deus Knights, and here is the whole bracket for you guys. Like I said, we are going to be going on with this Team First Blood and KOS. We're going to go ahead and move on into the draft.
Now, keep in mind, everybody, the team that wins the NACT, that goes to that first place mark, will have an official ticket to the M4 qualifying tournament. So this is huge, huge time for MLBB NA, and also the prize pool, $25,000 US. That is a combination of $10,500 plus 730,000 diamonds.
Yeah, that's a lot of skins and a lot of magic dust. But we do see the bans coming out pretty standard here right now for the meta. The Masha and the Valentina being taken off the table. It's basic. It's pretty, I don't want to say basic, but these are the standard bans for right now in this meta.
Definitely agree with that Valentina being taken out nice and early. We've seen that a lot, especially in the first 3 bans going into that 10 ban. She is a high ban rate hero, but that Claude being taken out maybe a little too early. Not too sure, as there's still a lot of heavy hitters on the battlefield. You know, you do got that Eve, you do got that Xavier, and no junglers have been taken out yet as well.
Yeah, definitely a little bit. Maybe it speaks to what the side of First Blood is going to be looking for. Maybe looking for a little bit of a thicker comp, maybe having trying to protect that back line or trying to take something away from KOS here. But we do see that Cho being taken away. Interestingly enough, that disengagement that he does offer, the ability to dive into compositions, and then with that Way of the Dragon, separate and isolate one person from the comp back into your team. So very good bans overall by both sides.
You do see the Kai being picked off as well. You know, looking at that show, it looks like it's more of a possible taking out a comfort pick for the side of Team First Blood. But the Akai, very, very strong. But we do know Wanwan getting taken out as well. That is a strong ban. But you know who's walking right now? Julian is still available.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a torn here besides Julian and Xavier still up on the board here. And I do know that Xavier is favored by Hunter. So, I mean, and it does remarkable on it. So it's probably a little bit of a decision making going on right here. Who do we want to pick up and who do we want to give to the side of KOS? Oh, and still, we didn't mention it, but Tarizla still up. And they're going to go ahead and scoop that up quickly.
Speaking of Hunter, over, on the side of Team First Blood, just a little bit of stats on him currently in the NACT. He has a really good Xavier, and also he has not died inside of the mid lane yet.
Yeah, incredible plays by Hunter for that. No slouch in the mid lane. Last game for Kid, their jungler on the side of First Blood, was able to go 10-2. So, and that was on the Belmont. So are we going to be looking at him maybe picking that up again? We do see that Xavier being taken away from Hunter here by the side of KOS. So maybe a smart move, maybe a little bit of studying there on their side.
Yeah, this will be a fight to see, especially with that Dairon being picked onto the Tarizla in the XP. You do see the Xavier being taken on the side of KOS, not allowing Hunter to get him, but an answer over on Team First Blood's side with the Franco.
Yeah, Franco, actually kind of surprised that got through a bit, just because we talked about it earlier, the amount on the same level of Masha, the amount of harassment and offense and fear that he can put into the enemy jungle. You're not going to be able to stand still around him. You're going to have to be careful about face checking those bushes or even waiting for a gank. But on the side of KOS, we do see that Atlas pick up, and I am just such a fan of the sets that he can put together with those fatal links. And then, of course, the Diggy ban, one of the strongest counters to Atlas.
Now, over on the side of KOS, they do currently still need a jungler and a marksman. So that leaves kind of some options to be on the banning table for Team First Blood as they are going into the second phase for bans.
Yeah, the marksman, we still do have Brody up. We still do have, well, not Beatrix. We still do have Carrie up. So it just kind of depends on the line and what we're going to be seeing here. I do, like I said, I do like the setups that will be provided by Franco here. It almost seems like when it comes to like team fights or team composition, it almost seems like it's always a Franco against an Atlas. I see this so often, especially here in the NACT so far. Comes down to those hooks. Are you gonna hook Atlas? Toward the late game, a hook and a suppression can provide a kill onto Atlas. So do you, but toward the mid and early game, as soon as REM is gonna be able to get those fatal links, hooking Atlas is gonna be pretty detrimental to your team to be getting a set for them all getting collected up. We do see the Sicilian ban on the side of KOS waiting for an answer from the side of First Blood here now.
Yeah, you are right. Make a very good point with the Franco, with the Atlas, two solid tanks. You know, I really want to see what they bring to the table going into this match. We do see Sicilian being picked off as Team First Blood is currently in need of a jungler and also in need of a mage. But they still have options. You know, they still have, you know, that Lunox has not been taken out as well. But they kind of are not too sure what route KOS is going to go. They're not too beefy. They're not too squishy right now. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to pick inside of the second phase of this draft.
Yeah, taking Carrie out of there kind of points me towards maybe a tankier jungle on the side of First Blood, maybe looking for that Balmond again, or somebody that having Carrie out might be detrimental for. We do see that Paquito picked up by Sabog there. We do have Yves being picked up on the side of First Blood here, and a Ling.
What picks are we seeing? This is very good, strong drafts from both sides right now. You know, Ling has been a viable option for the jungle and being picked up by Kid on Team First Blood, but answering with that Paquito as well, with that recent buff. We know he's making more of a turn in the tide for this season with the recent buff as well inside of the jungle. And then the E pick, are we going to see it? Do we see some real world manipulation here, a little bit of zonage to kind of help get those objectives?
What I do like about both of these comps right now is the sets, what the combinations, the synergy between them. I mean, if we have Franco coming in, landing a hook, we do have the AoE coming in from that penalty zone of Terizla, the Tempest of Blades from Kid. And then on the other side for KOS, we do have those fatal links into the CC from Xavier, and then the immense amount of damage that Flame is going to be able to output on that Dairoth.
Now we do see currently a last pick over by Dazu has a couple of options, but is going to need a marksman. They're not really the beefiest team though. Still some good options can be picked up here. Really want to see who he goes for. He can go the Brody route, maybe a Popo and Koopa. We do see the Popo and Koopa being picked up by him as well, and that will complete the draft. Man, I gotta say though, I think on both sides, this is a pretty solid draft pick.
Yeah, very solid. A lot of CC on the side of KOS. So it's going to come down to placement and maneuverability and how well these teams can execute this around the map.
Man, this is going to be such a good match. You know, this is going to be game one for Team First Blood versus KOS. We did see Deuce Knights take the win 2-0. I know a lot of these matches, especially in day one, were a lot of sweeps, a lot of 2-0 sweeps. You know, the last series, the last best of 3 series, it was kind of a mixed in drafts, a couple of wild cards here and there. But I want to say, you know, going into the match for KOS and Team First Blood, it is the draft.
Yeah, we are going to be starting this up. First Blood taking on KOS, and it's going to be a game of sets. Which one can be able to start it off? Are we going to be able to get that isolation from Franco and those hooks, or are we going to be looking on the sets from Atlas with those fatal links? It's going to come down to how well these roamers can perform and the rest of the team to follow up.
Now, Atlas not really having the strongest counter over on Team First Blood, so we will see possibly some Fatal Links pop off. But, it also depends on how good the Fatal Link is, who it hits, who does he prioritize. But we do see over on the top side a little bit of an engage as they are trying to go in and take out that Popo and Koopa. Daizu able to get off. What aggression in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, very quick rotations by the side of KOS, and they are putting on the damage here. Quick answer to that aggression from First Blood up at that gold lane.
I like how we didn't really see any take from that. Nobody lost a player right there. So it is still pretty much even on both sides. And this is what we want to see. We don't really know who it's leaning toward. Like we said, both drafts are pretty solid. So it's going to be more of a battle of rotations and micro and macro.
Yeah, and right now we do have 30 seconds left. It look like we might be seeing Kid gonna go ahead and collapse onto this top lane. Flame kind of dancing around, maybe might smell it a bit. Gina's trying not to give it away, but Kid's gonna go ahead and wisely take up this. Just tired of waiting around. He's gonna go ahead and take up this gold minion.
Now we do see a heavy focus up on top as the clash is going down on the bottom side. You see Flame going in on the 3v1, unable to get away as Hunter is able to take out Flame, leaving that gold or XP lane wide open for Ling, for Teresa, but Turtle is spawning in 4 seconds.
Yeah, great engagement by the side of First Blood here. Unfortunately for KOS, I mean, you should have noticed. You gotta be tighter on those rotations, on those understanding too for the macro here. When Turtle's about to come up, that's when it is the most dangerous for an XP laner.
Especially, Turtle being on the side of EXP, you gotta expect the gank to happen, especially right before it spawns in. We do see a little bit of zonage over there by Team First Blood as Atlas does go in. NoHack trying to possibly get a Fatal Links as the Turtle is going down. It is secured over there by Sabag on KOS. What a steal.
Yeah, great steal and still in this game. Fortunately, the Turtle is not able to even out the gold yet. They, the side of First Blood is just eking ahead, but so far, no major damage right now. Still 1-0. Prophecy in a little bit of trouble. We just see a suppression.
Oh my goodness, Joy Boy's taking out Daizu over on the gold lane. They are down a marksman, putting, Prophecy in a little bit of a gold, push, a little bit of an advantage over Daizu, and this is kind of what you want. Feed that marksman at all costs, try and get the snowball. They are up by 2 kills as well.
Yeah, we are. The rotations right now definitely going over into the side of First Blood. Now we're looking at the items right now. We are still trying to build up those marksmen, just only boots right now, but we're definitely going to be looking for them to be getting these first items right now. We know that Beatrix is going to be looking for that Blade of Despair or that Demon Hunter, and it's going to be a race to see who can get what first.
Now, both sides do have an early marksman able to fight in the early game with no problem and trying to stack up that damage. This is kind of what we want to see. It is going to be a very interesting clash when they do go, the 5v5 route. But right now, it's looking at both sides' favors. We do have, Turtle currently spawning in 38 seconds. But, man, just such strong rotations on both sides. I want to say it's neck and neck. You don't really know which way this match is going to go. But more toward that 5-minute mark or when that Turtle does spawn in, we kind of see the aggressor in the game.
Yeah, and we do see Flame in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh my goodness, can't escape Kid taking him out. Man, 3-0. This is a little risky on the side of KOS as Prophecy able to take out NoHack as well. It is now 4-0. They are trying to pile up some gold against them.
Yeah, and it does look like this game is starting to dangerously lead. Another
my goodness.
onto Dezo, but not enough there for them to go ahead and clean that up. But down at the bottom, it does look like Gina and Kid can go ahead and start up this Turtle.
Now, I gotta ask, how do you feel about the early game right now? It looks like it's leaning more in the favor of Team First Blood. What do you think KOS has to kind of do here to not allow the snowball to happen?
Well, they're going to need to communicate, and they're going to need to be more careful. They're a little aggressive. These tiny mistakes might work with other teams, but for a team like First Blood, if you go out too far, if you're not paying attention to when the Turtle spawns, you're going to pay for it, especially with these hooks. And you always got to constantly be moving. You got to pay attention to where everybody is on the map or where they're not. You see Joybaj here just constantly roaming around. He's barely standing still until he's about ready to land a hook. And right now, it seems like KOS is kind of paying for this.
Yeah, leaning more in the favor of Team First Blood right now. Solid rotations as well. It's just the little things that matter. Getting these little kills one by one, these little pickoffs, they add up over time. And, that is how that snowball goes in. But that Iron Hook connecting and the flicker. Prophecy taking out No Hack, but the fight is still going down as Tempest of Blaze does land. And Prophecy taking out Dazu. But over on the other side, you do see Teresa, Gina, God Mode, taking out Flame, and we do see a push over on the top lane as well, trying to take out that first tower as Rim is all by herself, but able to kind of push them off.
Exactly what I was talking about. You did see that No Hack kind of ventured out a little too far, and Prophecy was able to back away from that stun. That opening allowed Joy Boss to get in there with an Iron Hook, catch him, grab the kill, and then you saw as Ling swooped in, Kid able to pick up another one.
That's one of the things, a lot of people in the Land of the Dawn fear is the power of the Iron Hook. Being able to connect, you prioritize those heroes, especially in the early game, and then flicker them into your turret is just phenomenal. And we are seeing a little bit of a snowball as it is 7-0 clash going in on the XP lane. Will Flame be able to hold off Kid? Kid not even worried about him, taking the tower and escaping.
Yeah, the macro very intensive for the side of First Blood here, and unfortunately KOS not able to do much here. We do see a little bit of action happening around the turtle, and a hook landed.
Oh my goodness, Iron Hook landed and confirmed the kill over on Atlas, and the fight goes on. Proxy taking out Flame as Turtle is down to 1 HP and is taken out by Teresa. Donna like connecting and taking out Kid. Teresa also able to take out Sabog, taking out that Paquito as well, but a little bit of a replay over on the Turtle. Look at that Iron Hook, man. That is definitely one of the skills that everybody fears inside of the Land of Dawn. What a play over there by Team First Blood.
Yeah, and then able to secure one more kill with the Turtle and then take down Sabog as well.
Oh my goodness. That Fatal Link's connecting. Daizu taking out Prophecy, and they're trying to take out Joy Boss as well. Getting the double kill on the aggression, but Hunter going in, taking out Daizu. We do see the immortality pop over there by No Hack as he goes in, trying to get a little bit of kill, trying to get the kill as well. Able to take out Hunter. It is 11-4. We do see over on Team First Blood, they are being very aggressive right now, and it's working in their favor. Maybe they keep up that aggression. It can work, but sometimes we do see teams come back, especially with these aggressive plays.
Yeah, maybe First Blood getting a little too eager with this, not exactly in the perfect position to be steamrolling like they think they should. We do see Gina coming in with that penalty zone.
Oh my goodness, that penalty zone connecting. Teresa is still in the heat of the battlefield, but Xavier Rim trying to escape from Franco. Franco still going in, but immobilized inside of the tower. But we do see the double kill over by Kid, taking out Rim, taking out Sabog, Prophecy taking out No Hack, and Flame taking out Kid. The fight continues. Look at the mid lane. It is almost down to 1 HP. Prophecy able to secure that mid lane, but the fight is not over. Daizu able to get the kill over on Hunter, but Prophecy not done. Getting a little bit of zone is trying to use Raynor to clear the mid lane and try and push that second mid tower. Man, I gotta say, Private, right now, it's not looking too good for KOS. If you were in their position, what would you do?
We have to macro up right now. The gold isn't too far off, so it's not an incredibly commanding lead by Team First Blood, but we need to be better on this vision. We need No Hacks, the positioning of this Atlas to be able to get these. We see when the Fatal Links do connect, the team is able to kind of come in and capitalize off of it, especially with how aggressive. Oh, speaking of aggressive.
Oh my goodness, Bloody Hunt connecting, and Kid with the combo taking out Rim. Man, we did see that item build as well. Kind of a crazy over on Atlas, only really having the rapid boots and the immortality to defend against Team First Blood is not really enough, especially as the front line. But speaking of Atlas, gets the Fatal Link over on Kid, but he is able to escape with Link's mobility.
Yeah, the Fatal Links connected, the entire team was ready, so they have the plan, they have the execution, they just need to land it on the right players. And oh no, Deus!
Trying to chase down Deus, unable to get away. Penalty zone hitting as well for additional CC. What a push by Team First Blood. Looks like they're going for an early finish, and then you see the Iron Hook connecting on Rim, but unable to do any damage over there by Gina God Mode, forcing them on the pushback. But speaking of objectives, you do see Kid going for the Lord, and they are able to secure it for Team First Blood.
Yeah, First Blood right now in a very commanding lead. They are 5K over KOS. KOS needs to mount a comeback. They are going to need to kind of group up and try to withstand this. They cannot nobody can get hooks right now. At this point in the game, with how dominant the side of First Blood is, you're going to have to be constantly moving. Atlas cannot take it, and we do see a little bit of an engagement here up at the top, but a Tempest of Blades used to go ahead and back off by Kid.
You know, that really is what makes Lynx, you know, kind of specialize in those quick clashes, being able to use that Tempest of Blades to get out. But we do see NoHack trying to go in, but a hook from Franco and Prophecy with the wombo combo taken out. NoHack, what a set. We are seeing a heavy iron hook from the Franco. He almost connects with another, but unable to hit. They do take that second tower over on the top side as well. Man, can we just give some recognition and give, you know, a shout out to that Franco right now with those iron hooks?
Yeah, Joybaj absolutely commanding the harassment here. Oh, Flames luckily able to get out of the way in time. And like, this is what we were talking about. Every single time NoHack makes a mistake, does not reach the stun, and is left out there, Joybaj is right there to land an iron hook. I mean, it's basically, it's going to have to be on to the team. As soon as he goes out there, as soon as NoHack goes ahead and tries to land a stun, the entire team needs to be ready, or NoHack is going to suffer for it.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you see, especially, you know, when a Franco and an Atlas are put against each other. It really just depends on, you know, the micro of the player and also the macro. You know, knowing how to have that prediction with the iron hooks from Franco is key. But also even on Atlas's side, you know, trying to get in, even if you can just set one person with the Fatal Links, it can be a huge play in order to get your team in the lead. But right now, we're just seeing a little bit of a difference over there by Joybaj, you know, compared to NoHack right now in terms of sets, you know, especially with the Franco having the aggression, you know, not afraid to be in the front line, setting up plays for the team. Look at that iron hook, almost connecting as well. But Atlas seeing the opportunity to go in, but does not use the fatal links, just trying to get a little bit of vision on Gina God mode. We do see a potential setup for maybe the Lord. The Lord is coming up in 30 seconds, so maybe a little bit of lane clearance over there by Team First Blood.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Oh, we do see Fatal Links does connect up here.
Oh my goodness, but Joybaj behind enemy lines, caught in between the full KOS, and is taken out. That leaves only Gina, Kid, and Hunter over on the side of Team First Blood, as Lord is spawning in 10 seconds.
I was going to say before that engagement, I do like, and I notice how First Blood is able to macro and keep these lanes frozen. You see how the minions have to travel all the way back, so that before KOS was having to travel deep into the jungle to even get gold. So they're starting to freeze out KOS now, and that's where we are. But they do see a little bit of engagement on this turtle, jockeying for position, but all teams with all members up right now. And I think that's going to be a signal for KOS to go ahead and back up and reset.
You gotta put some, you know, attention to Kid. He was clearing that bottom lane before even trying to go for the turtle, or Lord, pushing in those minions. But we do see a clash. Will he be able to get out? Immortality pop over on NoHack, leaving KOS without their tank on a Lord play. And not just any Lord. This is Luminous Lord. This is the play that Team First Blood wants to continue that lead, to continue that snowball. How do you think KOS needs to answer to this?
Right now, there isn't much that you can do. I mean, for right now, what I would like is for NoHack to be a little bit more careful. Right now, he is becoming a liability. He's out there without his team. There, you have to ask yourself, if they come into this bush, what am I going to do? What successful outcome can I provide? If the answer is nothing, then you shouldn't. You need to back off when you see the enemy coming for you.
Now, you do see that Blade of Heptases being built over there by Prophecy, you know, going into the 14-minute mark of the game as Luminous Lord is pushing on the top side. You do see the Fatal Links connecting, but only able to set one on Team First Blood. You do see Penalty Zone going in. Prophecy taking out Atlas, double kill, getting Grim, triple kill, taking out the Bog. The 14-minute mark. Oh my goodness, a maniac from Prophecy, and Kid taking out Flame. What a wipeout. What a game by Team First Blood.
What a dominating performance by First Blood, showing why they have been so successful thus far in the NACT. Like I said, they've been undefeated so far, and this is why, is how crisp their rotations are, their macro, being able to keep up the gold, capitalizing on the mistakes of KOS here. Every single time an ability was missed, every single time that they went out of position, went a little too far into lane, right there, First Blood was right there to go ahead and capitalize on it. Whether it was Joybaj on the Franco or Kid being able to come up from behind and clean up some of the lower heroes after engagements. And I have to say, like, if you have hopes of taking down First Blood, you're gonna have to be tighter on your macro.
I will say, in the land of the Dawn right now, Franco, Joybaj's hooks are hot, and we definitely seen a heavy presence with that inside of this game. He didn't really miss anything, but we are going to move over to the caster's desk. Man, what a play over there by Franco.
Incredible. Yeah, like Franco, pretty much the star for that. And there is a reason you see Masha and Franco usually part of the first round of bans. I mean, you have to, it provides so much harassment. There's not, it's not even that you can't counter it. You can move around the map, but it's always on your mind. It's something that you have to build around. Your entire comp will have to flex around having to deal with that Franco. Deal when he eventually lands a hook or a suppression onto somebody. And we saw there even as soon as about the 6-minute mark, Atlas was basically powerless. If he was trying to he couldn't even protect his team, because if he got hooked, it was an immediate takeout. Like he was a mage. That's the amount of collaboration from the side of First Blood.
Yeah, we definitely got to put the focus on First Blood right now, man. They just had the answers the whole game. They had the answers the whole game. They didn't really ever have a problem, but we are going to be going into the ban pick for the second game. We do know this is the best out of 3, but I gotta say, for KOS, there's a couple conditions that have to be met to fight back on First Blood. Number 1, not dying so early in the game. Not even 6 minutes in, we were seeing the Atlas kind of get picked off with no problems. Number 2, avoiding, Franco, avoiding hooks, avoiding sets in the beginning. That to stop. You have to play a little bit more defensive, play a little safe if you have to. You don't have to get the kills. It's more important to stay alive and not let the opposing side get that additional goal.
Yeah, for me, the keys to victory over First Blood are gonna be enforcing your will. That entire game we saw KOS reacting, getting caught, not being aware of what time it was when the turtle was, well, I mean, maybe aware, but not understanding what that meant for their lane, especially in XP lane. That first turtle, I mean, if you're too far out there, you have to be aware that the team's probably going to be coming as soon as this turtle comes. I mean, but this is just an amazing team. We're seeing like just textbook rotations and execution here, and then making people pay for their mistakes. It's very hard to overcome something like that, because I mean, everybody kind of makes mistakes, but I don't think everybody punishes you as hard as First Blood does.
Yeah, definitely, more of that back to the basics, just trying to stay alive and basic fundamentals right there. When you lose those early clashes, you allow a team like Team First Blood to capitalize. They don't give you breathing room. They know when you're not going to rotate that turtle, we're going to take it. If that tank is overextending, we're gonna go for the kill. But they're not, looking at Team First Blood, I can't even say that they're an aggressive or an overextending team. They were just, like you said, just playing objectives, knowing what to prioritize going into this game. But we do see KOS taking out the Franco play. No more iron hooks for the land of Dawn.
Yeah, definitely a wise ban for the side of KOS. I mean, like I said, there is a reason, but I do believe we are skipping over something here right now. There is something that's still open, and I'm very fearful to see it out there. I'm not going to say it until we get into that first one. And on the side of First Blood, they are going to go ahead and take out that Terizla. Maybe kind of an undersung hero right now for that last game, because every single time Terizla came in with that penalty zone, immense amounts of damage onto the entire team, and it felt like it was a great answer for that Fatal Links. As soon as the Fatal Links came out, grouped everybody together, and everybody was charging in on that tight little bald area, Terizla came in there with that penalty zone, was able to do an immense amount of damage to them. So a good take out there by the side of First Blood, because they're definitely not going to want to fight against it. Oh, and we do see that Masha being taken out there. I was wondering if they were going to go ahead and take that out there, because like I want to say Masha and Franco do kind of provide the same type of offense and harassment to the teams.
Now we do see that Valentina being taken out as well. Masha being taken out. 2 high ban rate, heroes right there. But we are going into the first pick, and this is KOS. With the first card to show, Julian is still available. Are they going to go that route? Xavier is also a viable pick in this draft.
Yeah, and we didn't even see Julian last game. I mean, both teams kind of selecting not to pick him up. We do see that very strong Akai pickup, but for the side of First Blood, you see that Wan and the Cho being banned out last game by KOS. So obviously they know that it is going to be a little bit of a menace here for the side of First Blood.
Now, this is a very dangerous beginning of a draft for Team First Blood. When you see a Cho, you know this is going to be an aggressive lineup. They are going to get some early invasions. They also have the Wan, a very scary marksman, being able to get that crossbow Tang and basically get a wipeout on the team. All she needs is her ultimate. So, also maybe comboing it with the Way of the Dragon will work in their favor. And like we've seen in the last game, over on the side of Team First Blood, they kind of prioritize those objectives and, are not afraid to go in and do a lot of combo attacks, to get the kills. So it's very scary, especially when a 1-1 is in the mix. But speaking of the mix, they land the Xavier as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're talking about a lot of CC. We have the early game harassment from Joybaj on this Cho. He's going to be able to Jeet Kune Do his annoyance onto the side of KOS. And then once he hits level 4, going to be able to use that Way of the Dragon to isolate probably that Irithel or anybody else in there for these engagements. So it's a very good pickup for the side of First Blood. On the side, though, for a KOS here, I mean, I do like this, especially the disengagement potential from Sabag on this Akai. It's something that upsets those big combinations, those big sets, is that heavy spin by him. So I definitely want to see how this execution goes. As like we were saying before, it's not just the execution of those team fights, but how you get up there in the macro, especially in this early game.
Now, I will say, on the side of KOS, exposing who the XP lane is going to be and the marksman before really knowing who you're going against might be a little risky, especially, with the Dairoth pick. There are a lot of heroes available that can give him that hard time. You could even go the Paquito on him to kind of give him a little bit of pushback. There's just a lot of options out right now, but we are going into the second phase of ban, and we do see Sicilian being taken out for the side of Team First Blood. So maybe they're going to go with a couple of additional beefy heroes to kind of balance out their composition, but we are seeing over on the side of KOS their last ban as well.
I would like to see maybe some type of disengagement or something that will better protect Deus. It's going to come down, like we always say, an execution. When Sabag initiates, or is he going to wait for somebody to try to dive the backline into Deus? Because Irithel does need to get a little close to be able to do damage, especially with that heavy bow. So, I mean, it's interesting to see an Irithel out here, but you're going to need to offer some type of protection there.
Now, I mean, I guess they kind of have like the Dairoth to take out some of the beefier heroes and the Irithel, to be able to do damage across the game from early to finish. But like I said, you don't really know who they're put against. Right now, it's leaning more, in my opinion, on the favor of First Blood right now. You do see an Esmeralda pick. Will they do that on the Dairoth? We do know he has been a problem for her going into the game, but I have actually seen it work. There are some conditions that have to be made, like getting the Dreadnought armor in the beginning, and then your team also being able to secure the turtles to give her that additional gold over the Dairoth. If you can complete those, get that Dominance Ice, then she won't really have a problem. That is going to depend on the jungler that we see over by Team First Blood, though.
I'm going to say this Esmeralda pickup pretty much speaks for the confidence that First Blood has right now going into this matchup. Going in as an Esmeralda into a Dairoth, you're basically saying, I know you counter me, but I know I'm better than that. I can get around even the counter, and I'm going to be I'm very confident in my team's ability to help support these pushes and stuff like that. And especially since I feel like Esmeralda provides a little bit bit more value when it comes to team fights. And we saw how well First Blood shines in those team fights. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and pick up an Odette. I believe that is probably a first in the NACT right now.
This will be an interesting comp. Seeing the Karina pick as well will confirm the Akai as the tank for KOS. And Ballman picked on the side of Team First Blood. Man, I gotta say, a lot of top prio picks have gone in their favor. It is looking very good for Team First Blood right now, especially in this draft. I will say KOS is going to have to be on point for this one.
Oh man, we talked about First Blood on this Belmont, an absolute menace in the first and second round right now. I do not like the chances of this Odette with that swan song having to stand still. We do see that REM has picked up that flicker, so depending on the maneuverability, where he can reposition himself with that swan song will spell how well this match goes.
Oh my goodness. Speaking about the teams, Team First Blood, they do have Hunter on Xavier, and we know that is his secret weapon. He is United States #1, Xavier.
Yeah, that Supreme title nice and shiny as we go into this match. KOS taking on First Blood here. Are we going to be tighter on these rotations? I will say REM is going to have probably a little bit of a problem with the rotations, with trying to get to the top or bottom lanes here. We do see a little bit of support from NoHacks here, trying to combat and trying to help with the checking as they rotate.
Now, in the first game, we did see a little bit of too much overextending on the side of KOS. So going into this game, we want to kind of see their roamer, NoHack, not really exposing himself too much for those early kills. And maybe we'll see a change in the tide of how the beginning half goes.
Yeah, Joybush putting on a little bit of damage onto Sabag, but answering back as the rest of KOS coming in to provide support for that disengagement there. But up at the top, we do see Gina and Flame, a little bit of a slap fight going up on there to try to cut the lane. Not able to get too much as the rest of Team First Blood here, and wisely, Flame is backing off.
Man, like I said, this is a scary draft on Team First Blood's side. So as long as KOS does not allow the snowball to happen in the beginning, they will be better off. We do see a little bit of clash in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, G Kundo coming down, but quickly disengaging onto REM and NoHack. We do have 22 seconds left on this first turtle, though. So the question is going to be, Prophecy taking a lot of damage. Is he going to be able to disengage? He is not, and a very good pickup in First Blood by the side of KOS here.
What a solid rotation, a very good start, especially on a marksman like Wanwan, as she is a force to be reckoned with, especially when she is over farmed. So being able to take her out nice and early will give Irithel a little bit of a lead to be able to fight her off, as we do see Turtle currently spawned in. It looks like Team First Blood is going to go for it. That lethal counter is just unbeatable in terms of taking these objectives.
Yeah, Sabag going to go down there. Not much that the side of KOS can do there. Probably questioning why they were out of position for the turtle, so it's really not something that you should be trying to do so late. Good pickup by the side of First Blood here, and even though the actual First Blood went over to the side of KOS, we do see a gold lead mounting for the side of Team First Blood.
Now, we do see a potential gank going on the gold lane over on Daizu by Team First Blood. I will say, KOS, they're going to have to focus the marksman. You're not going to really have an easy time beating that Ballman in terms of taking those objectives. You'll probably have an easier time just focusing the marksman in the gold lane.
Yeah, we do see that heavy spin activated, definitely. But do you want to go in when you don't have your ult? We do see a beautiful way of the dragon connecting onto NoHacks, and Hunter picks up that kill. And we were talking about this last game, that position, you didn't have your ult on there. That's not the time to be checking bushes.
Right, just a time to fight, a time to push back, and right there, a team like Team First Blood, they know when you're overextending, so you don't want to give them any additional opportunities to capitalize. It is a good start for KOS, but how we saw in the last game, a little bit of overextension was very costly, especially in the first 10-minute half.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Joy Bosch is going to go ahead and disengage here, but we do have a trio of KOS actually not able to catch up. Flame actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, fighting for his life here at this tower, is going to go ahead and teleport home.
Now we do see a turtle currently spawning in 15 seconds. The first one did go to Team First Blood, but in terms of gold, not really too much of a difference in terms of kills. Kind of the same thing. I feel like for this game right now, it's just going to be dependent on these clashes. You can't really rely too much on the objectives for KOS right now, especially with that Ballman being in play, unless Akai can get that heavy spin to kind of zone him off.
Yeah, KO is going to go ahead and start on this Lord. Not sure if this is a right path that they want to go. Joy Bosch coming with that Jeet Kune Do. We do see that spin and the Swan Song coming in, trying to zone out the rest. It does help as Sabag is able to go ahead and get a kill, but he is quickly taken down by Kid here. The rest of Team First Blood trying to land onto Flame. They are able to pick up the kill, and right now it is about a 1-for-2 trade. They were able to pick up that turtle, but is it worth the 2 deaths that they took?
Oh, what a clash we are seeing right now, you know, especially in the first half. This is kind of going to give us the idea of who will have the heavy hand going forward. But right now, like you said, it's 4-1 over by Team First Blood. We did see a very dominant finish in game 1. Oh, there goes the crossbow of Tang, though.
Yeah, not just enough there on the edge. Joy Bosch coming in with that Way of the Dragon, followed up by a wide Dawning Light, but Prophecy taken down for that. Maybe getting a little too eager there down at the top. We do see Flame being taken out. Dove in on his tower, is able to survive, and he is going to live to fight another. Or is he? Gina looking for a little bit more here. Is going to go ahead and cut up this lane.
Man, we gotta look at Joy Boys right now, though. Just having the position at all times, being able to get that Way of the Dragon to connect. But you do see the Falling Star Moon hitting Flame.
Yeah, and here's the thing right now is when it comes to Joy Bosch, you're going to need somebody to come in and kind of take that Way of the Dragon to be able to get in there. Right now, it is about a 2K gold lead for First Blood, so it's not completely game over yet. They have been playing a lot safer in these lanes. You haven't seen too many picks or too many kills coming from ganks on the lanes, so that is something that's going on. But you have a concealed play coming in. Prophecy, and almost in a bad way, he does activate that crossbow of Tang. Heavy spin comes down, and they are able to pick up the kill. Joy Bosch is going to disengage as elsewhere we do see REM going down. Joy Bosch does go down to that heavy crossbow, and down goes a tower. And actually KOS in a very good position right now.
You know, that was a crazy clash. Just getting that crossbow Tang at 1 HP was insane. But this is working for KOS. They are able to take that first turret over on the bottom side, giving them the lead that they kind of needed, or at least the pushback to kind of stay even with Team First Blood, kind of limiting, you know, their heavy dominant position. But we do see Turtle going in, lethal counter connecting, and able to secure it over on the side of Team First Blood.
Yeah, Falling Star Moon does connect onto there, and you see Gina is on the chase here. No Hex forcing to disengage. REM is going to be forced to flicker, and this jungle looks like it pretty much belongs to Team First Blood right now. Gina in a little bit of trouble. That heavy crossbow going on. All that damage is able to get to force the cleanup. Dyroth able to pick up that kill onto Gina. Sabah going to go ahead and disengage as well.
Over on the bottom side, though, Prophecy able to take that first tower. That is a big push over by Team First Blood. It is 6-7 right now, but we got to look at the damage right here. The Way of the Dragon connecting.
Yeah, Deus does go down there. Sabag in a little bit of trouble there. Prophecy is going to go ahead and try to disengage here to go ahead and force and maybe pick up these minions so that they can force a little bit of offense onto this tower. We do see Flames and Hacks over here. Hunter is alone against 3. Oh, Swan just a little wide as Gina comes in onto this tower, putting on the damage. We do see a Dawning Light is going to chunk down Flame, but another Way of the Dragon lands. No Hacks might be in a little bit of trouble here as Prophecy is coming up here. He's just here for moral support as we do see No Hacks get taken down.
Now, we might see an additional push over on the top side as we do see Joy Bush getting the zonage on the minions. We are going to see the top lane be taken by Prophecy. It looks like Karina's trying to go in for the push, but the turret has been taken out. Look at the items, though.
Yeah,
you know, we see the Mage Karina with the damage. You know, it's been seen a lot, especially in NACT. A little bit of comeback on the Karina side. But Xavier, you know, Supreme Xavier on Team First Blood.
Yeah, right now Flame in a little bit of trouble there, is going to get taken out, and then we see Sabag and NoHax kind of coming in and joining the fight a little bit late. We see a lethal counter is able to pick up Sabag. Hunter throwing down that CC. That heavy spin is not going to be enough to save NoHax, and we do have a crossbow tank coming down. Deus running for his life, and that is a 4-kill. A 4-kill pickup there for the side of First Blood, and they're going to go ahead and pick up another mid tower.
This is kind of what we talked about, you know, in terms of the draft pick. There were a lot of priority picks that landed on Team First Blood's side. Having that Wanwan with the crossbow tank combined with the Dawning Light, combined with the Ballman with the lethal counter, is just so hard to deal with. Going into the you know, almost the 10-minute mark, what conditions do you see KOS having to do to stay in this game?
Well, right now they're gonna be able to have to answer in with these fights. They cannot be getting split apart like they have been. Just like we're talking about now, Flame's in a little bit of trouble. Sabag is gonna try to disengage their way of the dragon comes down, and he might be in trouble. Crossbow tank is gonna go ahead and pick him off as we have the Lord marching down towards the mid. Down at the bottom though, we see Gina and Hunter putting on the pressure for this bottom inhibitor tower. The concealed play comes in. The heavy spin is Deus gonna be able to clean up with that heavy crossbow. He is doing a lot of damage. Gina Godmode is going to go ahead and activate that sprint to try to disengage. He thinks twice about it, is trying to come in now onto Flame to join the battle with this Lord that is being taken down very quickly by Deus. But now we do see the spin coming on here.
Oh my goodness.
A little bit of trouble here. Another way of the dragon connects onto REM, who is cleaned up quite quickly here. And Sabag might be in a bad way here. He's going to go ahead and dive in. This bottom tower taken dangerously low as the rest of First Blood is going to go ahead and back off.
First Blood showing no mercy. What aggression on these pushes, as they did have that Lord, but the Lord was not able to do any damage to that inhibitor turret. Man, this is just insane right now. We are starting to see that snowball effect. Look at the goal. You know, they're currently up by 7,000. Oh, man, the win conditions right now for by KOS, they have to be a little bit safer. We do see Odette trying to go in on Kid, unable to take him out, but just the goal difference is insane. If we got a little bit of an item check going on right now as well. If you look at Wanwan, right? She has the Wind of Nature. She has the Corrosion Sight. She has the Demon Undersword to be able to hit that Esmeralda, or not Esmeralda, be able to hit those beefier heroes on the enemy side with no issue. And then just comboing it with Cho, the Cho Roam, it's just insane. The way the dragon with the crossbow tang is deadly.
I want to say Joybaz here doing a great job here. As I say that, another way of the dragon connecting onto Sabag, who is going to be able to disengage here, luckily. But man, he is doing such a great job. We talked about this earlier. Everybody talks about the fighters, the junglers, and all the damage that they can do. But the main story has been the execution and the sets by these roams. And Joybaz doing an excellent job being able to get in there and isolate heroes.
You gotta also give respect to Kid. He's 6-1-1. That is where you want your jungler to be, especially going into that 12-minute mark. But the class on the bottom side.
Yeah, Joybaz might have been off a little bit more than he could chew. We do see REM with that Swamp Dog. Does get taken down quite quickly. NoHax getting taken down by a Dawning Light. And we do have the spin. Maybe Kid able to go ahead and dash out of the way. And Sabag gets cleaned up here. This might not be the position that we want. Do we see? Oh, Gina Godmode coming in. Is he going to be able to resist it? Dawning Light cleans them up. A complete team-wide 4-team First Blood. KOS is in a bad way as the damage is coming onto the core. And this is going to be a GG for the side of KOS.
Oh, but you do got Rim. She is in the game. Will she be able to hold them off?
Oh, I spoke too soon. Rem also probably with that Swan Song going to be able to clean up these minions. So maybe I spoke too soon, but you do see the side of First Blood. Honestly, I commended First Blood for not getting too eager with that. They saw that Rem was coming up. They're like, okay, our job's done here. We can disengage, go to the Lord, and have a safer push into this base where a lot of teams, this is what we were talking about, that veteran status, all these games that have been played, how connected they are with this, and they know what they have to do and their win conditions, these safe engagements, the disengagements to the Lord, even when they're ahead. Like I said, right now they are about 10, almost about 9K gold ahead right now, but still not trying to press it too much. Gina God Mode is going to get taken down there, but we see the Bounding Light absolutely obliterated Deus. We see the Swan Song come out, but definitely not a position. Oh, Joybosh!
Play the dragon!
The dragon! The crossrow of Tang comes down to Bog, does take down Hunter there. Prophecy in a little bit of trouble here. Might not be able to get away. He's trying, dancing around these two right now. Oh, he's taking a bit of damage there. He is. Look at all that flame taking down Prophecy right now, but Kid is joining the fight. No Hacks might not want this right now. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get this kill. Is Kid is being joyed right now by the Luminous Lord. A lot of damage onto this tower. The core is at 10% right now. GG. Team First Blood takes it in a sweep against KOS. They are moving to the top 16.
What a play again with the 2-0 sweep. We've been seeing this repeatedly going in day 1 and day 2 of the North American Challenger Tournament. The summer is hot. It is the summer season, but what a game over there by Team First Blood. You look at Kid 10-1-3. You look at Hunter Supreme #1 Xavier 7-2-9. Look at his build. Look at all the magic damage.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the draft. Kid, in those first 2 rounds, the Belmont, he is so dangerous on it. But in the amount of time, like, it's just his patience with it. We had Joybosh in the beginning of the game, like I said, using that show, being able to isolate, creating that harassment from their side, giving Kid enough time to farm up. I mean, I think we were still at about the 10-minute mark, and Kid only had about 4 kills. But with Joybosh being able to kind of push that and keep the rest of KOS at bay, Kid was able to farm up and then toward the end of the game come in with a bunch of those kills.
Man, the Land of the Dawn is hot. What a game over there by Team First Blood. You know, even if we go back and look at that draft pick, there was a lot of things that worked in their favor. They, you know, a lot of things kind of slid to their side, and not really too much was gained in the draft by KOS. You know, they let them get the Xavier, and not just on any player, on Supreme United States #1. That is something you just cannot allow to happen, especially in this level of competition. And then, you know, you kind of answer it by picking the Karina, but letting the Ballman walk. We know he's a stronger jungler in terms of objective, but then on top of that, allowing a Wanwan with that crossbow of Tang and answering with an Irithel is a very, very risky draft. You know, we've seen a lot of drafts going into NACT and a couple of wild cards here and there, but you know, just in terms of the draft pick going into that second match, I feel like just too many prioritized picks were allowed to one side, so you kind of overly stack and kind of force, you know, those aggressive plays. You know, they have a Cho. A Cho is going to kind of invade. He's going to focus on getting away the dragon. He can dive into a turret and kick somebody out, you know? So you that's things you got to kind of prepare for. But then comboing it with the Xavier, with the Dawning Light from all the way across the map, it's just the level of capability that you're allowing these teams to kind of pick up. It's kind of hard to answer to.
Yeah, not just that, but I mean, the pickup by REM, maybe a comfort pick for that Odette pickup by him. But as we are talking about that, like there was just so much rolling against it. That Corrosive Scythe by Wanwan, I mean, there's nowhere for Odette to go. And unfortunately, we saw like a complete like domination by the side of First Blood.
So we are going to pass it over to Assassin Dave to lead us to a short break, guys. I appreciate y'all. You know, shout out to both teams. You guys did an amazing job. But let's go ahead and pass it over to the one, the only Assassin Dave.
All right, guys, what another incredible match. When you're watching the game here, in the upcoming match, we do have Insomniacs versus the Donkeys. In the chat right now, please let us know which team do you support, do you favor, do you think have a better chance of winning and making it to top 16. Remember, all these games are single elimination best out of 3. So the winners will proceed and the losers will unfortunately be knocked out of this bracket. But don't worry though, because NACT is a continuation, a beginning. This summer series right now is just an opening. It's just a beginning for a continuation of many more series, many more tournaments to come. We have NACT Autumn, we have M4 upcoming. All those tournaments are connected in a way. So a lot of exciting stuff are coming for North America. And I cannot wait to bring you guys all those incredible games. So let us know in the chat right now which team do you support for the upcoming, but not until we take a short break. So do not go anywhere. Get your popcorn, get your soda. We will be right back.
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
It's breaking the mirror. Reach out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stand together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champions of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Red Esports are your F2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. Like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necrokeep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana! I did it!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky.
ends. The Abyss welcomes
That's it!
like
Legendary! Legendary!
Fleeted Fury!
Double kill!
Don't get in my way. Mind your own business. I dreamed about all my fallen comrades again.
Legendary!
Fleeted Fury!
won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan-Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan-Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. Reach out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing but more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Brad Esports are your M2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necro Keep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana, I did it!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world!
Business. I dreamed about all my fallen comrades.
Legendary!
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to North America Challenger Tournament. I hope you guys had a nice, cozy break just now, as we all did. We're going to take a breather and really talk about the entire tournament. And we're really excited for NACT going forward. Like I said, this is just the beginning. A lot more tournaments are coming for the North America region. So get excited, get playing, get your team ready, because a lot more tournaments are coming up. This is just the beginning. Now, I don't want to get into too much excitement for NACT in the future of MLBB in North America, because we have another exciting game coming up featuring Insomniacs versus the Donkeys. One of the most anticipated match of the day, one of the most exciting match of the day. I heard a Fanny God is coming. Now, without further ado, I'm going to quickly send it over to the caster's desk because the players are ready and we are ready to enjoy the match. So let's get it started.
The Land of the Dawn is heating up. Two amazing teams. This will be round 3 for day 2 in NACT. Insomniacs versus the Donkeys. We do know over on the Donkey side, they do have a very good Fanny player, especially upcoming for the top 32 teams that they have, been fighting their way out all the way trying to get that place. That Fanny was banned a lot, so this is going to be an exciting match. I really want to see the draft between both teams, but we got to give credit over to Insomniacs as well. What is your take over on the Insomniacs side, Private Dancer?
Bro, I am excited. I've been waiting, like Dave said, for this match all night. We have such great players on the side of Insomniacs. Are just a monumental marksman, and what he is going to be bringing to this team, as along with Yeho and Ashley, the jungle and mage combination between them has been so detrimental to other teams throughout this region, and I'm definitely excited to see what they can bring to this next match. No slouches to the Donkeys.
Now, this is an exciting time, in the first two, rounds, the best out of 3 for the day. We did see some 2-0 sweeps. Both were 2-0 sweeps with Deuce Knights winning and Team First Blood. So we are going to see a very intense match today. Two very high elo teams, Insomniacs and the Donkeys. But we are going to get into the draft for the day for the best out of 3 between these two amazing teams.
Yeah, and right off the bat, it does look like Insomniacs have done their homework. We do see right away that Fanny getting banned away from Hina. We do know the mechanical giftness that he does possess on that character. So Insomniacs not even playing any games right from the beginning, letting them know, we've done our research, and here's a Fanny ban for you.
And that's what we like to see, teams that do a little bit of homework. On the last match, we did see that supreme #1 Xavier walk. And those kind of, choices, can definitely hurt the team. But banning that Fanny out, I think, is a very good option, a very strong ban over on the side of Insomniacs.
And in an answer to that, immediately the Wan ban too. That we do know that is a favorite of from their past games from the side of First Blood that they have competed with before. But right now competing with Insomniacs, they're going to go ahead and shut that down. Are the side of the Donkeys here. So both teams showing that they have done their research. And man, I'm excited. I feel a best of 3 coming out. I definitely do not see a wipe, a full just a 2-0 here.
I think that's what the world wants to see. All these 2-0 sweeps. We want to see not a sweep, no sweep. And here we see some strong bans. That Franco being taken out, no Iron Hooks today, but there's still a Valentina in play. Julian is still currently walking. Very, very solid picks. Even the Eve, and the Xavier as well.
Yeah, still a lot of strong picks, and that's where we are right now with the meta. It's impossible to ban. It's basically a choice of which like almost OP heroes you want to allow. Like you were saying, you got that Xavier. So Masha still out on the battlefield as well. I think this might be the first time we haven't seen her banned so early. But we've still got a few picks. One more pick left, and then we're gonna see what the side of Insomniacs are gonna be able to answer with for that first pick. Because now with the amount of great characters right now, the first pick is almost a curse because you're immediately going to be answered with 2 great picks.
Speaking of great picks, you did see that Valentina being taken out by the side of Insomniacs. We are currently on the last ban. You know, I wonder what they're going to go with the Julian pick, not allowing that to walk on the donkeys. Now, like you said, there's a lot of good picks. Speaking of good picks, Area 77, Yeho taking the Karina.
Yeah, Yeho has had 0 deaths on that Karina so far. 2 wins for the side of Insomniacs and 0 deaths on that Karina. Absolutely stunning. We talked about how great that Hina was on that Fanny, but this Karina, Yeho has really shined on it.
Karina's just a solid jungler, but we know we have seen Atlas picked a lot, especially with these top 32 teams. He is still an option, especially when you have the second pick, picking him last and taking out that Diggy. But we are looking on the side of the donkeys, currently 9 seconds. They do have that double pick, and you know, there are some secret weapons out there. We do see the Akai being taken for a little bit of zonage. You know, Ballman is still walking as well, but we see a Benedetta.
Yeah, a Benedetta here. It's really interesting too, because Benedetta, I feel like, I mean, she does provide a lot of movement around the map, but that damage can sometimes be a little bit of a problem, especially if she gets caught. But I do like the combination here. Not just a Benedetta, but a Benedetta and a Kai. So you've basically taken out the only real thing that helps to kind of counter a lot of that mobility and like ability to get out of CC.
Now we are looking over on the side of Insomniacs with their next 2 picks. Like, who are they gonna put into the Benedetta? That's the real question right now. Do we see a possible Mia pick? We do see Esmeralda inside of the XP lane and a nice and early Claude.
Yeah, we've talked before about like Claude early might be a little bit of a mistake, but so far it does seem like the first team to be able to pick up, there's a lot of value in it. Even if it is the first pick, even if you do have mobility, for the heavier heroes, if he's able to pick up that Demon Hunter sword along with Golden Staff, he'll be able to shred them. Not just that, but if you've got a squishier back line, he's able to go ahead and get back there with that blaze, and then with that blazing duet, absolutely shred them. So Claude, probably one of the bigger value marksmen that you can pick up, and in the hands of R, I have no doubt that it's going to be a high quality and high value game from that Claude.
Speaking about high quality and high value, you do see Xavier being picked up over on the side of the donkeys. We have seen him shine, especially with that dawning light, being able to rain damage on the enemy from afar. I really want to see how this plays into this composition for the team of the donkeys. We are going into the second phase of the ban as well. Now, the question is, what mage are we going to see, you know, over on the side of Insomniacs? We do see the Valentina being taken out as well.
Yeah, they are a little bit flexible. Ashley does play a pretty wide pool of mages, not just a wide pool, but her positioning on it we've seen is just phenomenal. So you know she's going to be able to get herself in and out of situations and have that right positioning to be where she needs to be to rain down the damage and CC for her team. We're also going to be looking for an not an XP laner. We're going to be looking for what we have for a roamer. Are we going to be looking at, I kind of do not favor the support roamers right now. We did see Faramis, while he did provide a lot of value to the team, I feel like we're still at a point where there's a little bit of tankiness needed from that roamer position. I wonder if that's going to play an effect, or if they're just going to go completely off the rails here and pick somebody up maybe for more mobility. On the side of the donkeys, we are still looking for that marksman and a roam for them as well. And we still do have some very strong picks. We do see both Clint and Beatrix getting taken down. So, I mean, we do still have a carry up. We do still have a few other picks that can be put in there. So it is going to come down to see what they have in store for the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, you do see that Esmeralda having the sustainability, being able to have a strong presence in the front line. But in terms of zonage, you know, it looks really good over on the side of the donkeys. They do have the Akai, being able to use that heavy spin and push out the enemy from those objectives. But speaking of supports, they do pick up the Rafaela.
Yeah, a very interesting pick from them because I do feel like, I mean, it's going to add a heck of a lot of mobility to the side of the donkeys here, especially with a dino on that Benedetta. I mean, that is going to be a huge help for them with being able to get in and out of situations and engaging on them, or perhaps being able to disengage there, and maybe a little bit of a defense against a Natalia pick that could have possibly been coming out from Insomniacs. But we do see that Jawhead being locked in. It's not something we see too often anymore. I'm going to assume that is going to be in the roaming position here.
We do see Ashley picking up that Lu Yi as well, another hero that we haven't really seen too often, especially, you know, since the beginning of NACT. We do have currently one last pick over on the side of the donkeys. We do know that they need a marksman. Who are they gonna, you know, go against running with that Claude in the gold lane? They do have a little bit of frontline this over on the side of Insomniac, taking the Jawhead, taking the Esmeralda, and it looks like the answer for the donkeys will be the Irithel.
Interestingly enough, I'm not usually a fan of Irithel, but if you combine an Irithel, that's what I like about right now about the donkeys picks right now. Alone, some of these picks might not speak great to me. Alone, I feel like that with the combinations, a Rafaela and an Irithel to provide her the movement that she'll be lacking because she does have to get a little close there. A Nakai with the Benedetta, the biggest counter to her being him with that heavy spin too. So I mean, I like the synergy between them, the support that they're going to be able to provide each other from these.
Welcome to Mobile.
Going into game one between two amazing North American teams, the Insomniacs and the Donkeys. We do see that Karina over there by Yeho versus the jungler Vanity over on the Akai. Now, this is going to be an interesting match. Both of these teams play at a very high intensity. We do know currently over on the side of the Donkeys, and you know, even the Vanity with that Akai, having that zonage over on the objectives, you know, may be fatal. But the really interesting thing I'm seeing is this Benedetta pick.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. How is this Benedetta going to be able to play into Esmeralda? A lot of that movement, maybe being able to dodge a lot of the attacks from Esmeralda to be able to get in and out. So Esmeralda's going to be taking damage, but not being able to dish it out. As I mean, she's definitely outclassed when it comes to mobility from the Benedetta here.
Now, I have seen Benedetta put against the Esmeralda in the XP lane pretty often, actually, more times than not. But, you know, you do normally see her go for that Cursed Helmet, go for a little bit of a sustainable item to be able to compete, you know, with Esmeralda's sustainability, because that is kind of where she shines at.
And we do see a little bit of a play down at the bottom. We are kind of jockeying for a little bit of position. We do see about a 3-on-2 here, but the entire team is kind of coming down for an engagement.
Oh my goodness, it looks like Yeho trying to escape. Heavy spin over there by Vanity, able to hit 3 of Insomniacs, but unable to connect and get any kills. We do got a heavy clash going on the bottom side, though. Rafaela trying to continue with the hills on her team for the Donkeys. Not really too much of a trade right now, but a nice and early clash. We do currently see the turtle spawning in 14 seconds. Who are we going to see on the zonage for this?
Yeah, interestingly enough, Dino did take, we just see a falling Moonstar.
Oh my goodness, Yeho taking out Rafaela, leaving them without their support, and also taking out Yeho. They are down a jungler on this side of Insomniacs, but this is looking good for the Donkeys. They are going to go ahead and try and take that first turtle, while you do see Yeho pushing in from the base. But oh my goodness, the clash is going on. Vanity trying to get some zonage, forcing Dark back, but Ashley is trying to go in, trying to get some CC, but Vanity is able to take the first turtle.
Yeah, first turtle goes to them, but only about 100 gold lead, less than 100 gold lead. I mean, both these teams answering. The early game, both teams showing their offense, not really kind of giving up much away. They're kind of going in for these kills and being answered by. So I think both of them trying to flex in here, see how well they can put this aggression on and how well the other team can respond to it.
Speaking of aggression, you do see Dark kind of trying to get a little bit of kill, looking at a potential gank, but a kill over there by the side of Insomniacs as they do take a loss inside of the gold lane, putting Esmeralda a little bit ahead of that Benedetta as she is 0-2. But heavy spin by Vanity going in for Dark. We got a full clash going on, a 3v1 situation, unable to get away as Irithel takes out the Jawhead, and then the clash continues in the mid lane, leaving Ashley trying to defend it. But Yeho going in on Irisdale. Will she be able to get out? Oh my goodness, a potential choke, but is she too far behind enemy lines? She is now surrounded. Can Yeho get out of this situation as the donkey is now on the chase, but able to escape? Vanity taking out Ashley as well. Nice early clashes, but we are going to potentially see a high kill game, especially 3-3 within 3 minutes.
Yeah, sadly, Ashley did activate that ult for Lao Yi to teleport, but teleported in outside of the bush. The entire team saw her. Mage One Trick actually might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh my goodness, the aggression taking him out, but also getting taken out by Rafaela. What a kill over there by Delarky. That is definitely not what we normally see. A little bit of over-aggression over there by Galaxy. You know, we do see Turtle currently spawning in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's interesting too, especially from these high-skilled teams. We usually see this, the early aggression that they're so used to putting onto other teams being answered. And both of them basically saying, like, we're just going to keep going until one of you guys falls out of breath. And I think that's what we're happening right here. And we do see a little bit of an engagement starting.
Oh my goodness, Blazing Duet hitting. Yeho able to get the kill. We do see the fight around the Turtle. Who is going to take it? Currently, one is down over on the side of the Donkeys. We do see a little bit of zonage over on the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, and Galaxy is up pretty far. We do see Dark with that ejector.
What an eject, but look at Turtle. Yeho able to get it. Dawning Light raining down, not really able to do any damage, but Dino taking out Dark in a heavy spin over on Galaxy. We do see heavy presence by the side of the Donkey. Galaxy able to take out DeMarcus, but Vanity taking out Galaxy inside of this clash. What plays from both sides? 6-6 in 5 minutes, but that Turtle did fall over on the side of Insomniacs.
We are only 5 minutes in, and there are 12 kills on the board right now. Neither team actually able to transfer that into some type of like tower or objective here. We do see a little bit of an engagement and about to start up at top, but Benedict is wisely able to disengage from that. Right now, I feel like Galaxy is going to be the big hitter right now. With that matchup up at the top, Dino has really kind of met his match there. And as we go into the mid game, we do see Dark in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh my goodness, unable to escape as Irito is able to get the kill, leaving R all by himself to fend off against Vanity, the Larky, and also Shinya trying to push that bottom turret. They are going to be able to get the zonage and the choke. What is he going to be able to do? Looks like they are able to take that bottom turret as well, giving them a little bit of a boost in terms of objectives.
Yeah, just as I was talking about neither of these teams being able to transfer these kills into objectives, we do see the Donkeys go ahead and be able to take their first tower down at the gold lane. But is that going to be answered here right now? We do have a little bit of a late game. We're going to be waiting for R to go ahead and pick up these items. We do see that he has already gotten that Demon Hunter sword, and a little bit of clash happening up at top.
Oh my goodness, the fight is going on around the red buff for the Donkeys. Dawning Light raining down, Vanity taking out Dark, but the fight is not over. Dino able to take out Yeha. There is no jungler on the side of Insomniacs. Galaxy trying to be on the retreat as Shinya is able to take out Ashley. Can Galaxy get away? The chase down is going down. Dino on Galaxy, but will he be able to escape? Oh my goodness, barely able to get out of there. The mobility right now over on Esmeralda, especially, you know, inside of the NACT in this season, has just been insane. But that mid lane turret has been pushed in on the side of the Donkeys.
Yeah, sadly, with the rotation from Shinya, you were able to have that 5v4. The Turtle is kind of down at halfway. We do see that teleport coming in from Lao Yi Ashley.
Oh my goodness, but the Turtle does go to the side of the Donkeys. What a play over there. They are, in terms of objectives, getting the kind of plays that they want, but they did lose that bottom tower. Both towers on the bottom side have been taken out.
Yeah, and right now I feel like while it does look like it's kind of slipping from Insomniac's side, a 3K gold lead right now, I mean, they do have the late game. I do like what they have as potential here right now for it, but we do see another engagement happening here.
Oh my goodness, Dino taking out Ashley as well. Like we said, the Donkeys is just being more of the aggressor this match. What do you think Insomniacs has to kind of do to answer back?
Well, right now, they're already showing. Donkeys have already taken up the aggression. It's time to slow down. It's time to kind of macro back up. You need to hit that late game and start organizing this fight. So we can't just keep on trading right now because you're losing the trades.
did see Esmeralda take the top tower as well, giving them a little bit of a favor. But Karina taking out the Shinya, but we do see a fight possibly going on the top side with the Benedetta and the Esmeralda. It looks like they are continuing that engage. It's like Dino is going to be forced on the retreat. But like we said, you know, in terms of objectives right now, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell which way it's gonna go. What do you think, Private?
This is the most exciting laning phase we have had tonight. Like, these guys have not let up. They just keep on rotating, getting the kills, and then rotating out, and then being answered and countered there. We just see Galaxy going in now.
Oh my goodness, Dawn and Light raining down, doing a little bit of damage to Yeho. Vanity in between enemy lines, but is going in. Dino taking out Dark, but they still possibly are on the chase. Looks like they might get a little bit of pushback. Vanity giving the vision to his team. Looks like right now, Donkeys do got a little bit of a lead though.
Yeah, they do have a lead here, and unfortunately, it does look like R was a little bit out of position there, not going to be able to come in on top of them. We do have 5 more seconds for this Lord. And like I said, unfortunately, these trades starting to go over to the side of Donkeys, and it's not looking well for Insomniacs, but they do, like I said, have that late game pressure. We just need to kind of assist. We can't just keep on doing with these rogue engagements.
Speaking of pressure, you do see Shinya taking that first tower over on the top lane. Oh my goodness, but the clash is going down. Ashley able to get a little bit of CC, but Shinya taking out Ashley. Ashley taking out Shinya. 1-for-1 trade. Look at Vanity trying to go in, but Jawhead does get to him, but Heavy Spin pins Dark on the wall. Can Akai escape? Can he get away? Vanity on the run from Yeho. They are both very low, which is where he specializes in, especially with Arena, but does not decide to go in. We do currently see First Lord in play as well.
Yeah, and sadly, we do see that it was started by the Donkeys, but now in firm control from Insomniacs, as they have zoned out the rest of the Donkeys. Are they going to be able to maintain this control? It doesn't look like it.
Like a Vanity going in, trying to get a little bit of zoners. That's definitely where Akai specializes in, you know, having that heavy spin on backup when needed. We do see a fight going on as Dino does take out Ashley. We do see the clash continuing, but we see Yeho taking out the Iridel, and the fight is just going crazy. Vanity on the chase, getting Yeho as well, leaving no jungler on the side of Insomniacs as the First Lord is in play. Dark kind of getting chased down by the Dino, by the Larky, but having the peel from Galaxy right now. And we do see Vanity back in play as well. A 2v3 situation, a little bit of zonage on the Lord as well, leaning in the favor of the Donkey. But what is going to happen? Galaxy not backing down, trying to put that pressure over on Vanity. We do see Dark with the potential waiting to get an eject to kind of throw Akai out of there, trying to throw Vanity away. But I don't think they're going to be able to get this, as Akai is able to take the Lord. But the fight is still going on. You see the mage, you see Xavier getting the kill over on Ashley, but oh my goodness, Galaxy taking out the Larky. What a fight from both sides. Can we just look at the fact it's only 11 minutes in, Private?
Yeah, it's 11-17, a high kill game right now as we have the Lord marching down mid. We do see the items right now, and right now, unfortunately, we do have 3 items on the side of Irithel right now. She has already completed that Berserker's Fury and the Scarlet Phantom, and she is going to be doing some major damage. I feel like the engagements are just a little lacking on the side of Insomniacs. There's not much sets, there's not much team cohesion right now, and they need to kind of start coming back together if they have hopes of capitalizing on this game.
I've seen Donkeys with the heavier presence, you know, going into the second half of the game. You know, they were able to take that first Lord. They're winning in terms of the kills. And, you know, they're just continuing to put this heavy pressure over on Insomniacs. You know, we are going to have to see a little bit of more of a defensive stance. But Vanity with the heavy spin over on Ashley and R. But we do see a 4v1 situation. Vanity able to get away. But Jawhead with the eject. We do see Blazing Duet going in, but unable to connect over on Mage One Trick. But Mage One Trick able to take out Ashley. What a clash inside of the mid lane.
What an excellent job by Mage One Trick to go ahead and see that R was going to come in with that Blazing Duet, threw down that CC, able to stop R from coming in with the Blazing Duet, protect the rest of his team while they were able to go ahead and capitalize and take down Ashley.
Oh my goodness, speaking about Dark and his eject, he is now pinned on the wall. But we do see the Donkeys taking the next turret in the top lane. We do see Shinya able to get a kill as well over on Dark, but the fight is not over. Vanity on the run. They are trying to take out Galaxy. Is the sustainability able to get him out? We do see Yeho taking out Mage One Trick, but the fight is not over. What a match from both sides, but Yeho able to take out Vanity, getting that double kill, but he is not done. You do see a 2v1 or 2v2 situation. Yeho, Ashley, the Larky, they are on the pushback. Looks like the Donkeys are going to try and retreat, and it looks like over on Insomniacs, they are not going to continue that fight, but on the bottom lane, Dino.
Yeah, I mean, excellent job by Delarky there, throwing down that holy baptism to stop Yeho in his tracks from being able to connect onto Shinya. So just a great job by this team to be able to see these engagements coming, react to them, and then be able to support the disengages from their teams.
What a high kill game right now. Only 13 minutes in. These teams are not afraid to, take those aggressive fights. Like we said, these are two very, very good teams for NA right now. And right now we're seeing the heavier presence leaning toward the Donkeys. I feel like, for Team Insomniac, they just got to play a little bit tighter together. What do you think they need to do in this situation to kind of balance it out and take, the turn for the tide and try and win this game?
Sadly, right now, I feel like we're not getting a lot of value out of this Lao Yi. The surprise, like we see right now, the whole team is kind of split up here. This is not a good position for Yeho and Dark. They know it's only two of them because they just chased the other three away at the bottom. So they're going to go ahead and try to engage onto them here.
Oh my goodness, what a chase over on the side of the Donkeys, but unable to really get anything out of it. We do see a potential fight inside of the mid lane as well, as Dinos is doing a little bit of pill. Looks like neither team is pushing back, kind of just doing this awkward dance inside of the mid lane. But, oh my goodness, a little bit of a stun. Xavier raining down with the Dawning Light. Looks like the fight is going to go on. Will they be able to get the kill over on Galaxy? Oh my goodness, Blaze Duet going in by R. Yeho getting Mage one trick, but they are not finished. They are on the chase right now. The Donkeys trying to retreat, trying to get out of this class. This is not a fight they want, but turning around, Dino taking out Galaxy, Yeho taking out Vanity, triple kill by Yeho, but taken out by Shinya. But the fight is not over. Double kill by Dino for the answer, leaving Dark by himself against Dino and Shinya. What a fight between these two teams right now.
3-for-3 trade there right now. This Luminous Lord is still up. Unfortunately, I don't think that either team's going to go ahead and be able to pick up there. We do see that this gold lead has kind of closed down to a 4K gold lead. So both teams in a decent position right now. We have caught up, and we see on the items right now. Oh my God, Dark does go down there.
Oh, with the double kill by Shinya, getting the wipeout over on Insomniac. Do we see a potential snowball? And we see them going for the Lord, not just any Lord, Luminous Lord.
And like I said before, we are dudes, I haven't seen too much value out of this Lao Yi yet. Fortunately, Ashley sitting at about 2 and 8 right now, while Mage One Trick is able to go ahead and snipe, provide that damage from a distance. I feel like we're kind of at an end roads here for the side of Insomniacs. We need to make something happen here, but these split ups. Oh, we do see Shinya taken down super quickly.
Oh my goodness, Yeho is immobilized though. Will he be taken out as the clash is going down? Double kill over there by Yeho, but the fight's not over. Larkin taking out Yeho. Ashley taking out Mage One Trick. Look at the heavy spin by Bandity, trying to escape with the mobility as well.
Just as I said, we weren't getting enough value out of Lao Yi, able to teleport in there, provide enough support to get to support those kills for her team. And we have a 1-for-3 trade in favor of the Insomniacs, as it looks like R is going to go ahead and do his best to stave off this Luminous Lord push.
What an aggressive play. You kind of see this a lot. Teams pushing in for the fight before they have the Lord in position. And, right there we did see the Donkeys kind of pay for that.
Yeah, and that's what we've talked about before. Once you get that Lord, if you're ahead or something like that, teams do get a little bit aggressive, but we do have a little bit of a fight here at mid.
Oh my goodness, with the zone, it's looking like Dino is going to push back, but Vanity going in, trying to get a little bit of pill. Looks like we got a 4v3 situation. Will they take this fight? Dawning Light down by Mage One Trick, unable to really connect, but give vision on the map. Looks like the clash maybe will not go down. We might see a little bit of that dance again in the mid lane.
Yeah, Ashley did have to go ahead and activate that sprint, and right now she's in a good position right now, does have enough damage right now, Lightning Truncheon and Clock of Destiny locked down, and she does have that Winter Truncheon, which will help her survive. Like I said, she is 3 and 8, not a lot of value coming out of it, but now with that Winter Truncheon, she should be able to survive a bit more. Yeho in a little bit of trouble here.
Insomniacs on the hunt, focusing the jungler. They were on her like no other. They definitely saw her rotating on that bottom lane, and the whole team focused in on that. What a play over on the side of the Donkeys. They do still got some time on Insomniacs, though, as Lord is spawning in 40 seconds. I feel like that was a really good rotation. I really want to see what Insomniacs is going to do to kind of answer back, especially with this Luminous Lord spawning within 35 seconds.
Yeah, sadly, without having the enemy's position, you definitely want to be aware of where they are before you start split pushing like that. Luckily, Yeho is going to be back in time for this Lord, so not a huge upset by them right now. We do see a little bit of a clash up here. Galaxy and Dino going at it, trying to clear out the lanes, both having basically the same idea before this Lord comes up. But it looks like up at the top, we are staying in position, dancing around and looking for an opportunity.
We do see Lord is spawning again. We see over on the side of the Donkey having the zonage. Will we see a potential answer from the side of Insomniacs? We see a potential clash in the mid lane. Jawhead, Dart getting a little bit of zonage and vision, but heavy spin by Vanity to force their way to that Luminous Lord, and the fight is going down. Galaxy taking out Shinya, forcing the Donkeys on the pushback. Lord will be reset. Will the fight continue? Oh my goodness, Jawhead going behind, not afraid to get into the 1v4 situation, using the eject, but was it too much of an aggressive play? It is taken down by Dino. The fight is on its way. Dawning Light by Maze, one trick does connect over on Galaxy, barely doing any damage though, as Dino, D-Larky, Maze, one trick, and Vanity are continuing the fight. D-Larky taking out the Yeho. We do see Luminous Lord is still in play, and there's only 2 members left over on Insomniacs to defend, which will put them in a very hard situation in terms of zonage. But the fight is not over. Looks like the Donkeys is out for blood. AR pinned on the wall, or cannot get out, and it's taken out by the Larky, leaving only Ashley to defend against that Luminous Lord play.
4K gold lead by the Donkeys. They might not even try for the Lord. They do have a minion coming in here. Looks like they're going to make short work of this tower. Diving in on a solo Ashley, trying to defend this core. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We do see that Dark is coming in here, trying to distract them. Is it going to be enough, though?
Oh my goodness, we see Giant kind of defending Dark in the defensive position with Ashley. They are able to push off the Donkeys, but there is still the Lord. Looks like we are going to see some zonage. That is their plan B. They did try and go for that early finish, but unable to pull it off.
Yeah, sadly with that last fight at the Lord, we saw a little bit of split aggression there. Oh, Mage one trick just gets taken out there.
Yeho getting the kill. We see Vanity using the heavy spin. What a dance and a turnaround. Insomniacs more in the dominant position for the Luminous Lord play. Will they be able to get it? Dino trying to get in, trying to get some fill versus Ashley able to push them back. We see the Larky going in, Vanity coming in as well, but Yeho able to secure that Luminous Lord. But is this too much of an overextension? Winter Truncheon popped by Ashley, but taken out by Dino, and Dino is now on the run. Will he pay for it? Shinya getting a kill as well. Yeho taking out Dino. What a play from both sides, but on the favor of Insomniac as they do get that Luminous Lord. But Yeho getting the double kill, are killing Vanity as well, leaving only the Larky to defend for the Donkeys, as they also have Luminous Lord. Oh my goodness, eject by Giant on the Larky. Will they be able to take him out? The Larky taking out Yeho. The Larky is on the run now. What a play.
Yeah, and sadly, with the Donkeys pushing into Insomniac's core, instead of going for the Lord, they did pay for that, because immediately Insomniacs knew the Lord was up. They went there to counter, able to get the fight in their favor, pick up that Lord. Even now, even though Yeho went down, we do still have this Luminous Lord barreling down at the bottom. The gold lead is still, has been swung over to the side of Insomniacs.
You know, this is the play that Insomniacs wants, and this is what we kind of expect to see between these two teams. But we do see a technical pause, probably, you know, a little bit of a lag issue. But man, Private, we got to talk about the level of intensity between these two teams.
Yeah, intensity and possibly, I mean, I want to talk about that second to last, that first, what started that Lord, that first fight there. We had Insomniacs come in there, and then you saw that Dark on that Jawhead immediately charged in, is able to take about 4 members of the Donkeys away from the fight as they all tried to focus him down, weren't able to bring him down, but sadly, as that fight progressed, it was a perfect opportunity for the team. But R was focusing, as they pushed forward, R was focusing on the Lord instead of the fight. The only person focusing on the Lord, I have to add there. And like, I don't even think he took 10% off of the Lord during that fight, which allowed the Donkeys to get ahead to almost wipe the team. But like I said, it comes down to these little tiny mistakes. But we're going to go ahead and get started in here again, right back into the action. Insomniacs in a commanding position right now over the Donkeys.
Now, everybody wants to see, what are the Donkeys going to do right now to answer, as that was an insane comeback over by the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, and there is that tower went down mighty quickly. They'll have this Lord down to about half health as all lanes are starting, well, I guess the top and the bottom are kind of crashing here. A decent push, a decent value from the side of Insomniacs, and let's see if they can maintain that.
What an intense fight. If you're currently looking at the map right now, you know, everybody is down to those inhibitor turrets. Only 1 sitting on the side of Insomniacs and 3 on the side of the Donkeys. When you see this kind of play from both sides, it's gonna come down to the battle of the 5v5 class and who can get that Luminous Lord.
Both teams at full items right now, so this is all on to macro, micro here, and the management of these lanes. We do see that purple buff is going to go ahead and get picked up by Mage One Trick, so it's going to come down. Oh, and we do see Karina hiding out a little bit there, looking for the pickoff.
Speaking of a pickoff, having to peel back as Delarky does go in for a little bit of vision, man. A stalemate over on both sides. You know, even in terms of the lanes, not really too heavy of map position for either side.
Yeah, what we're looking at right now is we're going to be looking to macro up these lanes. Push the lane. Who's going to be able to push the lane and then get back in time for a Lord push? That's what these teams are going to be looking for. And you do see Galaxy down there at the bottom is going to go ahead and push that lane. Lord is going to be coming up in 10 seconds. Is that going to be enough time to kind of offset this fight into a 4v5?
You know, at this position, we do see that Luminous Lord spawning in, but it's not really, you know, leaning toward either side's favor. Right now, it just depends on who can get this Lord and not be too aggressive and get a wipeout on their side. We are potentially seeing maybe an ending depending on these next few plays. But Donnie Light going down, unable to connect. Galaxy trying to escape in a 4v1 situation, but pinned on the wall by the heavy spin. Galaxy is on the run. Immortality is popped, but you do have Shinya on him as well. But Vanity able to get the kill, leaving Galaxy out for this possible Luminous Lord play. We do see the Donkeys currently trying to push in and get the zonage.
Yeah, that is the risk you take with those solo pushes. You get put out of position and you do allow the enemy team to be able to kind of come in back there and maybe pick up the kill, which they did on Galaxy, which puts them in a good position for this Lord.
Can we just talk about how back and forth this is right now? You know, right when you think it leans in one team's favor, it goes the opposite way. It looks like Luminous Lord is possibly going to be for the Dogs. We do see Yeho taking out Shinya, but Lord is down to very low HP. Double kill over by Yeho over on Mage One Trick as the flash is going down. Dark able to secure the Luminous Lord. Vanity on the run with barely any HP. You do see Insomniacs trying to get the zonage. Blaze Duet going down, but Yeho able to take out Vanity. Dino on the run, able to escape with the mobility of the Benedetta, but a heavy aggressive play on Insomniacs.
Yeho! Can we talk about Yeho? 18 and 8. We can see in this fight from the back line, Yeho's going to get teleported in there and does a bunch of damage. Shiro was the first one to go down, and then he just kept on going. Mage One Trick was in the back, but able to see Lord able to come on back in there as Dark was able to put in the Lord. That is the value you get out of a Lao Yi. And man, Yeho right now, 18 and 8 right now.
Forcing the Donkeys on the defensive position as you do see Luminous Lord going in the mid lane. Blaze Duet going down but unable to connect. They do take the mid lane turret. Yeho able to take out Delarky and doesn't look like a potential finish on the side of Insomniacs.
just, I mean,
Victory!
problems, not problems, but they were on their back foot the entire time out of there. I felt like Ashley was trying to find her rhythm on that Lao Yi, kind of finding herself caught in a few bad positions. Like I said, 4 and 9 right now, not exactly what you want out of your mage, but that last play, that last ultimate to be able to get Yeho into a position behind enemy lines as they were so focused on taking the Lord, pick up kill after kill after kill, and then kind of swoop in for that Lord. What an excellent play by the side of Insomniacs here.
Gotta speak about the intensity between these two teams. 30 to 34, a high kill game. These are the ones that, get that adrenaline running, and both sides played very well. You never really knew what was going to happen next. It was totally not one-sided at all. And what an amazing match by both teams.
Yeah, it's honestly a decent amount of damage by them both. Our 29% damage by him there. But like I said, man, Yeho, a little bit of a rough start for him. 8 deaths there. But man, did he make up for it at the end. 19 kills to lead his team to that last push into the core. I mean, amazing job. The most exciting game right now so far of the night.
I think we all saw good things from both sides, even picking out that Benedetta in the XP lane by Dino and pulling it off and doing pretty well. He was 10 and 5, not too bad at all. I feel like just the micro that he was able to use on that hero. And this is what we love to see, heroes that are competing, for the top place inside of North America and playing their hearts out and just having the ability to use these heroes, to their maximum potential.
Yeah, I mean, amazing by both teams. The intensity, the aggression, it was nonstop. Neither team was able to take a break. I mean, I was talking about maybe like coming back a bit, regrouping, coming up with a plan, but they're like, nah, we're just 110% running it down, and we will adjust to what they do. The engagements on them, and then, man, it was just a beautiful game, back and forth, 30 to 34. That is a huge game by a huge kill amount by these guys for a 25-minute game.
Now, we know this is a best out of 3, but leaning in the side of Insomniacs, they do take game 1 over the Donkeys. We are going to get into the next draft pick as well.
Yeah, definitely wondering, what is there going to be an answer? Do we have an isolation for what went wrong with that game? Do we want to take something out? Because I do feel, I mean, as if you're as a player, I mean, I don't really want that much aggression. I want to be, I feel like you want to have the fights in your favor. Most of those fights felt like they were even, back and forth, always an answer. Does that mean that maybe we need to take somebody off of the and ban it here? Maybe not maybe that Benedetta, the Rafaela had such good value out of there. Dark, I mean, he did have some trouble getting in there. There was a lot of distraction he was able to get in and kind of provide that tanky neediness for his team. It remains to be seen if either of these teams are going to go ahead and answer, maybe kind of try to change up the comps from the enemy team.
Now, we do see that Teresa ban, that Julian being taken out as well. And then, more of a common one, that Valentina. She's definitely been a force to be reckoned with and not really ever able to be picked inside of any of these matches that we have seen lately. But we do also see an Akai ban this time around.
Yeah, definitely not wanting it to come back out again. It was a very good tool for the Donkeys last game, and I think Insomniacs are like, yeah, we're done with that. While they did come out ahead, I mean, it just did provide a lot of value, being able to provide that disengage from Karina. So definitely a good ban there for the side of Insomniacs.
Now, we do know Xavier is still currently in play. Wan hasn't been banned either, so maybe one of these two walking can be huge for either side, as we do know they have a very big hero pool, and these teams have been clashing. A lot of early game clashes from these teams. High kill games.
Among the players.
Yes, high kill games, but I mean, we still, interesting thing right now, we still have a Wan and a Fanny open right now. I feel like probably two of the most dangerous characters for both of these teams. Where are you going to go, and what do you leave open? Because that's the problem when you come into this. From such an even game at the last, I do see like the adjustment from these bans, and there goes the Wan ban.
Can't let Wan walk. You know, just having the crossbow of Tang to be able to wipe out a full team, it's very hard to deal with, especially with these two teams who like to fight it out, and just the intensity of their clashes. You cannot let that one walk. But Xavier is still an available pick. Will they try and take him over on the side of Nighthorde, as they do have first pick?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see, but we do see the Franco coming out. Are we going to have an answer for it? Are we going to have our own type of offense or harassment for it? Like I said, like you do say, we do have the Xavier out there. We do usually. Oh no, we do see R has picked up that Wan, a very comfortable pick for R.
I gotta respect both teams. I like the first pick on Franco, but the answer on the side of Insomniacs is just phenomenal. With that Ballman, with that Beatrix, you know, the potential that they can build off of that lineup is insane. But we do see over on the side of Nighthorde, they are gonna pick up that Sicilian.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the Sicilian. So potentially leading with the Franco and baiting Insomniacs to pick up this R, just because Franco will be able to come in there with that suppression to be able to lock down R on that Wan potentially. I mean, R is no slouch. I would not want to be the Franco whose job it is to try to lock down R, because I mean, he can be slippery on this Wan, and we do see the glue being picked up here, which I assume is going to be going into the XP lane for the side of the donkeys.
Wow, what a wild card pick. You know, this is just like when we saw a Benedetta, you know, be picked inside of the draft. Now we got a glue, so I really want to see how this plays out. I am seeing it in the XP lane, going against a Dyrok, but there goes the Fanny ban.
Yeah, not going to let it get through to the second round. They do know that Vanity is pretty lethal on that Fanny, so definitely going to try to take that off of the board. It's been a while since we've seen a glue. It's definitely a wild card for me as well. Maybe an answer to this Dyroth or to this Balmond, who's going to be looking to dive in there. What type of value it's going to be able to provide remains to be seen here, especially because, I mean, that lethal counter is going to be able to take down all of the little minions from that split from glue. So I mean, I don't know how well that might work. I like the idea because he is going to be mainly melee trying to charge in there, and you're going to be able to offset that with that split from glue. But we're going to see how well that kind of plays in here. We do see the bans Kagura for the side of the donkeys being picked up there.
Now, in terms of wild card, we always say this could either go a really good way or a really bad way. So I think this is going to be an exciting time to see where glue kind of falls in that spectrum. But we do see the Karina being picked off. Looks like Insomniacs is trying to limit the amount of junglers available for the side of Nighthorde.
Yeah, we saw the Karina taken out there. Interesting for me, because I do feel like Balmond is a pretty decent counter for Karina. So, but I mean, with somebody who is as mechanically gifted as Vanity, probably not as good of a counter. So, I mean, definitely wise to go ahead and take that off the board. And we do see that Lilia, the last ban for the side of the donkey. So it's going to be on Ashley here to see what kind of mage she's going to be picking up.
Wow, what a draft we are seeing so far. Do we see the Lu Yi picked up again? Possibly getting a little bit of additional CC, especially on those more frontline heroes like the Franco, also the glue. But instead, choosing to go the route of Lunox to kind of do that additional damage, you know, using that brilliance to be able to get out, and also using the Chaos Assault to do those damage to those tankier heroes.
Come on, Dexter.
Yeah, I do like, I feel like Linux might provide a little bit more value against tankier heroes. Like we do see, it's a double-edged sword with her. She does provide both, like you said, with that brilliance, being able to get out of like the maybe assassins ganks but also with that darkening, able to tank down the tankier heroes. Maybe this is going to be the way that they're going to be bursting down Glow or bursting down the Franco here. We are kind of tap dancing. We did see that Claude get picked up, but we're tap dancing about which assassin we're going to be looking for. Hovering over the Lance, not sure if this is going to be the pick. Oh, yeah. So interesting pick up here. The mobility for Barat's a little questionable for me, especially because you do have a Lunox on the side of Insomniacs, and we do know Barat's does have a little bit of a problem with that magic damage early game, but it does take Lunox a little bit of time to come back online.
You know, speaking of Lunox and also having that die route as well to be able to take out, you know, the Donkey's Barat's player, taking out Vanity, it can be crucial. You know, it is leaning more in the favor for me on the side of Insomniacs right now, but the question is, what are they gonna pick for Dark?
Hovering over that Masha pick, honestly, one of the stronger roamers here, like we have talked about before. For an equal amount of harassment provided by the Masha that we do see also from the Franco. So a good roaming pickup here, and I feel neither of these junglers is going to be able to rest in their jungle at all.
What a game. We are going to see, you know, this is best 2 out of 3. So I'm very excited to see both of these teams have a very high intensity gameplay. They like to take these early clashes. They like to have these high kill games. And seeing that Masha kind of walk, you know, it's interesting. It's a very high band hero, and allowing that and last picking it, seems like we are going to see a bloodbath.
We are. I can't tell you right now, Weezy. I'm not sure I'm ready for another match like the last one. Gotta take a breath here, but we are gonna go ahead and start it and get right into it. It is the Donkeys versus Insomniacs. Game 2. The Donkeys need this victory to stay in for this best of 3.
Now, I gotta say, between these two teams, it was very hard to decide who really had the upper advantage in the last game. So I think they both rotate very well, but we do see the heavy invasion over by the Masha.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about with Dark and all the harassment that he can provide in there, and definitely able to provide, definitely able to kind of keep Delarky busy here, and still, I mean, not afraid, gets hooked right back to almost full health is Dark right there.
You know, and that's why a lot of people fear the Masha, and allowing it to slide might be fatal. You know, this might be what Insomniac needs to get the sweep over on the Donkeys.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the value that you're getting out of your Franco and your Masha, the hooks, the suppressions here. We do see Dino having a rough go at it up the top lane here against Galaxy here.
You know, we do see, especially in the early game for these two teams, they like to fight it out. But right now, you know, it's looking like they're just getting their farm, rotating when needed. But we do see, you know, Dark with the heavy aggression.
Yeah, kind of coming in there, giving time for Ashley to come in with a little bit of damage of their own. Shinya is going to go ahead and try to get out of the way. Are not able to kind of collect on it right now. Is going to have to disengage and pick up that lane. But at mid, oh my god, up at top, we do see the Dyroth deep inside the tower. Is going to go ahead and disengage as Vanity comes up to provide a little bit of support.
Wow, what a play over by Dyroth. Galaxy trying to, you know, cut off the minions in that lane, get additional farm so he can get that Abysm Strike. He is currently level 4. We do see Turtle spawning in as well.
Yeah, Turtle is spawning right now. They are going to go ahead and start on it as Dark is going to go ahead and zone out Vanity. A great aggressive play. Turtle is going to go over to the side of Insomniacs, and a hook does land onto Dark. The Tuna's welcome does not land. Vanity in a little bit of trouble here as Ashley able to land the damage onto it. Delarky's going to have to disengage here, and unfortunately, Yeho in a good position to steal up this purple. Split comes out, and Yeho's going to try to get away there. Oh, we do see it land. He's going to try to get Yeho into a bad position here. He is dangerously low, but a little bit of cover provided by Galaxy, as unfortunately Dino's gonna have to disengage. Oh, Shinya gets picked up by R, and a great play by them. Dark does come in with that thunderclap on some Mage 1 trick, is gonna disengage there. A great amount of aggression, and things are slightly moving in a good position for Insomniacs.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a gold lead up by almost 2,000 for Insomniacs. You know, they did get the nice and early kills as well, leading by 2. But if you look in terms of items, we do see Ballman going with that Guardian Helmet, getting the Molten Essence as well, you know, to help him inside of that jungle. But, you know, over on the other side, Claude working his way up for that Demon Hunter sword to do the damage needed to be able to take out the beefier heroes such as Ballman and the Masha.
Yeah, working on that BOD is R right now. We do have the Lord coming up in about 42 seconds, so both teams a little bit jockeying for position. Dino Galaxy just, I mean, Dino not able to kind of stop these cuts by the side of Galaxy here on this Dyroth.
Looks like, you know, Insomniacs is trying to close this game. They are not allowing the Donkeys to kind of breathe. Their heavy clash going on.
Vanity gets taken down there. We do see Mage One Trick trying to disengage here as D Larky is going to have to go ahead and flicker away. And what does this mean with 12 seconds left on this turtle coming up? I don't think the donkey, do we know if the donkeys are going to be able to come back and be able to counter this? And in an answer to that, Shinra does get taken out by R again on this Beatrix.
You know, that's kind of where, you know, R specializes, especially with the Beatrix, pulling out that, you know, shotgun, pulling out Wesker and getting that insane damage from a bush. And Turtle does go in the favor of Insomniacs, increasing the lead. They are up by 4 kills. They did secure the first turtle, and it's only 4 minutes in the game.
3K gold lead at 4 minutes right now. Right now, this is not a trade. This is Insomniacs leading and enforcing their will. We do see at the bottom tower, Dark and R making short work of this tower. Shinra comes in, loses 2/3 of his health as soon as he pokes his head into the lane.
I think it's a hard lesson learned about how powerful Beatrix is early game. And it's shown over here and for R. He's definitely playing the way he should. He is up by 2 kills, taking the lead in kills for his team. You know, they do have a very solid position right now, having the Ballman to be able to focus on those objectives without any issues.
Yeah, we do see that Masha is coming down here to the bottom lane. R absolutely dominating and taking advantage of this slow early game of the clock. We do see a hook that does land on the Yeho. Gets to put it in there. We do see a lethal counter coming down. Dark coming in here. Are we going to see a thunderclap? A lot of damage coming on the Shinra.
Whoa!
Does get taken down. El Darkle gets taken down as well. This is a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Insomniacs.
If you want to learn how to build a snowman, just watch what's going on right now. Insomniacs is 6-0, 18K to 13K. They are up by 5,000 gold in 5 minutes. We have to see the Donkeys rotate a little bit better together and just prep for these clashes, as we do see a huge gold advantage. You know, even in terms of items right now, with R being 3-0, you know, he is going to be having those more aggressive items, such as the Blade of Despair, fully built within, you know, that 5-minute time frame to be able to deal additional damage as well. But we do see over on Cloud's side, he does have the Demon Hunter sword on Glue, going with that Cursed Helmet to do some, you know, magic damage, but also have the defense as well.
Yeah, we do see that the Donkeys are going to go ahead and start up on this turtle. I don't think that Insomniacs are kind of in a position or even looking to try to go ahead and get onto that. We do see El Dark. We're going to go ahead and try to zone it out. Vanity is able to pick up that turtle. We do see suppression onto Yeho. Is it going to be enough? Daytona's Welcome comes out, connects onto Masha. And we do see a stun there as Vanity is in a commanding position here. Ashley from the side is trying to put on damage. Down goes Vanity to Yeho. So that is a man, they got the turtle, but was it worth it?
You know, in terms of draft, you know, especially on the side of Insomniacs, they have a lot more of a stronger early game, but we are going into that replay, seeing that Lord being taken on the side of the Donkeys, and then the insane clash going down as well. Ashley able to get the kill on the Larky. You do see the Bats Feast trying to do some damage from Mage One Trick. Galaxy taking out Shinya, increasing that kill lead by Insomniacs, and then continuing by taking out Vanity, but the hook!
We see the Blazing Duet come down onto Galaxy. What a beautiful hook and follow-up by Shinra. Yeho here in the middle. Mage One Trick doing his best to try to stave off this push right now. And just like that, I mean, we do see a little bit of an engagement here. Dino trying to work his way back as Dark is going to go ahead and push the advantage here. Is this, we do see, what I like about this R, just transfer from the bottom lane. We just see Trouble that split. Is it going to be enough to save him? He does latch onto Yeho. Is that going to be enough? Dino goes down to the hands of R. So much damage right now by him.
Oh my goodness, these clashes are intense, but Insomniac continuing to grow that lead. You know, we do see, like we said, in terms of draft pick, I just feel like the Donkeys have too much of a late game composition. You know, you have that Barat who requires a lot of defensive items as he's more of just a, you know, a frontline hero, being able to soak up a lot of damage. But, you know, looking on the side of Insomniacs, they have the Beatrix for the early game. They have the Dyroth for the early game. They have Lunox with the potential for the early game, just with the Chaos Assault, you know, and the answer for the Donkeys with that is going with the Claude. You know, going with the glue, but like Claude, he needs that Demon Hunter sword. You also have the Sicilian who requires a certain amount of stacks to even be able to be a potential threat in the game, and Insomniacs is not allowing that.
Yeah, I mean, late game compositions are great and all, but you need to be able to make it to late game. We do see that Claude has picked up that Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter Sword, so should be coming online here shortly. But this Lord is absolutely being shredded by Yeo, and there's not really going to be an answer by the Donkeys, as that is picked up with very little contestation there.
And it looks like there's just not too much contest over on the side of the Donkeys. Insomniacs is just getting everything they want to right now without too much of a challenge. We do see Clock of Destiny being built over on Mage One Trick almost 10 minutes inside of the game. You know, this is going to be a hard comeback by the Donkeys. Not impossible. Like we said, they do have a late game composition. So if they can hold off, it might lean more in their favor. But if they keep allowing Insomniacs to take these objectives, to take these plays, they are going to try and get the early finish.
Oh, we do see that Blazing Duet come in there, but they are trying to zone them out. So oh my God, that flicker in by Galaxy, able to take down Shinra, and down goes Mage One Trick. Yeho gets taken out as well, as Galaxy is going to go ahead and try to disengage here. Oh, what a play there. It is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the Insomniacs, as we have this Lord crashing into top, and now at the mid, we're going to have an engagement here onto this tower. Are they going to be able to get it down? They take it down to halfway health. Down at the bottom, look at this split by the Insomniacs. I mean, a split, but they weren't able to get any towers, but they are very low. So, I mean, the next push here could decide the game for the Donkeys and Insomniacs here.
Insomniacs are just getting everything they want right now, but the clash is not done!
Yeah, Franco checks the wrong bush, does get taken out by R. We see that Blazing Duet come out as Dark is going to go in and take a lot of damage there. Galaxy coming in, is going to try to get away. Ashley in trouble, does get taken down by Shinra. Dino is on the run. R going to come in and finish him off.
What a play over on the side of Insomniacs. You know, only losing one member in that class. Ashley has been taken out. We do see Lord, you know, currently spawning in 70 seconds. So there is a little bit of time, you know, for the Donkeys to kind of get a game plan to change the tide. We do know they have that late game composition. Sicilian needs to get his stacks, but you know, if we did look at the items, had a little bit of an item reveal. Looking at the gold as well, 28k to 36k. Insomniacs is leading in terms of gold. We do see Bauman on the full defensive build as well. You know, having the anti-Curse, the Guardian helmet, you know, also having the Cursed helmet as well. He's just full defensive tank mode right now. Beatrix with the, you know, the Hunter Strike to do more pin, and also the Malefic Roar. But a class going down from Bandit, he's trying to escape.
Yeah, Bandit trying to get away here, is not going to be able to. Mage One Trick is trying to support it. Dino and D Larky are coming in to try to support it. We have a disengagement from Insomniacs, and wisely, the rest of the Donkeys are not going to go ahead and follow that. And right now, I feel like the next 5 minutes, the next 4 minutes are going to decide, are we going to win this, or are we going to go ahead and let the Donkeys kind of come back here? We do see the Larky trying to disengage, does land a hook on, and we see that Blazing Duet coming down onto Yeho. Yeho guns down there. This is not the position that you want to be in with 5 seconds left to go on this Luminous Lord. I mean, they are going to be able to maybe zone it out, but you have lost that retry.
They're only hanging down to 2 inhibitor turrets on the top and bottom side. It's not looking too good for the Donkeys right now, as Insomniacs has had such a firm position, but the clash.
Yeah, Dark does get hooked on him, but that is not the target that you want there. Sadly, Darky's going to be able to tank that and be able to get that health back right away. We do see Galaxy is going to go ahead and flicker, does dodge that hook, but the rest of the Donkeys are giving chase.
Oh my goodness, look at positioning right now. You see Beatrix and Lunox currently going to try and take that Luminous Lord, given even more of an advantage. They are able to secure it as well, but the Bloody Hunt.
The Larky does go down by that Bat's Feast of Mage One Trick. Down at the bottom, Dino and Galaxy going at it a little bit here. Are they gonna, oh, they do land.
Oh no!
Galaxy in a little little bit of trouble here. Blazing Duet combined with Mage One Trick are able to take him down, but we do have this Luminous Lord from Insomniacs. But you have just lost 2 players. So what type of value are you going to be able to get out of this Lord?
You know, they are standing on 2 inhibitor turrets. That top side barely hanging on by a thread, but they are more on the defensive position. We got to see the Donkeys play a little bit tighter together as they are, you know, barely hanging in there. And we see the heavy aggression by Insomniacs and a clash over on the bottom side.
Yeah, great split by the rest of the Insomniacs here. Ashley's gonna go ahead and disengage as Yeho's coming down with this, the Luminous Lord at mid. And we do see R able to take down, is gonna be coming in here, is able to take down that tower as we are left to 1 inhibitor here with like a sneeze of health left. Are the minions gonna be able to take it out?
Oh my goodness, they have really nothing to defend their base now. Look at the health of that last inhibitor turret over on the side of the Donkeys. Just look at R right now, 6-0 in 1. Ashley 2-1 in 6. Galaxy 5-2 in 2. You know, not really too many heavy hitters on the side of the Donkeys right now. You know, with the leading in terms of kills, that KDA being Mage One Trick, but the clash possibly in the mid lane.
Daytona's welcome on the Dark does land, and he does get stunned out. We do see that last inhibitor going down there. Suppression landed on Yeho. Is this the target that you wanted? Yeho's going to be able to get away as Shinra goes down. They are pushing. Is this going to be the end of it for the Donkeys? Insomniacs enforcing their will right now. 1 more. Oh, Dino goes down as well. We are left to 2 more players on the side of Donkeys. The minions coming in, and the rest of Insomniacs charging into the tower.
Oh,
is this going to be the end? Core taking down the half health, 10% now, and that is game. We're gonna see Insomniacs moving on to the top 16.
Victory!
Woo! Another 2-0 game. It's just been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. But I got to give it to both sides, you know, fighting their hearts out. I do say on the second side, this was more one-sided, leaning in the favor of Insomniac. You know, game 1, it was a little bit back and forth, but it looks like, you know, just in terms of focus, in terms of the game plan, Insomniac just had the upper lead.
Oh, man. Looking at this right now, I can tell you the story right now. On this Beatrix versus Shinya on this Claude. Claude with such a bad opening game, not because of the player, but Claude himself does not have a great time in the early phases of that, and R took advantage of that. We didn't have too much backup for Shinya because the Larky had to fend off this Masha the entire time. So that allowed R to just, man, become a monster, especially a 7-0-1 right now. Just an absolute unit. And then the turret, 62% turret damage, not only being able to farm up, but then rotating to the next lane to be able to take out all of these towers. Like, I mean, just an amazing play by R and the rest of Insomniacs.
This is kind of what we said. We are going to move over to the cast. You know, in terms of the whole game overall, we did see the glue get picked up. We always say those wild card picks can either work a really good way or a really bad way. You know, glue was, you know, currently 1-3, didn't really have the strongest presence, and I'm not sure if that was the right answer, you know, for the side of the Donkeys.
I mean, this is a bad night for the wild cards. I mean, I think the lesson for tonight is the meta is a meta for a reason, and there needs to be a value out of some of these picks. We saw an Odette just get creamed, as well as a Eudora pick that didn't really provide much for the team. I mean, sadly, like we said, like there's a reason that meta is the meta. If you are going to go ahead and pick outside the box, there needs to be some cohesion and a reason for that.
Yeah, just such intensity. You know. Shout out to both teams. They did a really good job. All the teams in the NACT have been just doing an amazing job. But like we said, back to the basic fundamentals. Not really necessarily a point on the wild card picks when you have stronger, you know, options available. Like the Thomas pick could have been picked up there over the glue, but that is going to be the game with Insomniacs taking the 2-0 lead, and they will advance to the top 16. Now we are going to move over to the one, the only Assassin Dave to take the show.
Whoo! Woo! What a game that was. Oh my, what a match, really. I mean, big shout out to our casters, Private Dancer, as well as Stephweezy. Make sure to follow him on our social medias. I gotta say, we had the longest series in the entire NACT summer season so far. This entire match, back and forth, front and center, left and right, just team fights all over the place. I couldn't even do replays or highlights because there's so much action throughout the entire 20 minutes. You gotta feel for the casters. I mean, that's just like so much yelling and so much excitement all across the board. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have one last match for NACT Day 2 for the knockout stage, featuring 9 o'clock as well as Rebelszinparadise, the last match to finish off the day. So don't go anywhere because we will take a short break and be right back. Now, during the break, make sure to leave your comment in the chat right now. Let us know which team you support, which players do you want to see popping off next match. So with that being said, get your popcorn, get your soda, get comfortable. We will be right back after this break.
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. Reach out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stand together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Brad Esports are your F2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. Like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necrokeep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana, I did it!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world!
Business. I dreamed about all my fallen comrades again.
Legendary!
I won't let you die. The game is more fun in co-op!
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm on one.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
That's breaking the mirror. This out unworded. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing no more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Brad Esports on your M2.
Oh Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to North America Challenger Tournament, the last match of day 2, featuring 9 o'clock taking on Rebels in Paradise. That is right, very, very exciting names for an exciting match. I cannot wait to find out who will proceed to top 16 and who will be knocked out and be eliminated from this tournament. It's going to be a really, really exciting time for the winners and the losers, because everybody wins in NACT as long as you participate and fight until the end. But enough talking, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams are ready to battle, and I'll quickly send it over to a one and only sexy and charming, well, two and only sexy and charming, the king of potatoes, as well as, well, I already said the previous. Oh, well, both are incredible. Private Dancer and Stephweezy. That's right. So without further ado, guys, I'm gonna send it over to the caster's desk.
Appreciate the enthusiasm, Dave. Man, we have seen such intense matches all the way up into the 4th round for day 2 of NACT. We are going to see 9 o'clock go against Rebels in Paradise. This is not the last but not least. These are going to be some very good teams fighting to be top 16 NA.
Yup, we are going to be closing out the night with a bang. It's going to be 9 o'clock taking on Rebels in Paradise. I am so pumped for this matchup right now because there are some familiar players on here that most North America should know, and I can't wait to get into it.
Woo, it's been hot. The land of the dawn is scorching right now in the summer season. I want to see, how these matches play off. We've seen all 2-0 sweeps.
Yes, 2-0 sweeps over here, and hopefully, I mean, we're gonna might see. It just seems like maybe the teams that when you take the loss, it starts a bit of momentum, especially for the powerful teams that we have here, that we have seen win here. I mean, 9 o'clock here did take 2 wins in the 1st and 2nd rounds, while Rebels in Paradise did fall to the lower bracket during the 1st round, had to make their way back up. But we are about to jump right into the ban pick.
Ooh, talk about intensity today. We have seen, that Valentina kind of being picked off, especially in the first phase of the ban, but there are, a lot of other options. Just the season has just kind of been insane with the amount of teams you can kind of put together, especially with the revamp, over on that Faramis as well. We did actually get to see it today, which was pretty cool. So we do see that Karina ban, a strong jungler. The mage Karina has just been wreaking havoc.
Yeah, very interestingly enough, for the side of 9 o'clock here, they are going to go ahead and right away ban that out. We do see that Julian ban up by the side of Rebels in Paradise here. I mean, poor Julian has not seen the light of day today at all, and for most of the tournament so far, just because, man, he's so strong, and the amount of damage and regen that he provides, pretty much on the same level, I want to say, as Valentina.
Now, we do know this is going to be a best out of 3. 2 amazing teams, 9 o'clock and Rebels in Paradise. They're fighting for a lot. The prize pool, $25,000 US worth of a prize pool with $10,500 in cash and 730,000 diamonds. That's a lot on the line, but the most important part is the winner that gets first place for NACT will have the qualifying ticket to play in the M4 qualifiers.
Yeah, a direct path, do not pass go, or do pass go. You're going to go straight to the qualifiers and get to forego all of the, a lot of the rounds there and the hoopla that you have to do to get into there. We do see that Balmont taken off of the picks here right now, followed by Terizla. Balmont, we do know, provides so much, I want to say, macro potential, gold that he can get so fast. Once you hit mid game, that combination of the lethal counter and the retry, able to steal buffs, steal objectives away. So a smart ban by the side of 9 o'clock here, and then we see that Masha taken down. And if the last game was any indication of why she is, how strong she is, a smart ban then by 9 o'clock.
Now, over on the side of 9 o'clock, they banned a lot of junglers, leaving that Valentina as an option. She will be an available pick for either side. We do see that Masha ban having, one of the highest ban rates for NACT, but we also see that Teresa, that Julian ban. But, do we see the Valentina ban? Are we going to allow that to walk? But we still have a Wanwan in the mix.
Is picking.
Yeah, Wanwan and Xavier still open, and there he is.
Oh,
Immediate,
no.
not even a thought, picks it up immediately, does Aseo.
Oh my goodness, but we do see Wanwan kind of walking free. Are they going to take it on the side of Rebels in Paradise? Looking like a little bit of showcase of junglers as well. Man, it's going to be an intense match, but we've always said in terms of the draft pick, you can't let too many of those heavy prioritized top picks go to one side.
I mean, especially for the side of Rebels in Paradise, we have seen from their jungler does lean up a little bit on those thicker, tankier junglers. So this might be something new that we're going to be seeing from him. We do see that Lolita picked up. I do like the Lolita, especially for her sets and CC potential. I'm not sure about like picking it up so early, or maybe they have it's going to be because they fear it as a counter for some of the marksmen that they're going to be taking in here.
Now we do know Franco is still on the board, but having that Lolita in the mix, maybe not an option that is going to be picked up over on the side of 9 o'clock, as they do have their last 2 picks over on the pick phase. But we look like we are going to lock into Esmeralda to be able to take some of that shield off Lolita and work in her favor. Definitely a strong XP lane, a very high picked one in NACT as well.
Just a good answer to Lolita, which is why I'm like the first pick Lolita is kind of a little interesting to me, because now you have the Esmeralda there who's going to be able to feed off all of that passive shield that Lolita's going to be able to give to the entire team. Then we do see Soda going ahead and picking up this Ling for the side of a 9 o'clock.
And we do see, you know, having that Ling Soda over there on him as well, you know, having the mobility, being able to split push, being able to use that Tempest of Blades to get out of those sticky situations has been key, especially in a lot of these matches. I do want to see what they are going to answer with, though, over on the side of Rebels in Paradise. They are going to go with the Kagura pick. You know, she has been viable for a little bit of zoners, and also having that mobility, especially with a hero like Ling trying to dive in on her.
Yeah, a decent pick here too, especially if you're going to go ahead and set up with that Moonnon Blast from Lolita, be able to slow them down, which is going to allow Kagura to go ahead and get in there with that Yin Yang overturn and be able to just do heaps of damage. We are onto the second half of the banning phase. We do see that Wanwan get taken off the board by the side of Rebels in Paradise.
Man, what picks so far? Wanwan, you know, has been banned. We kind of got to see what is the plan over there by 9 o'clock, though. You know, over on the side of Rebels in Paradise, oh, they are going to go with the Dairoth ban, but they do need an XP lane for the side of Rebels in Paradise, and they also need a jungler.
Yes, definitely interested to see what type of junglers. As I was saying before, I think Ken so far has been favoring some of the thicker and tankier junglers here in the first and second round. We do see that Atlas get taken off the board by the side of Rebels in Paradise. And one more ban for 9 o'clock here, and probably going to be looking at maybe another XP laner that might counter or hold up against Esmeralda here.
Now, I do want to take a look at both of these drafts so far. We do see that Fanny ban possibly doing a little bit of that homework. But in terms of draft right now, looking very solid for both teams. Will we see the Yuzong pick up? Not sure if that's really the best option here, but they are going to take it, probably trying to get to that backline, trying to chase down that Xavier.
Yeah, we unfortunately Yuzong right now only has about, I want to say, a 33% win rate right now in NACT. I mean, you wouldn't know it by last season too. He was so aggressive, just an instantaneous pick to be able to get to the back lines. But now, I mean, he is kind of a liability with how fast these teams can kind of close in around it. So definitely want to see what Trust can bring to that character. And then we see on the side of 9 o'clock that Natalia pickup, and that is just going to be an immense amount of harassment for the side of Rebels in Paradise.
Now, I do think the Natalia pickup is a genius play. Not really an answer for it over on the side of Rebels in Paradise. You know, she will be able to go into that Kagura, able to kind of get that Beatrix as well. But, you know, Beatrix will have to kind of rely, you know, on Wesker and the Wesker's Elation to take her out. But we do see the Brody being picked up as the marksman on the side of 9 o'clock.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting too right now because well, I was about to say we do still have Boxia, we do still have Akai open, because we're going to need something that is not, you're not going to look for an assassin here because you don't want to get picked off by Natalia trying to get your purple buff. It looks like they are going to go for this Boxia. It's probably one of the first time, well, it's definitely the first time tonight that we have seen Boxia. It's not the most popular pick, and I feel like it does go down to a lot of people. When I do see it, it is very strong, but we're about to get ready for this match.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the lineup over on the side of 9 o'clock right now. That Natalia pick, this will be the first Natalia we've seen all day.
Yeah, just the immense amount of harassment that you can get with that shadow, or with that smoke bomb, and with that hunt, to be able to get around the map throughout all these bushes. Nowhere is going to be safer if you're a marksman or a mage, and we're going to see just how well that plays into as we start this match.
Going into game 1, you know, this will be best out of 3. 9 o'clock versus Rebelszinparadise. 2 top teams, top 32 teams competing for that top 16 mark for MLBB NA. We do see a little bit of a technical pause, maybe a little bit of a lag issue, but like we said, being able to see this Natalia pick, I really want to see how she rotates, as she will be the main roam, you know, over for the side of 9 o'clock. And I feel like they don't really have the best answer for her right now. So I really want to see these rotations. Will she be able to get those early pickoffs to kind of increase that early lead for the side of 9 o'clock?
Yeah, and that's going to be the story of this match, is this Natalia and how effective it is. Was that Boxia going to be an actual answer for it? I'm not sure yet. And like I said, we do have to go into this pause because maybe a little problems with Akari. You did see them doing 1,000-yard stare in base there. Maybe some technical difficulties on their side. But man, I'm definitely wanting to see how well it's going to play into this comp. I mean, especially with the Kagura's still going to be able to get out of a lot of these situations in there, but Toxie is going to have some issues if he gets caught by this Natalia, and it's going to come down as how well we can execute this too.
Now, you know, we were speaking on the Natalia pick, how it kind of caught us by surprise, but we are going to move over to the caster's desk. The Boxia is interesting. We haven't seen a Boxia all day, and not just any Boxia jungle, which is, you know, kind of been his main role, you know, primarily for the last season and this season as well, but not a common pick.
Yeah, not a common pick, but I do feel like he does want to kind of be able, especially with that Tortoise Puissance, to be able to lay it on the ground, maybe be able to slow down and at least give vision when a Natalia is going to be coming in on you. So, I mean, I see the plan. I see what they're trying to go for, but I mean, it's going to come, like I said, it's going to come down to execution, but we are about to get right back into the game.
Now, in terms of team composition, you know, a lot of these teams that we've been seeing recently, picking that Yuzong pick hasn't really worked too much in their favor. So I kind of want to see a different outcome with this match.
Yeah, I honestly want to too. Like, because honestly, Yuzong, I love him. I miss the times when you could dive in the back line with Yuzong and come out successful. We do see a little bit of a double team up here, up at the top, and it's going to allow Yuzong and the rest of Rebelszinparadise to kind of rotate a little faster.
What an interesting rotation. You know, lately we've been seeing kind of the roamer in the position with the marksman down on the gold lane, but this time helping the Yuzong out with a little bit of clearance in the lane and getting that level 2 a little bit faster for the roam. But a clash in the mid lane trying to take out Ezreal. Are they able to get it? He is able to escape with 1 HP, but they are able to get some additional gold inside of that mid turret.
Man, he was a sneeze away from the Shadow Realm there. We do see a little bit of engagement happening here.
Soda trying to run away, was able to get his red buff that will be a secure over on the side of Akari, trying to fend them off. Man, the Natalia pick, like you said, we have to see Akari get these early pickoffs to kind of have a dominant presence inside of this game.
Yeah, and right now Akari is having a little bit of trouble. Cayman actually might be in trouble here.
Going in on Cayman, will he be able to get the kill? Able to secure the first blood, and here we go. We do see Natalia going in, getting the early kills. This is what you want to do in order to have the stronger presence early game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ken was not able to find Natalia, and she's able to get away with just a sliver of health there. It didn't even teleport back, went low, and just decided, no, I'm not ready to go back yet. I'm going to go ahead and snatch this kill off of Cayman.
Now, you know, just with the Natalia, you got to play safe, especially if you're one of the squishier heroes, you know, like the Kagura. But we do see a class trying to zone out that turtle. They are pushing in, going for a fight. Foxia on the chase, chasing down the link. Will he be able to get a kill with the zonage as Yuzong is going in? We do see a heavy presence over on the side of Rebels in Paradise on the blue buff, trying to delay Soda as much as they can. They are able to take his blue as well. What a play. You know, that is going to delay Soda. You know, Ling is definitely, you know, an energy dependent hero, and not having that blue buff is crucial.
Yes, I was just about to say that blue buff, a crucial part of Ling play there. I mean, just a good pick overall. We do see Cayman going in, Noon on Blast coming down.
Able to connect, but not really too much of an effect, as Aizo it does have the space to be able to, you know, stay alive. Akari trying to go in, unable to really do any damage, but then goes in on Toxi, but able to escape. Man, we are seeing some early plays by Akari, not really able to pick off too much, but, you know, we will see, you know, as the game goes on, building more of those attack items, able to get that Blade of Hephaestus, you know, trying to get the early kills is what he's going to focus on. But over on the top side, we are going to see Ken securing the turtle.
Yeah, and just great plays by the macro of this. That's what you want for the value out of your boxy, is to be able to get these objectives, steal these buffs away from the enemy here. So a good pickup by the side of Rebels in Paradise. Even though Natalia not doing a bad job, Akari's still able to get the pick off, still able to do the damage and rotate around. But I feel like the macro still going into the side of Rebels in Paradise.
Well, we do see a heavy clash over there on Promise, as he does have a 4v1 situation, hit by Nibiru's Passion and also comboed with the Numenon Blast. They are going to go ahead and secure that kill, doing a 1v1 trade. It is 1-1 right now. 9 o'clock and Rebels in Paradise tied in kills.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a little bit of a problem for 9 o'clock, because they are losing the early game advantage that they have with this Natalia, and Natalia's not gonna be doing much if they're able to get behind.
Oh my goodness, they came in able to get the kill on Akari. There goes the Natalia, taking her first death, and we do see Rebels in Paradise going for the first tower on the bottom side, but we do see a set over by Misery as they spot Promise. Will he be able to get out? 3v1 situation, a little bit of an escape. Torn apart Memories able to connect, but barely doing any damage and taken out by Cayman.
Yeah, where was 9 o'clock? He was fighting down there forever. And unfortunately does go down to about 4 members of Rebels in Paradise. And we do see the entire squad down there. Well, 3 members down there now on top of this tower, and do snatch up that early turret.
Now, this is where we kind of see Natalia have a hard time. Going in and, you know, multiple heroes at once, that's kind of where her weakness is. Primarily has to focus those heroes who are alone and by themselves. What a play over there by Rebels in Paradise, taking that first tower within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, like we were talking about with Natalia, she shines in the early game, during the laning phase when heroes are apart, when she can catch people rotating. It's going to get worse and worse for Natalia as we move on to the later stages, when we're having more groups trying to fight together.
Now, even in terms of Ling, Soda running that, if, you know, Rebels in Paradise decide to try and invade this blue buff, not really too much of contest with the Natalia, as they do have a beefier and an invading lineup. We do see his owners around lower though. Misery going into the class, but getting a lot of damage, with a little bit of pushback, a little bit of peel over there by Parapi. Will he be able to escape though, as he is far in enemy lines? But he is not afraid. He is still continuing to go in. The Numenon Blast using ulted by Lolita, but unable to connect. Parapi not afraid, not even taking any damage over there by Rebels in Paradise, as we see a potential surprise gank by Akari over on the top side with the Natalia. Will he go in for Trust? He does connect. Can he get the kill? Able to take out Trust as well. What a play! But the fight's not over. You do see torn apart Memories and Akari going in over on Ken, able to get that kill as well. A double by Natalia, but taken out by Cayman. Early aggression over on the side of 9 o'clock right now.
Yeah, finally, it seems like Akari has kind of caught his momentum here. He does eventually get taken out, but not before taking out 2 members of Rebels in Paradise there. So now starting to kind of find his rhythm, and they do pick up a turtle for it.
A little bit of an item shows right now. Just looking at that Clock of Destiny being built by that Xavier, man. That's a solid item, and especially building it, you know, early. It is very time dependent.
Yeah, and it does look like we are still kind of even right now as we go into the 7-minute mark here. Only a 300 gold difference between the teams here, so it still is anybody's game. As we see an engagement by Akari.
Oh my goodness, but Akari forced to push out as it is a 2v1 situation. But we do see Tippers of Blade going down over there on the side of 9 o'clock. But the clash is still going on. There is no Tippers of Blade now by Soda, but he is able to escape. But Akari picking off Cayman over on the backside, and then Trust taking out Parapi as well. That is a good trade on the side of 9 o'clock, but they are not finished. Trying to chase down Akari, unable to escape. Oh my goodness, the Rainer's Apathy able to take out the Natalia.
This is what we were talking about, that tortoise puissance from Ken, able to still show Akari while he was in the smoke screen there, and they were able to pick him off with Loxy. We do see a little bit more of an engagement here on the Promise.
What a zonage over there by Rebelszinparadise, able to take out Promise as he was just a little too overextended without any protection or a turret to defend him.
Yeah, and now this game is starting to swing a little heavier in the favor of Rebelszinparadise. Still not answering with towers yet, so I mean, this game isn't over. The towers are in the favor of 9 o'clock, but the team fights seem to be going over into Rebelszinparadise.
You know, even looking at 9 o'clock side, they have 4 kills, but they're all by Natalia. They are by that roam, you know, not really giving the gold needed for your team side to those, you know, damage dealing heroes outside of the Natalia. You know, Ling currently, you know, not really having a kill or a heavy effect inside of this game, but we do see a class over by Parapi as he is going in the backline again with the Esmeralda. Numenon Blast connecting, getting the stun, but Toxie taking out Soda. Ling has been taken out. Toxie escaping with 1 HP, not able to go back as Akari does see him. Oh my goodness, dodging the Dawning Light as well, and an overextension by Akari has to pay as Cayman does spot him, but Promise, again, a little bit of an overextension, and they have to pay for it as he is being chased down by Ken. Misery going in, Cayman going in, and Misery able to get the kill again over on Promise.
What I'm gonna go ahead and call that a Spidey sense by Toxie. Going ahead and teleporting back and then realizing, no, I better not. And then being able to dodge that guiding light from Maseo. We do have a little bit more of an engagement here down at the bottom.
Oh my goodness, what a clash, but it's looking like a potential, you know, snowball in terms of kills by Rebelszinparadise. But we do have First Lord spawned in. Now, I don't know, man. In terms of who it's leaning toward right now, definitely Rebelszinparadise. Not really seeing too much of an effect on anybody on the side of 9 o'clock outside of Akari.
Well, yeah, Akari doing the best job that they can. We do see getting up. Oh,
Cayman. Speaking of Akari, he goes down. Toxie escaping again with 1 HP. Dawning Light missing, and he didn't even move.
Yeah, unfortunately, a wide Dawning Light by Aseo here. We were just talking about it now. I was going to say that this is a little favoring on the side of 9 o'clock because they do have more of those towers down and they do open up the jungle of the side of Rebelszinparadise. But man, you can't really argue about a 4-11 lead in right now for Rebelszinparadise.
Looking really good in terms of map for the side of 9 o'clock right now. I mean, if you look, the mid turret has been pushed in, the top turret has been pushed in as well, and they have only lost the first tower on the bottom side.
Yeah, and we do know right now Toxie has finished off that Blade of Despair and the Hunter Strike, and so she is going to be coming online right now with Blade of Despair is the only item that a Promise has picked up. So, man, this Beatrix is about to start. Like, you thought it was a menace before. Right now, it's about to be even worse for this team at 9 o'clock.
Now, I will say on the side of 9 o'clock, they do have a lot of but we do see Numenon Blast trying to go down, unable to connect, and we see a clash going in. Parapi able to take out Cayman. Tips of the blades popping down. Parapi able to get a kill over on Misery. We see the Black Dragon. Will he drop? He uses it as a means to escape, and the push continues on the side of 9 o'clock. They will take the other mid lane turret, leaving only the inhibitor left. Look at a quick replay of this, man. Very solid play on 9 o'clock side as that Numenon Blast did miss. That was the time for them to go in. Tips of Blade going down for the aggression, and then on top of that, being able to secure that second mid lane turret.
Yeah, unfortunately, like we've talked about this before, you make those mistakes, you leave your roam open, you leave your team open, and you didn't hit that Numenon Blast, and right here we have a little bit of trouble for Trust.
Oh my goodness. Will they be able to win this clash? They are trying to defend over on that bottom lane, trying to save that second turret. You know, they are losing a lot of these objectives early in the game too. We are only 12 minutes in.
Yeah, we do have 17 kills on the board. We do see Soda taking up that tower right now. And like we said, the macro definitely going over to the side of 9 o'clock here.
Soda using the tips of blades, not able to get a kill, but we do got a clash currently going on in the mid lane. Dawning Light not really able to connect, but we see Brody. We do see him being able to take out that next tower over on the bottom side, giving Promise additional lead in terms of the turret. But there is a potential clash about to go down. We do see Luminous Lord has spawned in as well. Numenon Blast trying to connect, able to hit. Do they get the kill? Trust able to take out Xavier. We do see Natalia is still in play. Oh my goodness, Esmeralda trying to go in on the 4v1 situation. Natalia going in, trying to go for Misery. Is that the right choice right now? Ling using the Tempest of Blades. Will he get a kill? Doctilia able to get Soda. Soda able to get here as well. 1v1 trade. Then we see Esmeralda taking out Trust, popping that killing spree. What a clash we are seeing right now. But Harvey being a little bit over aggressive, unable to connect and get the kill, but is gonna go ahead and try and clear those lanes as we see Akari taking out the inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, able to get those kills in the early game, but if you're not macroing up, if you're not opening up the jungle with taking down towers, you're not getting much value for those kills, and we're seeing why now. They are just all over the side of Rebels in Paradise. We do have this Luminous Lord up right now, but man, it is now starting to slip further and further away. We have a 5K gold lead in favor of 9 o'clock, and I'm dubious on whether Rebels in Paradise are going to be able to come back from this.
You know, and I like this team composition. Even though we haven't really seen 9 o'clock win too many of the classes, they have the split push capability, having that Ling with that mobility to cross the map whenever he needs to, and also having a Natalia to clear when Ling can't, and having the Esmeralda as a frontline distraction is what we are seeing today. What a push by 9 o'clock. Not really leading in kills, but have a huge objective in terms of turrets. But the clash going down. Oh my goodness, Flame Shot came in, taking out Promise. They are going to go ahead and clash it out. Toxic Leah trying to escape, pulling out oh my goodness, Wesker, what? We do see the Black Dragon has been summoned. Will he be able to get a kill? Is he gonna try and drop down over on Parapi? We do see Soda going in for a kill as well. Misery barely hanging on with any HP. What a fight, 3v1 situation. Soda does go in. Tips of Blade is dropping down. The fight for the mid lane is happening. Xavier connecting with the Dawning Light. What a play, taking out Cayman. Making sure to, you know, watch for that low HP and then using the Dawning Light for the finisher.
Right now, Parapi is unstoppable on that Esmeralda. By himself, taking on 4 members of Rebels in Paradise, able to tank out a bunch of these abilities for them, while the rest of the team able to kind of macro up. And you see those, and then followed up by those surgical sniping Dawning Lights from Aseo on that Xavier.
Just the map awareness right now by 9 o'clock is definitely showing, and I feel like a lot of objectives have been taken with not really much contested by Rebels in Paradise. It's like they're focusing more on the clashes instead of the turret. I don't know how much longer they can kind of hold off. I mean, what do you think in terms of a comeback, in terms of win conditions for Rebels in Paradise? What do they have to do to come back?
Well, we were talking about this, the Yuzong value that we can get out of here. And then right now, oh, we do see Parapi go down there. They just have, they don't have a lot of things in their favor right now. Candace taken out by a Dawning Light.
What a play, man. This is what we were talking about, though. You know, they are down to their last 2 turrets. The only inhibitor turrets are on the bottom and the top side, not even a mid one, and they are a little bit overextended on these clashes, and that can be crucial to them as 9 o'clock sees that they might try and go in for an early finish. It is about 16 minutes in, though. We do got Luminous Lord pushing in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we were having a better time when we were countering engagements, because engaging with that Yuzong right now, they're having a lot of trouble. They're not able to follow up. They're not able to get in there to support him. So then you're going to have to try to disengage there, and we're not kind of coming in as a team. But we do see this Luminous Lord kind of pushing into the core right now.
Rebels in Paradise on the defensive steps. Dawning Light able to connect, doing a little bit of damage to Rebels in Paradise. Ling going in. Will they try and get the early finish on this Lord? Oh my goodness, a clash is going on. Lord has been taken out and forcing 9 o'clock on the possible, escape. Will they be able to get out, or are they going to try and continue this clash? We do see Dynamite raining down the mid. Doesn't look like they plan to really escape anytime soon as the fight continues, but we do see Numenon Blast not connecting. Promise taking out Ken. Murphy taking out the Cayman. Promise taking the inhibitor turret over on the bottom side as the clash is still going on. The top inhibitor turret by Soda has been taken out. Oh, Harvey actually does take it. They are defenseless. Will 9 o'clock be able to end this game? Trust trying to come in, trying to defend, trying to peel, but you do see Soda with the Tempest of Blaze. Immortality has been popped. Misery with 1 HP and taken out by the Dawning Light of Xavier. Promise able to get Trust as well, and we do see game 1 taken by 9 o'clock.
What a push by 9 o'clock. Just an amazing game there, especially, man, take a look at these stats from Toxie. Getting the MVP here, or not Toxie, sorry, Toxie Parapi, 427. I mean, it got the MVP. The stats don't really, they don't really reflect the amount of damage that they, she was able to take. 55% damage. That is more than her entire team combined. And that is just ridiculous, especially when she started coming online, pretty much zoning out the entire team for a bunch of these objectives. And this is what happens. This is what we were talking about from the beginning. When your team, when you get so kill focused, so blood hungry, there needs to be a transfer to objectives. Those kills don't matter if you can't transfer that into taking a tower, taking a turtle.
What a play over by 9 o'clock. You know, we kind of expected them to have an earlier, win, especially with that composition, with that Natalia, having that Ling, the split push capability. It worked in their favor. It looked a little bit shaky in the beginning as they were losing in the 5v5 classes, but the right hand was fighting as the left hand with that Natalia or with that Ling was split pushing, taking those turrets. That was not focused by Rebels in Paradise.
Yeah, losing the engagements, but gaining the towers. A huge macro outplay by the side of 9 o'clock, man. It's just amazing here how well they did with this. And then the entire time, Aseo just lobbing out Dawning Lights. There was not a point where he was resting on those. Even when they were completely reset, you just see Dawning Lights after Dawning Lights being thrown out there. And effective ones too, always hitting targets, always clearing minions, and doing what it's supposed to. Just an all-out, great game played by 9 o'clock there. Like I said, very shaky opening for it, but like you said, the kills don't matter unless we have the value of objectives getting out of it.
Exactly, and that is going to secure the first game for them in the best out of 3. If Rebels in Paradise does want to have a comeback, they're gonna have to focus a little bit more on these turrets. They cannot lose these turrets that early, especially without contest, as that was kind of their downfall. If they would have held out maybe to late game, the story could have been a little bit different, or even just defend it and not lost those turrets as easily, we would have seen a different outcome. But a good comp. I do like the Natalia pick. I do like how they split push. I think overall for 9 o'clock, just the way they kind of prioritize those objectives are definitely showing in this best out of 3.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, we did see Rebels in Paradise were prioritizing those objectives, the buffs. They were stealing them away from 9 o'clock. But toward the end, I think they kind of fell apart on that type of focus.
But we are going to go into the second game of the day. Out of the best of 3, we did see 9 o'clock take game 1. So in order for this to not be another 2-0 game, have to see an answer by Rebels in Paradise. As we are getting into the first ban, we have seen the Masha, the Valentina being picked off. Maybe they even banned the Natalia, but I don't know. Like we said, the clashes were iffy, so maybe not really worth it, but they just gotta have an overall game plan for the defensive side.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, because I'm wondering where do you see the fault as? I mean, Esmeralda pretty much running wild on you for most of the game. We didn't see Natalia's value really start coming in until 9 o'clock was very far ahead. So it's hard to say that it was Natalia's fault for them being so far ahead. I feel like Esmeralda was the bigger problem for this team, and being able to take down that Esmeralda, even with Aboxia, who on paper seems like the perfect counter.
Yeah, it was a very good play in macro by the Esmeralda. You know, there's a lot of times when she went in the enemy lines, you know, 4v1 and was able to escape without barely any damage. We do see the Xavier being banned. We see the 1-1 ban, you know, over on the side of Rebels in Paradise. Terizla for the answer over on the side of 9 o'clock. You know, those are strong bans. I'm kind of liking the direction this draft pick is currently going.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the interesting thing here too. I wonder if we do, are we gonna kind of maybe, and this was the problem too, picking up that Lolita early. Picking up that Lolita early meant we did not have the Rafaela open to answer this Natalia, and I felt like they didn't really have a counter coming into it. I mean, we tried with the Boxia, we saw a little bit of success during the early game as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see how we kind of, if we're gonna go with that type of ban or that pickup again, because they really did prioritize that Lolita, and unfortunately not much came out of it. Another possible thing too, I dare I say at this point, Yu Zhong is almost a wild card pick, man, and he's fallen so far from what he used to be. So I mean, maybe a stronger laner there, to something that could have competed with Esmeralda.
Yeah, that's a definitely good point. I want to say every Yu Zhong that we've seen picked recently, you know, they've lost the game. So you definitely want to have a little bit more of a heavy focus to kind of counter that hero you're going against. I don't really feel like there was a strong presence for the Yu Zhong there, only having a, you know, the real possibility of just dropping on the Xavier when available, but that's not really enough of a reason to try and pick him out. We are seeing the Karina ban on the side of 9 o'clock. We do know she's been a valuable jungler, especially with that mage emblem and that magic damage. Like we said, a very solid draft pick right now. We have Akari currently thinking about that final ban. You know, we do know there are some viable jungles out there, but there goes the Julian ban as well. This is solid. I'm liking the way this is looking right now in terms of the bans.
Right now, but we still do have some of the those harassments still up right now. We still have Masha, we still have Franco, we still have those two. Well, we have Yves still up, so still some very good picks for both sides still left open here, and it's gonna be interesting to see what we go with.
There goes the Esmeralda first pick on the side of Rebels in Paradise. Ballman is still available right now. Beatrix, a very solid first pick on the side of 9 o'clock. But who are they going to go with? You know, you do have that strong jungler who doesn't really have an issue. But Akai is still in play as well, you know, using that heavy spin, trying to get a little bit of zonage. So there are a lot of options available for both sides.
I mean, last game, Akai wasn't picked or banned. So, I mean, neither team really placing too much of a priority on him. I guess they have a plan. They have their comps kind of set in. So, which is good to see from both teams. They have something in mind that doesn't include something like the Akai, and maybe probably even counters it. So, we're going to see how well this goes into, especially with that Beatrix pickup. Oh, yes, and the Lunox pickup. Probably an answer to trust on this Esmeralda.
I do like the Lunox pick, you know, especially on the Esmeralda, being able to rain that damage with the Chaos Assault. You know, it won't make her too much of a problem, especially in that last game when we were seeing Esmeralda doing the 1v4 situation without too much, you know, of a contest on the opposite side. So having that Lunox for that damage is a good pick here, especially paired up with the Beatrix. But the Ballman being secured on the side of Rebels in Paradise to be able to secure those objectives. But do we see the Eve play? We don't know what fighter is going to be used on the side of 9 o'clock, and Eve is picked up.
Yeah, I do like the synergy on the side of Rebels in Paradise right now. You're going to be able to lay down that real world manipulation followed by the falling star moon, or vice versa, and it's just going to be able to kind of close in the area where you keep your enemy in there. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what 9 o'clock is going to be able to do against this. We are still kind of like, I mean, Belmont is a little bit of an early game there, so I mean, we do still kind of have a little bit of a flexible composition from the side of Rebels in Paradise. We're just going to be waiting to see what we get for a marksman and a roamer at this point.
Yeah, seeing that Clint kind of being picked off, not really having to give Beatrix too much of an issue. We don't even see too much of beefiness on the side of 9 o'clock right now, so they might not even really have to worry about a carry pick, but could possibly pick it up because we do know Ballman being more of the beefier jungler, and also with that Esmeralda, that might not be the worst choice. Claude is still in the mix as well, so I do expect maybe on the side of Rebels in Paradise to kind of take out these marksmen who specialize in that late game damage, but we do know they have the Lunox, so if they do take out those marksmen, actually they don't need to, they have Beatrix, so no marksman actually will be taken out here. They will have to go for that jungler in that roam. That Atlas being picked off nice and late, and we do know that Fatal Links has had a very, good effect inside of these matches, especially with the top 32 NA teams.
Yeah, right now it's definitely going to come down to those marksman picks for the side of Rebels in Paradise. I mean, interestingly enough, we do see Dairoth on Parapi is going to be able to counter Paripi is going to be able to counter out this Esmeralda. So I'm definitely going to be looking for some type of support to be thrown to the XP lane. We talked about that earlier. They were having a lot of success where Rebels in Paradise trying to support that Yuzong against Esmeralda, even though it was a counter. So, I mean, maybe we see a little bit more of that. If they can keep on, keeping up that macro and throwing the support up there to set back this Dairoth, they should be pretty successful with this Esmeralda when it comes time to join these team fights.
We are going into the last ban over on the side of Rebels in Paradise, but looking at 9 o'clock right now, I'm thinking a very good answer for the composition is an Akai pick. They can go that Akai jungler, be able to stop, Eve using the real world manipulation, zone it out the Ballman as well. That might not be a bad pick on their side, as we said, it hasn't been banned recently and also hasn't been picked recently. They do need a jungler though, and also need a roam.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they pick up here. And then on the side of Rebels in Paradise, we are going to be looking for that marksman and roam as well. Definitely not picking up that roam early game here. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and pick up that Ling, but we're leaving open that roam. So there's still the possibility of a Natalia here. And I was just about to say, what do we have in store? Are we going to have something that could potentially be able to stop or take down a Natalia? Ruby's an interesting pick. I mean, it could help with the Natalia, but overall, Ruby hasn't had much luck right now in the NACT.
Now, in terms of Natalia, Ruby, being able to zone her out is pretty effective. Even Esmeralda can do a decent zonage over on the Natalia pick, but we do know Rebels in Paradise kind of being distracted by those clashes. They definitely got to focus on these turrets going into this game. We do see a possible Brody pick, maybe Carmilla. Haven't seen that yet. This is what we're talking about, those wild card picks. We haven't really seen it too much. Can work really well, but also can go down a very bad path.
Yes. Interestingly enough, I mean, I can see the thinking process for the Carmilla. You are going to be able to kind of latch on to Ling with that stunning ability, even if he's up on a wall and trying to get away from you. But yeah, we are about to get into this match.
To finish off the draft with the Liam Ward pick too. How do you feel about Liam Ward right now?
It remains to be seen. Honestly, I don't want to make judgments yet because it's been a while since I don't know if we've even seen him in the NACT yet, but he definitely hasn't been as successful in the meta. Else we would have seen him probably more often.
We are going into the game. This will be best out of 3, but we did see 9 o'clock take the win over on Rebels in Paradise. So I gotta ask, what would you do to kind of change up your strategy for Rebels in Paradise to get a game 1 or game 2 over on 9 o'clock?
Well, I think we're going to need to be making sure that we have a plan. It can't just be kills. You have to have a plan for objectives here. You have to be wanting to get a tower, planning to go ahead and get these turtles as well. And then we do see a little bit of that support. This is what I was talking about. They're going to go ahead and try to help out Esmeralda in this top lane because she is kind of outmatched by that Dairoth.
Now we do see the Liam Ward. He is in the support. He is going to be the roam for 9 o'clock right now. A little bit of a clash.
Yeah, and Akari does go down there by Trust there, so maybe a little bit of a misstep there. We do see more of a clash here. Rebels in Paradise going ahead and chasing after Paripi, and Paripi actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Is going to go ahead and activate that flash to go ahead and get away. And a little bit of an exciting opening for them. We do have a 1-0, but like we said, you need to start making those things count. You need to make something out of these kills.
Now, I don't know. Like we said, Leomord's a little too early, but the clash is still going on!
Yeah, Paripi gets taken down there by Trust. Ken in a little bit of trouble. This is going to take it down dangerously low. Soda going to come in and be able to take him out, but the clash is still going on here. Akari gets taken down here, as well as Soda and Aseo are going to have to disengage from this team fight.
Wow, 3-1, leading in the favor of Rebels in Paradise. You know, this is looking really good for them right now. They just got to maintain that focus. Over on the side of 9 o'clock, you know, it is 0-1 for the Akari over on the Leomord Rome. So in order for them to have a solid game, he just has to make sure he doesn't get picked off. Make sure that he is in the situation that is best optimal for his team.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Leomord having a little bit of trouble trying to protect, or trying to actually, fend off a lot of these attacks. We were talking about the macro of Rebels in Paradise and what they need to do. And, I mean, Belmont is the best answer for that as well, as we do know his ability to take objectives, to take turtles, is just immense here. We do see a little bit of engagement here. That lethal counter comes down, but Paripi is able to steal it away. Misery does come in onto Akari, and he does lose his life for that, but they get a turtle for that.
What a play over on the side of 9 o'clock. Definitely, you know, what they needed right now. They did not want that snowball by Rebels in Paradise, you know, with it being 4-1, but securing that turtle, you know, kind of evening out the gold right now. We do look over on the side of Rebels in Paradise and, you know, a little bit of, oh my goodness, a clash by Soda. Can he get away?
Yeah, he's going to be able to get away. He does use that that Tempest of Blades to go ahead and disengage. We do see a big wide. Leo might be in trouble here.
Oh,
he's
no!
Gonna be caught up there. Akari, again, might be in a bad way. Does go ahead and activate that Phantom Steed, but it's not enough, as Locks, Toxie is going to go ahead and be able to clean that up.
Oh, Promise!
Taken out by that shotgun by Promise, who's sneaking in that bush. Is he going to be able to get away? He is, as Aseo. Oh no, Promise does go down there. Aseo might be in a bad way here, is trying to disengage here. Does activate that brilliance and is going to be able to. Oh no, is stunned there. Is it going to be enough? He's using that flicker up and cleaned up by Toxie.
What a lead for Rebels in Paradise right now. This is the match they wanted. We might see for the first time in day 2 for NACT a 1-1 in the best out of 3.
Yeah, 8-3, but we talked about this last game. They were able to get up by a decent amount of kills, but not able to translate those kills into objectives. And that is where they need to be putting their focus on, especially because we saw that Ken had a little bit of an issue taking down that turtle, able to get captured or able to get stolen by Paripi.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not liking the Leomord Rome right now. It's not really working in their favor.
I mean, yeah, it's another one of those things. We do see that real world manipulation coming down. The Phantom Steed does get activated, but Akari's not going to be able. Is he going to be able to get away? He is finally, but this turtle is going to go ahead and get started by Toxie, while the rest of 9 o'clock is going to be forced to kind of disengage here and be zoned out. Turtle does go over to the side of Rebels in Paradise, and a good pickup for them right now. And they are in a good position, but man, the towers again.
What a play over there by 9 o'clock. You know, making sure they prioritize those objectives, even in a situation like this where it is not working in their favor. They do take the first turret, and Promise taking out Misery as well.
Yeah, but like I was saying, these towers, oh my god, at mid, are they going to be able to take this one down as well? Paripi, with the rotations on there, is going to probably pay for this right now. He does go down. A combination of the lethal counter and the damage from Trust as well does go ahead and close in on that. But man, we're going to need to start making something happen as far as objectives are concerned, because I don't like how this is spelling for Rebels in Paradise. It's shades of the last match.
Currently looking at Trust 4-1-2, definitely doing what he needs to for Esmeralda, but losing that top, you know, tower is crucial. He has to have a little bit more defense, especially against that Dyrith, who is a very hard counter for him. But a clash over on the bottom side.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and be able to pick up this tower now, and we do see the rest of Rebels in Paradise kind of setting up, maybe to try to take away this purple from Soda, and it doesn't look like Ken was able to pick that up.
And this is a very interesting match. Like I said, right now leaning in the favor of Rebels in Paradise as they are trying to push in at 9 o'clock, taking advantage of that Leomord roam right now. This is just looking really good for them. They do have an okay lead, not too much though, a little bit even. So I don't know. I feel like you never know with these two teams, but those wild card picks usually don't work in a team's favor.
Oh, we do see a little bit of engagement here. Real world manipulation does come down here, but Tempest of Blades and Aseo able to clean up Kagan. And then this mid tower is going to go down by Parippy. Trust and Ken are trying to disengage and are able to, but man, like I said, it's this macro right now as we see the turtle buff coming up. So a great play, great macro by the side of 9 o'clock to go ahead and push in that mid tower and then go ahead and pick up this turtle.
What a play. Look at the gold right now. You know, despite of everything that's happened, only 1,000 gold difference. But in terms of the clashes and in terms of the objectives, 9 o'clock is just showing really good rotations. They're prioritizing those lanes. We do see that mid lane being pushed in on that first tower, but a clash over on Promise.
Yeah, Promise does get stunned up, and he is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, is not able to get away, but we do see the rest of 9 o'clock coming in with that Tempest of Blades. It's not going to be enough, and oh no, Akari might have put himself into harm's way, is getting slowed, but is going to go ahead and be able to get away on that Phantom Steed.
What a matchup right now. We are seeing Leomord trying to have a little bit of a stronger presence going into almost the 10-minute mark. You know, this is just looking really good, you know, over on the side of 9 o'clock for turrets. But we do see a clash, and Lunox Field able to get the kill over Toxilia.
Yeah, but down at the middle, we do see Akari in a little bit of trouble. Is he going to be able to get taken down? He does get away from mid, as the rest of Rebels in Paradise are going to be forced to kind of rotate.
Yeah, this is like with the Leomord in the roam. It's an aggressive comp.
Yeah, we do see that Brilliance activated as Ken is in chase right now. Soda does come down. Tempest of Blades coming down. Misery's able to... Oh, Misery actually might be caught here. Soda can't decide who he wants to get here. Does get the kill onto Ken. We do see that pitch post coming down. He is going to the kill onto Misery as well. Trust in a little bit of trouble here. Toxie does take down. We do see that real world manipulation coming down. A lot of damage coming down onto Akari and Aseo. We do see another tower go down for 9 o'clock, and down goes Aseo on that Linux, but a trade there, and so does Brody.
Look on the bottom side. Look at the push by 9 o'clock, trying to take the inhibitor turret. These guys are very good at split pushing on taking these objectives, but the clash.
Yeah, you do see that Promise goes down there. Parippy might be in a bad way here. Does take down Trust. You might be able to kill him, but he is already won, picking up that kill onto Esmeralda.
This might be one of the most insane matches, you know, insane best of threes we've seen today, just in terms of prioritizing the lanes. You know, you don't expect, especially when the team is winning in, you know, kills 16-11, but in terms of the turrets working in 9 o'clock's favor, the distractions is pivotal. You have to have a little bit more of a map awareness on the side of Rebels in Paradise. Look at the items, though. Look at the items. Look at that. You see, you see the build. You see Beatrix getting a little bit of that damage, that Malefic Roar, the Bladed Despair. You know, Ling over there with the Windtalker Berserker's Fury for additional damage and crit. It's just looking really good. They have a very aggressive composition.
Yeah, even though Brody is ahead right now, I mean, still having trouble being able to pick off and focus targets in these fights. And it's speaking well for the side of 9 o'clock and their macroing ability on here. Not really countering, but reacting. Once they see that the top lane might be getting pushed in, they're going to go ahead and react right away with a push down at the bottom. But we do see a little bit of engagement down at the bottom as Parippy is going to go ahead and be able to zone out Trust. But now we are setting up. We do have the Lord ready. The entire team, almost the entire team of 9 o'clock sitting here waiting, and does catch Misery. But right now, a little bit of a slow coming out there. We do see a concealed play. Are we going to go ahead and make something happen out of this? And Misery coming in onto Aseo, does catch the stun on there. It's not going to be a Misery taking a heap of damage there. We do see another tower going down at bottom. So the macro still, the map awareness by 9 o'clock to be able to to see these fights and still have that split pushing potential.
This is just insane. Being able to take that bottom inhibitor and securing the Lord on top of that. This is exactly what 9 o'clock wants. But the clash!
Yeah, when you see that real world manipulation come down, but it goes down just as quickly as it went down. Paripi is in the tower.
Oh,
does
no!
get taken down, and Akiri might be in trouble. Aseo running for his life. Flicker does take him down. So right now, we do have a 4-for-3 trade in favor of Rebels, but that Lord did go to 9 o'clock, so it is coming down here at the bottom lane.
What a clash over there by 9 o'clock. Like you said, it wasn't really worth the trade. Should they have waited for that Lord to kind of take that fight? In terms of gold, it is only a 2K lead. We do see the contest over there on the side of Rebelszinparadise that they are able to take out the Lord. Man, let's just talk about the map awareness right now. Losing that bottom inhibitor turret is crazy. I feel like 9 o'clock is just really good at the distraction plays.
Yeah, able to go ahead, and they're just able to get around the map so fast. And sadly, Rebelszinparadise, I mean, they're winning the team fights because they're sending everyone. They're sending everyone there instead of being able to have somebody covering these lanes from the pushes, from Paripi, from Soda, even a little bit from Akari as well. So I mean, you win, like I said, you win the fights, but if you're not covering these lanes, I mean, the end game is basically you losing all of these towers.
Exactly what you just said, like the translating kills into objectives. Yeah, you might win in terms of KDA, in terms of getting the clashes, but when you lose those turrets, it's just too costly.
We do have a concealed play coming in there. Might be a little bit of trouble. Real world manipulation coming down. The brilliance has been activated, but Aseo does quickly go down. Soda comes in there. Is he going to be able to make something happen here? He is being chased. Oh, he does activate that Tempest of Blades to be able to get away. We still have 57 seconds left on this Lord. A good pickup by Rebelszinparadise, but like I said, not able to make anything happen there. And we do have up at the top, Paripi pushing that lane.
Now, even if we look at the items in terms for 9 o'clock, they are all damage outside of Leomord. You do got a little bit of that dominant size for that Dire off to counter the Esmeralda, but looking on the side of Rebelszinparadise, they got way more defensive items, building those Athena shields for the Lunox, for, you know, the magic damage that she can do to kind of take out those beefier heroes. But it just feels like even in terms of items and clashes, the lanes, the turrets are still being pushed in the favor for 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we do have 12 seconds left on this turtle. We're gonna see. I mean, that is probably the biggest problem here right now is the focus on the defense here. I mean, you were ahead, you had the gold for it, but when you're going for defensive items, you're gonna have a little bit of problem when you come into these clashes. I mean, right now we do see a little bit of a toying around here, a little bit of a dance for this turtle as the macro up at the top. We see Tyroth and Esmeralda kind of battling it out. It's gonna be on whoever can go ahead. Look at Tyroth just basically ignoring this Esmeralda to take down this wave, and then he's going to go ahead and probably transfer over to the side of to 9 o'clock here, maybe to get into a better position for this Luminous Lord.
Now, it looks like Rebelszinparadise is trying to prioritize this Luminous Lord. They do not want 9 o'clock to get this over them. They are possibly prepping for a little bit of zonage, but Ballman in the mid lane. Looks like both teams trying to just feed out what the other is going to do, but 9 o'clock going on the offensive position, trying to take that Luminous Lord. We do got Misery going in, possibly a clash.
Yeah, we are waiting a bit. They are trying to bait out that Lord. We do see the rest of them in a good position here. Trust and Paripi are here, but Trust actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does get frozen and taken out by Soda, and now we are in a good position here to go ahead and pick up this Lord. We do see Rebelszinparadise trying to still set up, but I'm not sure this is a fight that they want. We do see that real world manipulation come down, activating that brilliance. Is this the fight they want? It was a bait. They are coming in now. We do see that Tempest of Blades coming down onto Misery. He is going to use it to disengage. Ken, so low, he's going to be taken out by Soda. And down here, we do see Akari onto
Oh my
Cayman.
goodness.
Misery might be in trouble here as that, using that roam, using that conceal to get away. That is a one person left in Rebels in Paradise right now. It looks like they're going to go ahead and push. They don't even want the Lord. They have minions here. Misery is not going to be able to stop them. It goes down. The core, 9 o'clock with the victory over Rebels in Paradise, and they are moving to the top 16.
Just when we thought we were going to see a 1-1 game, 2-0 games all day today for day 2 of the NACT. What a very good match over on the side of 9 o'clock. You know, they looked a little bit shaky again, but pushing those turrets, taking out those towers, and then the aggression on the inhibitor turrets as well worked in their favor. I gotta see Rebels in Paradise focus a little bit more on the objectives and not the clashes.
Yeah, and this is this is a schooling in KDA versus macro and map awareness. I mean, you can take the fights, you can win, you can make everybody rotate together, and you might win that 5v4 clash. But if you are not watching that lane, not watching it be pushed in, you're gonna have a bad day. We were kind of skeptical about Akari on this Leomord as a tank, but I mean, you can't really argue with the amount of defense, the amount of damage that he was able to tank for them.
What a journey today. We have seen all teams, 8 teams compete for the top 16 mark. They were fighting their hearts out. All were 2-0 sweeps. Man, I gotta say, for that last game, it was intense. You know, it looked like 9 o'clock lost the clashes, but in reality, they've won every single objective, and that is what you need to win these games. Like I said, a schooling on, kills over objectives, it does not work. You have to prioritize those turrets. You have to get those Lord plays. You can't allow those to walk just for a kill.
Yeah, and we were seeing that there, just an immense amount, like even just the calmness from the side of 9 o'clock. They were losing. They never upset them. They knew exactly what needed to be done. They knew what their win conditions was, and that was the macro. Even for a Belmont, against a Belmont who should be shining when it comes to objectives, you would see Dyroth go ahead and pick off, being able to pick off a turtle. So, I mean, this is things you're going to run into when you come up to these tiers of players in this type of competition. You can't just be getting those kills. You need to translate it into something. You can't leave all these little mistakes. You can't leave a lane open just for an engagement, and then you get it pushed in all the way. Just the amount of towers taken. Just a great game by Rebels in Paradise to show what they were made of here.
Yeah, what a good clash over on both sides. That will be the first wildcard pick that we've seen actually work in a team's favor. But guys, thank you so much. My name is Stephweezy. I had a blast watching all these teams in the top 32 compete for the top 16 mark. Shout out to Private as well with the amazing casting. I am going to pass it to Private real quick to kind of lead off toward, closing. But guys, thank you so much. We had a blast.
Yeah, guys, amazing events tonight. It is not over. We do have more tomorrow, but right now, we're going to pass it over to the amazing Assassin Dave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the host desk. What a jam-packed event today. We got 4 more teams proceed to top 16. We still have 2 more days in the first round of NACT knockout stage, which is really, really exciting, actually. A lot of familiar faces are coming up in the next few days, so make sure to jog it down, because tomorrow and as well as next week, we are going to have the last 2 days of the first round of NACT knockout stage. And we only have 16 teams going to proceed going forward to compete for the top 4 going to the grand finals. Big shout out to our incredible casters, Stephweezy, as well as Private Dancer. Make sure to follow their social medias. Again, so you can follow their live streams, their content in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. They produce incredible live streams. And then one is streaming on Facebook, Stephweezy, and you can also find Private Dancer on Twitch. Again, we'll tag their social medias in the chat so you can follow them. For those who joined the giveaway and won the prizes, the moderators are actually trying to contact you right now, so make sure to contact them and add them on Discord. This way they can collect your email and send you guys the prizes. It's very, very important that you do that to claim the CD key, the code, so you can redeem in the game. We do not ask for your IDs or any other information, just to add the moderator on Discord. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here with us today in the second day of North America Challenger Tournament. We have another jam-packed day for tomorrow, so get your stuff ready and get a great sleep, get a great day ahead, no matter where you are around the globe. That's going to be it for us. We're going to wrap it up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now. Mwah.